Good morning, everybody, and welcome. I'll do that again. Welcome to Karting Live TV. This weekend, we are with the Kart Championship, and we are in beautiful North Wales, Glan, Gors, a beautiful part of the world, and what a part of the world to be here for round 3 of the 2025 series. My name is Joe Bradley, and I'm joined again, or I'm joining him actually, because you've been at both of the first rounds of the karting series. Henry Baudet. Henry, a native of this part of the world.
Diolch yn fawr.
Indeed.
Joy croeso I Glan Gors, and round pimp of the kartio.
You're not going to speak Welsh all day, are you?
Pencamporiaeth. Round pedwar, sorry, round pedwar. Hello, welcome to Glan Gors. No, that's it for the Welsh today.
Okay.
There we go. 99.99% of the audience have just been alienated by my first 3 sentences.
I like it though, Henry.
This is a fantastic venue, one of the most scenic. I'm not just biased, but when you look at the hills and the valleys, we're in the foothills of the Snowdonia National Park.
Is there a prettier kart track anywhere in the world that you've seen?
Idube Raceway in South Africa, which is in the KwaZulu-Natal National Park.
That's in a safari park.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't go that far.
Literally, on race mornings, you don't have to go and scour the track here for any stray zebra. Which is what you have to do in Idube.
You might get the odd sheep, I suppose.
They're just in South Africa. They're known as lunch. But this is beautiful.
Beautiful, isn't it? It's beautiful. It reminds me, the open aspect of Glan is what I think makes it different, because we've got those open grass areas that form the runoffs here, and there's no need for any tyres because they're so far apart.
Yep.
And it just gives it that feel. When you drive round it, you've got this feel of openness, and it's not a massively wide track, but you get this feeling of space, and the flow to Glan is something I love as well. It's very, very fast.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the third round of the championship, and it's the third very different type of circuit we've been to. Karting North East at Warden Law.
Yeah.
That's a very technical circuit. It's quite a narrow circuit, quite bumpy. Sheddington is the absolute antithesis of that.
Yeah.
The long, flat, straight blasts. And here you've got more gradient than any other circuit in the country. The tarmac is very abrasive as well. It does chew tyres here. But again, 3 very different types of circuit, and I like that about this championship.
So, are we going to see a bit of tyre management coming in towards the end of the afternoon? These tyres, remember, have already done 2 heats.
I would say in junior and senior, yes.
Yeah, we are. Right.
I think certainly in the senior class, drivers will have one eye on conservation.
Henry, we're about to go racing for the first time. We've already had the heats, and therefore we have a grid formed for the 2 super heats. We have the grid formation will stand for both of the super heats, and then collectively the points that you've acquired during the heats are put together with the points from your super heats, which will form the grid for the final. Now, the story of yesterday, and a driver that's starting on the front row of the grid, not quite on pole, that's the property of Heath Smith. But Felix Tandey yesterday had an absolute nightmare of a qualifying, and he didn't post a time. So hence he started at the back. In Heat 1 yesterday, he went from the very back of this mighty Bambino grid to the front and took the Heat win. Mm-hmm. And then in Heat 2, didn't quite do as well, came 4th. But it was a phenomenal feat.
And of course, there's not quite as many mighty Bambinos here as there were at Sheddington, but we've still got 20, which is still a remarkable field.
Yeah.
A very, very good field.
We've got, actually, that's a nice segue.
Yes.
We've got 21.
We've got 21, have we?
Because Tommy Lovejoy has jumped out of petrol land and into electric land.
Overnight?
Yes, overnight.
Right, okay.
His dad has had enough of jetney.
Right, fair enough.
Clearly.
Okay.
So Tommy's going to join on the back of the grid here.
Okay.
And he's part of the Mighty field now, so we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Tommy and his new experience.
Well, it's a shame for the Coma Bambinos, but another boost for the Mighties.
Yeah, true.
But I think we're okay because at Sheddington, Joe, the list of retro liveries grew by one.
Yes.
Somebody turned up with a martini look like a martini Brabham.
Now, I know the tobacco brands we're not allowed to talk about. What about alcohol? We can't talk about martini. That is my favourite livery.
Well, a little birdie did tell me that. But,
yes.
I mean, we can discuss that later. But I mean, so we're looking at this on the rolling lap here of the Bambino. So this is turn 5 and 6. You're beginning the downhill section now. And what I also like about this is that you've got some proper corner names.
We have
Devil's Elbow, Compression Corner, which we're coming through here.
We have a carousel.
We have a carousel.
Devil's Elbow. It sparks fear.
Yes.
Into just the name. Here we are forming up on the grid then. Front row of the grid is Heath Smith and Felix Tandey, Logan Edwards, Arthur Rhodes on row 2, Luca Pede and Zain Sofoyuglu share row 3, Freddie Purnell and Arthur Thompson on row 4, Teddy Smith and Jack Harper on row 5, Carl Tennant and Jensen James Williams share row 6, row 7 is Harry Wass and Nico Mohun, then we've got Elliot Hitch and Frank Pearson, Edge Dara and Oakley Howlett, Bobby Slater, Oliver Yap, and Tommy Lovejoy joins us on the back there on the number 78. We've got a great view of the start lights here with a standing start here, Henry.
Yes, indeed, and they're all looking at the gantry. So you've got the green flag at the back, all eyes at the front for what will be 8 minutes plus a lap.
Oh, we didn't use the lights there. I was looking for the light board, and we've gone there, so we must be using a different set of lights there. We'll check out where they are. But line astern on the Dragon Straight, all the way heading to Spoon, and in looks like grid formation as Heath Smith it is that leads the field up the hill.
Well, they've all died to the inside line. Nobody wants to. We're not going to see a slipstream battle like we saw at Shannington. It is possible to overtake here. When I say a slipstreaming battle, it was very difficult to overtake at Shannington. Not so much here. There are plenty of opportunities.
I've been told, though, that the slipstream is important up the Dragon Straight.
Of course. Yeah. It's still important.
Because it's uphill, isn't it? So you need all of that. I'm going to use it for the first time today. Momentum, yes. All the way up the hill.
Now, one driver who you missed at Shannington was the debut in the Kart Championship of Zain Sofoyuglu, the son of a multiple world superbike champion, Mr. Sofoyuglu, whose first name escapes me. Keenan Sofoyuglu. Most of Turkey watches this now.
Yes. Welcome, Turkey.
Welcome to Turkey. Zain was extremely fast at Shannington, got on the podium on the road, but was then penalised for overtaking under a yellow flag. So he missed the first round of this championship because he wasn't old enough. So he's just starting out, a prodigiously talented driver in that turquoise blue number 54 kart, running in 6th position.
Yeah.
Obviously there's a big language barrier. When he grasps and fully comes to terms with the intricacies of UK karting, he is going to be a huge factor, and he's already proving to be a contender. But we have a new leader.
We do, just before, and he likes that place. So I remember Felix Tandey taking the win here last year in round 2 of the 2024 series, and he liked that area, just coming towards the compression was his favourite passing spot. Felix Tandey leads then across the line for the first time. Heath Smith, Arthur Rhodes, Heath Smith, the championship leader actually, after a third place in both rounds 1 and 2. Arthur Rhodes, he took wins in round 1 and round 2. He's lying third. Then we've got Logan Edwards, Luca Pede, Ed Pede's kid, out there, another racing dynasty here in the Mighties. And then Zain Sofoyuglu in 6th place. And if anything, Henry, just beginning to drop back a little bit. The 6 kart field at the front has now become 4, but I bet before I even hand to you, that's going to be 6 again.
They're already learning. Pede and Sofoyuglu already understanding that they need to work together. It's very, very easy to lose ground on your rival through this section, and then, of course, you're coming out to the most technical part of the lap onto the fastest. The fastest area of the lap, this run towards turn 1 all the way down Dragon Straight up the hill towards Spoon. So if you mess up on the downhill run, it's compounded by this long straight here. You can see Sofoyuglu has moved into 5th position ahead of Pede. Pede tried to push him along, but despite how competitive this class has been, Felix Tandey, 2 6th place finishes in the 2 rounds so far. Heath Smith, a pair of thirds. Jack Harper, a pair of fourths in the finals. He's running in 7th at the moment. Tandey and Smith lead. Smith leads the point standings with Arthur Rhodes, who is a double winner. Rhodes there in 3rd position in the number 82 karts, that Tommy Weyer racing entry. Rhodes he comes to life in the main events.
Yeah, well, I mean, the main event being the final, and the question that I was going to ask when we came here to Glan is who's going to beat Arthur Rhodes, and it seems to be that Felix Tandey loves Glan. Like I say, won here in round 2 of the 2024 series, and the way that he went yesterday from literally the back of the grid to the front of the grid in one heat is an incredible feat. He's not pulling away though, Henry.
No.
He's taking the field with them, and that 4-kart train has become 6 again with Sofoglu now on the back of that 4th place kart of Logan Edwards, and if anything, again, just learning the craft, isn't he? He's only just come into the sport and showing a lot of talent on that number 54.
And of course, for Edwards' part, the number 21 kart, the Richardson Chassis Engineering prepared machine. You know, he only had one top 10 finish. He's getting better as the season progresses. Certainly in Bambinos, more than any other class, you'll see drivers at the very start of the year be in the middle of nowhere, and then because they're learning so quickly, by halfway through the season, suddenly they are right up at the sharp end of the field. Tandey, though, it sounds strange to say, a veteran of the class in his 2nd year. We've got now 5 at the front. Pede just about hanging on in 6th position. Behind them, you've got Arthur Thompson, Teddy Smith, Jack Harper and Elliot Hitch rounding out the top 10. Tommy Lovejoy, in his first experience of the Might E field, he's up to 19th, so he's still down towards the back. But nobody's really been jettisoned. Although we've got 20 drivers.
Well, that's odd, because we had 21 drivers on the grid. Only 20 have taken to the race.
Here's a replay of Felix Tandey being very gentlemanly, opening the door, and Heath Smith saying, well, thank you very much, and going through to take the lead.
And Heath Smith from Sutton Coldfield now leads the field onto what will be lap number 7, and it's with the 2-minute board already flying, or the 2-minute bell already sounding. This is when it starts. Heath Smith has produced this, hasn't he? He's been waiting for his moment. Now, the question is, has he gone too early? Has he gone too early, allowing time for Felix Tandey, or indeed Arthur Rhodes, or indeed Logan Edwards, Zane Sofoglu, or Luca Pede to come back into this? Because we've still got that 6-car train at the front of this mighty Bambino field. And to be honest, Henry, I don't know where I would pick a winner from, because there's under 90 seconds now to go, and this is where they all seem to be able to take any line they want.
And that's twice now that Felix Tandey, coming out of turn 6, has just driven wide to probably try and get a better straight line, a better, faster run through the downhill section. But of course, he opens the door. Last lap, it was Heath Smith going through. This lap, it's Arthur Rhodes going through. So Tandey now slips to 3rd position.
And Heath Smith, by the way, RCE, which is quite a well, they've, in the world of Bambino racing, they're the place to be at, aren't they? They've got a hand in pretty much the whole of that Bambino field in some way or other.
Yeah, the Dave Richardson group, the Richardson Chassis Engineering, they took their first win in the Motorsport UK British Micromax Championship last weekend with Dian Pahal. And again, Heath Smith, though, this might sound strange, he's had 2 third place in the final. Now he takes the Felix Tandey line, and Arthur Rhodes goes through and takes the race lead. It might work out better, you know, in qualifying form, but in a slipstream type situation that we're in now, running wide, it just doesn't work. You cannot open the door for a moment. 2
more laps as well, Henry. They cross the line now with about 4 seconds on the clock. Here we go, 2 wide towards Spoon, 3 wide almost as Tandey goes with him. Goes with the number 3, Heath Smith. We've had a change of lead. That's that slipstream I was talking about.
That's
up the
impressive.
Dragon Straight. Yeah, incredible. The slipstream. And then it was Heath Smith that went ahead of Arthur Rhodes, and he took Felix Tandey with him.
Yeah.
Just dragging each other along here.
Around the outside.
Around like Buffalo Girls. Got to be a certain age to even understand what I said there. But these 6-year-olds won't. understand that. We've got, certainly, I think this is going to go at the flag. And again, I don't want to pick a winner here, because when we get through this part of the track here, towards the compression, with the car, is that Sofoglou going through in the third?
Rhodes tried to nip up the inside, but Tandey was defending. Rhodes got two wheels on the grass, got a bit sideways, and that opened the door just for Sofoglou to nip into third position as we start the final lap at yellow flag at turn number 1. So no overtaking. I don't know why we've got a yellow flag, but certainly there's more waved yellows at the end of the Dragon Straight. This is what caught Sofoglou out at Sheddington, and they've gone past the incident.
Oh, and down the inside has gone Arthur Rhodes on Sofoglou. Will he make that happen? Yes, Sofoglou hangs onto it, 4 wide down the hill towards the carousel as the leader. Heath Smith it is on the number 3 with Felix Tandey. Is Tandey biding his time to get to his favourite part of the track is coming up now, getting towards the compression and then Devil's Elbow. This is where it can all go wrong, though, Henry.
Oh, Tandey trying to go around the outside, can't quite make it. The crossover, very good driving there as Rhodes takes third. Sofoglou back at him. It's going to be a drag race to the line.
Side by side, what does the timing tell us? Heath Smith by a 100th of a second from Felix Tandey, and it was indeed, hello Turkey, Zayn Sofoglou through and into third. That was a great race from that youngster. Zayn should be a massive pat on the back there. Luca Peed came through with him, and Luca takes 4th. Logan Edwards 5th. Arthur Rhodes, what happened to Arthur? Arthur Rhodes, winner of round 1 and 2. Arthur was just muscled out of it at the compression, I think, Henry. Ended up coming across the line in 6th.
I think that Rhodes was on the inside of a 3-wide battle going into compression, and then suddenly found himself on the outside of the same 3-wide battle a few metres later at Devil's Elbow. I have to say, very, very good racing there by those top 6 drivers. A frantic last lap, and they all come across the line, with all bits attached.
You know how Kart and Live TV, I always have my race of the month. And Nick always said, and I say, the Bambinos. It's either C50s or it's either Mighties.
It's going to be
and he always says, you can't always have the Bambinos. I said, well, you want my race of the month? That is my because, and I said in our intro, which will go out in the Paddock Show, these kids could teach the Formula One boys.
Oh, absolutely.
A bit about race driving, because we had a lot of side-by-side driving there.
Yes.
But that calls for compromise to the guy who's coming down your inside or round the outside, as we saw.
There was give and take.
Yes, that's the term.
Which was evidenced well there.
We move swiftly on as we do ever. By the way, I've got hard copies of our grids here, which
thank you, Gaynor.
Yes, Gaynor was very kind to bring us those. We've got our senior rotax now then into round 3 of the 2025 championship, and we have to remind ourselves that this is a brand new class to the Kart Championship, isn't it? Senior Max only became a feature this year.
And I have to say, this is the biggest entry so far.
It's growing.
We've been hovering around the 15 to 16 mark the first 2 rounds. Now we're up to 18, including Lilia Scatchard, Daniel Whitfield, James Wood, and Braden Donoghue and Harry Pullen, who are making their championship debuts. Harry Pullen, there's a name that I haven't commented on in quite a while. Now
then, round 1, Henry, was won by Brandon Truman, who isn't here this weekend.
Yeah, no, Brandon was using that as a warm-up. So
Warden Law, wasn't it, before the British?
Yep. Sheddington, well, I think you could have come back to Sheddington on Monday and still seen everyone else trying to catch Lucas Blanford, who disappeared and was up the road by a considerable margin.
That is Lucas Blanford on that white Kart Republic there, and Lucas is on our pole position after the heats, and he scored 0 points, which means 100% record so far.
Picked up where he left off. I want a big hello to Lucas's dad, who's not wonderfully well at the moment. So just keep the spirits up, Mr. Blanford. But yeah, that Kiddix kart number 47. Lucas Blanford, second to Brandon Truman at Warden Law. then won comfortably. Now, the driver that finished second at Shennington, he's not here.
No.
Ronnie Coburn. So, interesting story. He will be back because he loved it. He finished racing Honda Cadet at Wilton Mill 7 years ago. And then...
Didn't do anything
for 7 years. Has got friends in this championship. Said, come along. Had a Kart, plain black livery, popped in, first race out of Honda Cadet in 7 years. Bang, second.
Wow, brilliant.
And absolutely loved it. So if you're watching Ronnie...
he plans to come back, is it?
He plans to come back,
Oh, well,
yes.
we'd like to see you back, Ronnie. I'd like to see you.
Yes, indeed. But that was, it was a very, very interesting to see. And, of course, there are, the championship contenders, the regulars, the likes of Liam Phillips, Kyle Dunford, Jason Dukis, Alex Timmins, Archie Hogan, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Elliot Dalton Ayres, and of course Lucas Blanford. Now they're the ones that are going to be every round, and I think you'll see drivers flit in and out.
Yes,
as the class grows.
Lucas Blanford second at round 1 at Wardenlaw, first at Shennington.
Yes.
Morgan Hudson-Brown had a third at Wardenlaw, a fourth at Shenny. 2 sixth places for Liam Phillips. I'm going down the championship order at the moment. And then Elliot Dalton Ayres, a fourth at his home track at Wardenlaw, a third at Shenny. He'll be happy with that.
Yes.
He's qualified third behind on the second row of the grid, behind Lucas Blanford in that white cart there, and the orange and white cart there is Daniel Whitfield. Now, Daniel, I look down the order here, and I don't see Daniel as taking part. This is his first round.
This is Daniel's debut in the number 41 cart. Now, we did have 18 drivers. You've got 17.
I've got 17 qualified.
So somebody was a scratch. Not quite sure who that may have been.
My eyes are not good enough in the glinting of the sun.
4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. Oh, we've still got all 17 there. I was a bit confused by the gap. Why there was a gap between the top half and the bottom half.
Yeah, I wonder why that is.
Yeah,
just how they've lined up, isn't it?
Yeah, just how they've lined up. So I don't know who is. We'll find out who is missing. I will a little quick there. Oh, it could be Johnny Lynch. Let's have a look. Is the number 11 cart there? No, it is Johnny Lynch. Sadly, not out there. Driver that didn't race at Shennington, finished 17th at Wardenlaw, and Lynch is not on the grid. So there's your 17.
Let's have a look at the grid then while we've got this little bit of a pause there. They're all lined up nicely for us, and as I read them out, we can see them there in all their glory. Lucas Blanford, Daniel Whitfield. Lucas Blanford in the white cart, the Kart Republic. Daniel Whitfield on the orange and white cart alongside. Second row of the grid is Elliot Dalton Ayres and James Wood. James Wood making a return to the championship. Familiar driver to me in the NKC. And other stuff, but James, I was talking to James yesterday, and he's given this one a bit of a taster. And if he enjoys himself, and I said it's a little bit less fraught than other championships, this senior class in the Kart Championship. So hopefully we'll see James join us again for the remainder of the season. I mean, we'll go to PF next. Who wouldn't want to go to PF?
Yes, so that's going to be a big boost for everyone.
Bradley Caton and Jason Duchess are on row 3. Archie Hogan and Morgan Hudson-Brown on row, did I say 4? Yeah, 4. Row 5, Carl Dunford, Braden Donoghue. Row 6, Michael Ambler and Noosh Safa-Leathers.
I've got a new leather sofa as well.
We've got Harvey Wilson and Alex Timmins next up. Harry Pullen and Liam Phillips on row 8, and then rounding off 17 carts is Lilia Scratchard. I had to look carefully there. It's not Lila, it's Lilia.
It's Lilia, and it's Scratchard, not Scratch Card.
Scratchard.
Yes.
Scratchard. Not Scratch Card.
2 rolling laps. They're giving everyone an extra rolling lap just to get themselves into position. Now, there's one. Kyle Dunford has been a lot quicker than his final results suggest.
Yes, he has.
Yes.
He has actually. He's currently, Henry, fifth in the championship. He had a 7th in the final at Wardenlaw, and 11th, which is probably why he's down there in that 5th place.
Yeah, there was it's a bit of 80s footballing parlance. There was a bit of aggro,
right?
A bit of ag at Shennington. Yes. He was not a happy chappy at the end of it all, but he is quick enough to compete up at the front as they head down the hill.
Yeah, they're lining up in grid order, but we have been told they're going to be given 2 laps. However, we are racing, Henry, and off and up the hill, and on the Dragon Straight has gone Lucas Blanford.
Yes. Now, have they learned their lessons from Shellington? The lesson being, get to Lucas, get to him quickly, drag him into a battle. If you give that number 40, the number 67 Cadet racing cart even half a lap, then he's gone.
Yeah. He's not gone quite yet, though, because Daniel Whitfield and Elliot Dalton-Ayres are hanging on to him. These 3 breaking away now. Behind them, Branley Caton, James Wood and Archie Hogan as we go through the compression for the first time.
Yep.
Then towards Devil's Elbow, through Devil's Elbow, the left-hander. Now the right-hander, that's the club corner, isn't it? The paddock turn.
That's paddock. This is club corner.
Yeah,
then
they're already through.
And I mean, the reason you can see how this circuit is so abrasive, just because every corner is slightly off camber. There's either a bit of gradient. Of course, we're high up in the mountain ranges. It's a beautiful day today. My goodness, does it get cold? The tarmac undergoes huge temperature changes, and it's like a cheese grater on some of these tyres.
Right,
it really, really is.
And especially when we have a warm day, I think we're seeing temperatures towards 20 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
It's saying the ambient temperature is 13 degrees. It's a lot warmer than that out on track.
It is. It's I mean, and you can almost see the grading of the tarmac. Indeed, it's one of the most beautiful tracks up towards Spoon Curve. And again, now Blanford is into his rhythm. Whitfield, Dalton-Ayres, Keaton, Wood, Hudson Brown, et al. Just cannot stay with him. And Blanford, look how consistent he is. Hardly looks like he's turning the wheel.
Yeah.
You know, he's not moving his body around in the cart, which means that he doesn't have to use his body to compensate for some sort of deficiency in the handling department. Just
watch this next bit though, through the club corner here, up the hill towards Spoon, and then from our camera position at the top of the hill, he's got the cart sideways before he comes into view.
Yep.
The cart is sideways over the top of the brow, as is everyone else.
Yes.
And that's obviously how to go into Spoon. You pitch the cart over the brow.
But this might sound strange, and I haven't been drinking, honest audience. Blanford's cart is going sideways but forwards.
Yes.
Everyone else is just going sideways and out.
Yes.
He's got that cart pitched in the right position. So even though it's sideways, he's not losing any traction.
He's rotating the cart rather than drifting.
Exactly.
He's rotating the cart, and then he's pointing where he wants to be for Spoon.
Yes.
And he fires it out. And that's why he's eaten the gap of now 8 tenths after only 4 laps. 8 tenths. It's only a short lap here, 1,100 metres, 42-second lap time. And there's a move, the number 69, Morgan Hudson Brown, down the inside of Bradley Caton. And has he made that happen?
Yes, he has. And Hudson Brown, sideways, he was almost a little bit... You pitch it sideways too much, and you can just run out of tarmac.
And you can, obviously, as well, Henry, you lose time.
Yes.
By going too far out. You want to point towards the apex, and that's what we're seeing there. We're seeing Lucas Blanford, who's beginning to even disappear even more while we focus on this, because I think that's James Wood in the yellow helmet there, and he's lining up. You can see he's lining up Bradley Caton to have a go. The pink helmet there is Bradley Caton. The yellow and orange helmet is James Wood. Is this where he's going to have a go? It's very fast into here, isn't it? But it is a braking area.
I mean, that camera angle on the outside of the corner is very, very good. It really shows how much the drivers are fighting these karts, because you're going uphill over a blind crest.
And you're braking before and turning in before you can see it.
Yes, yeah. You know the corner is there, but you've got to, That goes back to what Lucas Blanford, you've got to brake and pitch before you can actually see the corner.
And you've got to have a confidence about you that you know where the track is.
Oh, yes.
So, as I mentioned there, James Wood looking like he was lining up Bradley Caton. Bradley Caton, is it Keaton? It is Keaton, isn't it? K-E-Y. Keaton. Bradley Keaton. If we're not saying that right,
if we're not saying it right, my name's Alex Goldschmidt and I'm alongside David Sullivan, and we're up here in the commentary box. Send us a message on social media.
Is Nick monitoring social media, is he? Or am I doing that, Nick? I'm doing that. Okay.
Hello to everyone watching on the Karting Live TV YouTube channel and the Kart Championship YouTube channel. As somebody that tracks viewing figures, last round at Shellington was the most watched Kart Championship round ever. Nearly 30,000 viewers of the last round at Shellington. And there is a move, finally. James Wood up at Spoon Corner, passes Bradley Keaton for what is 5th position. Archie Hogan in the number 13 kart runs in 7th, then Kyle Dunford in 8th. Jason Dukis is 9th, Michael Ambler is 10th, Harry Pullen is in 11th. All 17 drivers within 11 seconds.
Incredible.
Which is really good. So so Lilia Scratchard, she's there in 17th position. She's only a second behind Noosh Safa Levens.
Yeah, as we expected, that move from James Wood did happen there, and he goes into 5th now. Then, Keaton comes back at him though. That was a beautiful move.
Yep.
Down the inside on the brakes. Let's have another look at that, Henry. That was textbook, wasn't it?
Yep. He gets a good slipstream, and he just thinks, okay, I've got to go. He pitches that kart to the inside. He's sideways. He was banking on Wood, the trajectory of Wood's kart, just pushing him towards the outside line. So he actually went for a gap where there wasn't a gap to start with. When he went for that move, there was no gap. By the time he got there was a gap because he anticipated Wood moving or being moved sideways just through that corner. Fantastic.
Great stuff. And they've been a welcome. I mean, all right, we used to talk about the Kart Championship being unique and it was a kid-only championship, but we were losing customers, weren't we? This is getting a bit aggressive there behind James Wood. It's Kyle Dunford and Archie Hogan. Kyle just going a bit defensive, but we were losing customers as the juniors moved to senior age. They were then drifting off to other championships. So we had to accommodate them somewhere. And this, I think, you've got to have a senior class in a car.
I believe, yes.
You've got to have a senior rotax class.
I believe so. I think that's exactly right. And this battle, even though the top 4 have now broken away, it's Keaton, Wood, Dunford, Hogan, Dukis, and Harry Pullen up into Harry Pullen. The number 72 car, I believe the last time I may have commentated on Harry Pullen was many years ago when he was a junior in Super 1.
Wow.
If not earlier than that, if not in the era of the BRDC Stars of Tomorrow.
Oh God, you're going back even further.
Yes.
Wow.
You know, but certainly he's still got his number 72, if I do remember.
Two more laps, Henry. 2 more laps after this one because we're going to cross the line in good time. At least Lucas Blanford is going to cross the line. He's already going to cross the line, but we continue this absolutely awesome battle from 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th place. And it's the pink helmet of Bradley Keaton who still hangs on to that. James Wood looking like he may be showing a bit of intent there, but a bit more of a defensive line there. Hugged the white line on the inside, didn't drift too wide. It's another one of those corners, Henry, up at Spoon, where the optimum line is you have to leave the door open for racing purposes, and it can sometimes catch drivers out. But there, Bradley Keaton was right on it, very heads-up driving.
And Keaton, just as he crested the rise, he dabbed the brakes to make sure he didn't
slide too wide.
Yeah, which almost caught Wood out because Wood, I think, was trying to make a move, but then instant, very lightning quick reactions.
Lucas Blanford, Daniel Whitfield, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Elliot Dalton-Ayres down to 4th there on the previous lap. Hudson-Brown just getting through. This battle for 5th, though, goes on. We're on the last lap as Lucas Blanford's got a gap now of 2.8 seconds at the front of this field. This one, though, is not over very much until it's over. And hopefully there'll not be too much tears as we pick up the leader.
Oh, yes.
That's the man there, Lucas Blanford. Question, Henry, I think you asked it earlier. Who's going to beat him? Who is going to beat him?
I mean, the only people that look like can beat Lucas Blanford is Lucas Blanford and maybe his mechanic. Lucas, if he makes a mistake, and his mechanic if he forgets to bolt something on. Here comes the main battle, though, and it looks... is that Wood going for a move with the last corner? And do you know what? I think Kyle Dunford managed to squeeze through to take 6th.
Let's have a look at the replay. I think everybody came through the final turn on the grass, it looked like. Somebody was on the grass there coming back on, and I'm not sure who that was.
I think Wood went for the move on Keaton.
Yeah.
Keaton ended up running wide onto the grass, kept it pinned, and came back onto the track just in front.
Kept it in 5th as well.
Yes, and then, of course, as Wood backed out of it to avoid sort of clattering into Keaton, Dunford was just closer behind to react and snatch 6th from Wood as they crossed the line.
Well, they came across the line behind Lucas Blanford, Daniel Whitfield, Morgan Hudson-Brown and Elliot Dalton-Ayres. That's your top 4. It was Bradley Keaton that hung on to that 5th place. Cal Dunford showed that he was 200ths ahead of James Wood. 800ths ahead of James Wood. Jason Douches in 8th, Archie Hogan 9th, 10th was Harry Pullen. And then we had Michael Ambler, Braden Donoghue, Alex Timmins, Harvey Wilson, Liam Phillips, Noosh Safa Leathers, and we had Lilia Scratchard rounding off the 17 cart field.
So look, hello to Joshua Owen. Good morning to you as well, sir, on the live chat. Please, keep your comments coming in on the live chat. Let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching it from, and if you know of another circuit which is more aesthetically pleasing than Glan Gors. Yeah.
Let us know, because we want to go there.
Yeah, can't
see the Kart Championship going to South Africa.
Well, Henry. Speak to Darren. You never know.
Foreign trip.
Get a good deal on some airfare.
Get a travel package for everybody.
Get a travel package. Yeah. Rye House doesn't count in terms of more aesthetically pleasing. That's excluded from.
Football Park's got a lot of trees. That's got a kind of nice ambience about it.
Yes, ambience.
We've got Warden Law has its it's got its paintball arena.
Oh, yep.
And at the top end.
And Hooton Park, Hooton Park's got a petrol refinement facility.
Womwell's got its brick wall.
Womwell's got a brick wall. Yeah. Yep. Fullback used to have some potholes, but not anymore.
Yeah, not anymore. They've gone. That's thing of the past. We'll be waxing lyrical and reflecting backwards. Junior Rotax out for the first of their super heats, with Lewis Sumner on the front row with Eric Smith alongside. Riley Bishop, championship leader, winner of round 1 and round 2, is starting 3rd for this super heat with Braith Murdoch alongside. Row 3 is Kevin Ivanov and Oliver Fabricius. Adam Giuditis and George Cole are on row 4. Amy Peacock and Isabella Stansmore Wilson on row 5. Then got Thomas Harper, Alfie Lambert, Henry Cameron with Ralphie Branscombe alongside JJ Plowman and Charlie Very. That's 2 teammates, isn't it? ST Racing sharing the win. Lewis Holt and Ellis Daly, Connor Large and Jack Harrison, Jack Robinson, James Tate, Matt Scott, Laurie McVeigh. Shea Hilton and Daniel Hartley are on 25th and 26th. We then got Marissa Teague and Zach Kane, Harry Hadley and Riley Mason-Lewis, Daniel Butcher and Haragriva Gokulnath round off 32 carts. That's how healthy that this junior Rotax field is.
Nick at Shenington, Nick and I had great fun with Haragriva Gokulnath's name. So I'm glad that you were back.
I said it with a bit of a northern twist, didn't I?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's very Hartlepool.
Gokulnath.
You
said it Gokulnath. I said Gokulnath. Please tell us how to say Haragriva's.
Yeah, and if we're getting it wrong, my name's Scott Woodmiss, and this is Jake Sanson, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go, Henry. The first of the super heats that we've got for you on Karting Live TV for Junior Rotax, about to get the go, and it's a nice ordered grid, and the pole position driver in the form of Lewis Sumner was that, or Eric Smith. Who was on the pole again?
Eric Smith. Smith back to the inside. Sumner initially took the advantage. Smith grabs the lead, but they're both going to be snookered going into Spoon. That's one of the X-Kart. I think, is that Braith? No, it's not. Couldn't be Braith Murdoch, because he's with Cato Motorsport. Trying to see who that X-Kart is. I think that could be Riley Bishop from 4th to the race lead. Good opening couple of corners.
That will be incredible. He has been the man to beat this year, but that's just taking it too far. We'll get this confirmed as they come out of the compression through Devil's Elbow and then on. And 1 lap completed. You were spot on, Henry. Riley Bishop at the front of this super heat field. Braith Murdoch, Eric Smith, Lewis Sumner, Kevin Ivanov, Adam Giuditis, Amy Peacock, Alfie Lambert, George Cole, Thomas Harper. That's your top 10. But it's all to play for at the front, isn't it?
Yeah, and Haragriva Gokulnath has moved up from 29th to 18th. Both Haragriva and his teammate, Adam Giuditis, may be inspired. They did a little bit of artwork in and around the paddock yesterday, which afterwards. Well, I mean, you know, you give two teenage boys a can of Mr. Sheen and a big red barrier, and they will go to work. The circuit, I mean, the circuit owner, Eddie Davis, there has kindly said, well, I'll take a photograph of it for posterity, but if you could just then remove it. So they have removed it now, the two M Sport drivers. I'll leave it to your own imagination as to what they may have drawn as we look back here at something that is going on.
This is Riley Bishop.
Oh, beautiful.
Displaying exactly what we were talking about how that kart drifted.
Yes.
It seemed to be too wide. However, he punched out the spoon down the hill towards the carousel, and he's maintained the lead through Devil's Elbow now, the left-hander, then into the final turn of Paddock, and across the line. He's extended that lead, Henry, to just over a half a second.
Yes, and now Braith Murdoch back to fourth position. Braith, who raised over £1,500 at Shellington in memory of his classmates who sadly took their lives through cyberbullying.
That's very commendable.
Yeah, Braith was extremely. There is a GoFundMe page. I will endeavour to go and remember and bring it to you because of the young lady who sadly passed away. Her friends and family are setting up a foundation to help raise awareness for other kids that may be suffering through cyberbullying. But Braith was certainly very, very impacted by that and did a very good job of raising awareness. Kevin Ivanov, now in fifth position, out of Honda Cadet last year. Kevin has not had a fifth in last year's Honda Championship standings. It's been a big jump. I think there are two drivers here in this class. Yeah, Ivanov and Ralphie Branscombe, who jumped straight out of Honda into this class. Branscombe is down in about 13th.
Yeah, he's just been overtaken by Henry Cameron, actually, who's another driver that's hasn't been. It seems that he hasn't been in junior rotax very long.
No, but he's also dovetailing with the junior Janetta racing.
Yes, he is.
Cameron. But Ivanov has suddenly popped up in the fifth position in kart number 256, and this is a very impressive drive because Ivanov at Shellington, he was getting bounced around like a pinball. Speaking of which, we got three wide for the front.
Yeah, here we go. Change for the lead. It's Eric Smith, who again sliding a little bit wide, and that's a tin opener he's used to get through there. Certainly from our camera perspective, we've got Eric Smith. Is he still leading? It's two ex-kart drivers now at the front of the field.
Yes, it's Lewis Sumner.
It's Lewis Sumner who's come through, and on the way down the hill towards the carousel, it's all change across the line. Sumner, Bishop, Braith Murdoch, Eric Smith demoted to fourth place. Adam Giuditas, Kevin Ivanov dropping to sixth behind Giuditas now. Alfie Lambert and George Cole ahead of Amy Peacock into it. Thomas Harper is the driver that's rounding off the top 10, but all sorts of movement here, and it's not like we're using mixed grids here, Henry. No. We've got a lot of movement in the field. This is all from time qualifying and then two sets of heats to form the grid for today.
And of course, the more that these teammates battle, otherwise I say that, they finally calm down a little bit. As you're running through the top 10, you got back to Thomas Harper, 2.8 seconds separating the top 9 back to Peacock, with Harper in 10th. Now Sumner and Bishop have sort of maybe agreed that this is going to be the running order for the time being. They're coming up on a bit of slower traffic as well. One driver that's been off track, that's Matt Scott.
Yeah, he's dropped 14 places, did Matt last lap.
He's obviously had some form of off-track excursion, and he's doing his best to get out of the way. And yes, he does get out of the way, but of course, if you get caught by the leaders coming through this area, it's virtually, single file. We did have a couple of, Zane Sofwoglu in the mighty Bambino class at Shellington was leading on the last lap and then caught a slower car at about the worst possible moment.
It happens, doesn't it?
It does happen. It's the blue flags are being displayed, the slower driver doing his best to get out of the way, and there seems to be an issue slightly behind the top 5 or 6.
Yeah, I think that was back markers, Henry. I tell you what, though, these two here, Sumner and Bishop, teammates with X-Kart. I suspect that, therefore, they're both on TB carts, which we are raffling, by the way. More information on that later. And I want to find out if there's a process of buying raffle tickets online. These two working together because they're not battling. Riley Bishop looks over his shoulder. And you know what? Riley Bishop has seen that he's not being challenged by Eric Smith or Braith Murdoch, so now's the time to go racing. Thanks, Lewis. Thank you, my teammate, for holding on to this lead, and we've worked together to build up this cushion. Now we can go racing into the final minute.
Well, I mean, a couple of minutes ago I said there was 2.9 seconds separating the top 9, and that was just as these two teammates sort of hooked up and got together. And of course now there's 5.5 seconds between the top 9. It
just shows, doesn't it? You're working together rather than when you go offline, you're not therefore on the optimum fastest line, and you go offline because you have to try and get round people, and that slows both of you down because you're not optimising your lap. These two have worked together, optimised their lap, therefore they are going as fast as you can around this track here at Granite Hall, and just look at the gap they've pulled. They're both looking over their shoulder. They're both checking on each other. Now, I'm not sure. Matty Street's X-Kart team, he won't have team orders in there. It'll be, no. Don't crash into each other is pretty much it.
Yes, and if you do crash into each other, well, I'm just going to send you
don't come back here. For a while.
But, of course, this is round 3 of a 6-round championship. Lewis Sumner is currently 9th. Now, he had a shocker at Warden Law. Failed to finish the final, bounced back with a 5th place finish. He's thinking title just as much as Riley Bishop. I have to say, even though Bishop has had a pair of wins and is currently leading the championship, anything can happen in karting, and all it takes is one incident, one DNF, and you're back in the hornet's nest. So Sumner, he will not want to be giving Riley Bishop anything.
No, he needs to gain points. He absolutely needs to gain points. Emma, don't know who Emma is. But,
Emma Hurstgrover.
I think it is, of course, because Elijah Hartley, who's been spanned by Harry Hurstgrover, her boy, and she wishes the X-Kart team good luck. Well, Emma, you're certainly bringing the X-Kart team good luck because they're leading, and a bit of defensive line there from Sumner just stops that opportunity for Riley Bishop to maybe have a look. And also, and again, defensive driving. Riley Bishop isn't going to attack that kart in front of him. Perhaps if it was another team member, a driver from another team, he's going to be very, very careful here. And sometimes discretion being the better part of valour. Yes. I think Riley Bishop is finding it hard to actually get on terms and have a challenge from Lewis Sumner, because Sumner has drove an absolutely outstanding middle of the race to that flag there to take the superheat win. His teammate Riley Bishop has to settle in behind him because he couldn't do anything about it. It was Eric Smith, threw in 3rd Braith Murdoch, 4th Kevin Ivanov, George Cole, Amy Peacock 7th, Alfie Lambert, Adam Giuditis was 9th, Henry Cameron hung on to that 10th place, and the rest, that 32 kart field now just coming through to complete and take the checkered flag.
Looking down the order, so Isabella Stansmore Wilson was 11th, Ralphie Branscombe, the 2nd, Ivanov 5th, and the other Honda Cadet graduate, Ralphie Branscombe 13th. Looking down the order, Shay Hilton, 18th position for Shay in kart number 283. He's another driver that was, moving out of Honda Cadet. Oliver Fabricius didn't take the start. The driver that was 3rd in the opening round, Fabricius didn't take the start, and then we lost Charlie Very. Matt Scott, we saw being lapped. He eventually retired, as did Zach Case.
So was Fabricius down on the grid to take part in that one, but didn't come out?
Yes, he is. He was due to start. I shall have a little look up there. He was start 6th.
So that is not good for points gathering towards the championship, is it?
No, I didn't see anyone falling out of the race on the rolling lap or anything like that. So that was a mystery.
Yeah, he did. Well, he didn't come out, Henry. He didn't click the timing.
He didn't come out at all.
So he didn't come out at all. Yeah.
Well, hopefully he is okay, and hope he's not being struck down by the Lurg or anything like that.
Yes, that was last weekend.
No, yeah, I do mean. Junior Primo is up next. Now, this is the race that Emma Hurst-Grover will be looking at keenly, because this is where Elijah Hartley is starting 7th. There's 2 Elijahs in this class, because you've got Elijah Hazelwood up at the front of the grid. Now, Junior Primo at Shennington was an almighty affair, I have to say.
You've said that about everything.
Well, I mean,
was every class a mighty affair? I think they would have been.
I mean, certainly in terms of, these are the less experienced drivers. Now, you had the juniors, the seniors, where, they got their heads down, they slipstreamed, and they sort of pulled away and they waited to the very end. Not so in Junior Primos. Have Kart, will attack.
Yes, and you know what? I think this is one of the genius ideas from Mr. Beavers and his team, Joe and Matty. Junior Primo, giving the youngsters, not every youngster comes through from cadets, since there's Bambino's cadets, and then into junior rotax. For instance,
number 55, not going anywhere, Ronnie Legg.
That's a shame. Lucas, where is he? Luke Wells on the number 66. He got his kart at Christmas.
Right. Oh, brilliant.
He's without any karting experience.
Excellent.
This is perfect for him. This is perfect for finding his feet and getting involved in karting at junior rotax age group.
And another driver, number 15, Noah Jones. Now, he had only been karting a few months. Started at Shennington, 5 seconds a lap off the pace, and finished the final in 14th position. We spoke to his mechanic, Jonathan Buck, during the paddock show, and it was, he was literally 5 seconds off the pace on Friday. Come Sunday, he's within a second and a half and battling for a top 15. And we've got nearly 30 drivers on this field.
Yeah, we have got 29, 27, 29 have qualified. That's the information I've got in front of me. We've got... I don't know what that means.
Second rolling lap.
Oh, yes, we know that. Yeah, we were told. Dan 55's restarted. Great stuff. Yeah. That's semaphore from our producer, Nick Damon, this weekend. Nick's producing and not talking over me.
Apologies. Well, here we go then. It'll be Isaac Jameson in the number 19 kart on pole. Elijah Hazelwood on the outside of row number 1. Lewis Gilbert and Aston Brown are on row 2. Noah Clark and Zach Jennings, row 3. Then Elijah Hartley and, thanks to Damon, Ronnie Legg. The restarted Ronnie. Oh dear. That could be big. And they're going to go around again. Somebody coming out of the final corner. Number 40.
48, is it?
Is it the 40 or the
48, 46?
8. It's not going to be...
Well, somebody lost it mid-pack, didn't they?
Yes, there they are going around. And, of course, then it was the number 14 kart that lost of Lewis Gilbert. That was the first driver to spin. And Lewis was due to start third. He either got pushed around or came off the final corner, and the kart didn't go. And the driver behind then sort of like pushed him around. And the red flag is out.
So
a number on that.
4. It's a 4, isn't it? At the front.
It is definitely a number 4 on the front. That could be Noah Clark, because he's the only driver on my entry list entered in the 40s. Yes.
Yeah, it is 44.
Yes.
And that's a bent axle. Is it a bent axle or is
it
just a bumper?
I'm hoping for his sake.
I thought I saw the axle sort of flopping around.
So you can see Lewis Gilbert gets turned around.
Turned around, yeah.
And the driver behind him, and then you've got 3 drivers piling in, and of course then other drivers clipping the debris.
Yeah, it's just the rear bumpers come off.
Yes.
I thought for a moment it bent the axle, but it's not. It's just the rear bumper flopping off. Now then, these youngsters will be incurring the wrath of our chief, which is the gentleman in the white shirt with the bright green earmuffs.
Yes, Chief Ashton. There he is, yes.
Yes, we incurred the wrath of Mr. Ashton yesterday by not signing on.
Oh, dear.
Yes, we do apologise.
Well, fair enough.
Do apologise, Dan. Do forgive us. So we're going to have to regrid them as well. So we've got a bit of a we are going to have a bit of a lull while we sort that out. While we let Mr. Ashton read the competitors the riot act about starting and being impetuous. Again, it's the age group, isn't it,
yes.
Henry? I mean, yeah, it's a success story. The Kart Championship allowing this age group, the 12 to 14-year-olds. Have their own series, have their own championship in the form of Junior Primo. These are exactly the same karts that we see in Junior Rotax. Exactly the same chassis, the 1050mm chassis, the Rotax 125cc engine, exactly the same restriction on it as we see in Junior Rotax. They're exactly the same. The only difference is these are younger drivers. The human element is younger and less experienced.
Younger and less experienced.
And it's kind of aimed at the younger but less experienced drivers, because we've got the likes of, certainly from up my way, Daniel Minto, that's come through Micromax and Intermax, and then he steps into a Junior Rotax. He's like a duck to water.
Yeah, he's been.
But if you've just got your kart at Christmas,
exactly like your Lewis Wells.
Yeah, Luke Wells. Yeah,
you could be 13 and be far behind a 12-year-old Daniel Minto, for example, in terms of experience,
exactly
the level that you're at.
And he's just going to be, we actually taught him in the paddock show.
Yeah.
And he said, I got my kart at Christmas. He first tried it out at Warden Law. And I said to him, what did you think of turn one then? He went, whoa. You know, sort of thing. And it's like, you can be overwhelmed. And you can kind of put kids off the sport by putting them into that top level.
Yes.
This gives them a massively great grounding.
It does. Now, interestingly, like Lewis Gilbert isn't at the front. Now, when I said he was due to start third, but he was, I think, he was due to start third. I got a feeling that Lewis was struggling to get into the correct line and moved across and was collected by somebody else, because he was due to be. Well, you could see.
Yeah, it looked like he was. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you said it. He's been turned around. I think you said.
Either the car didn't go or he suddenly found himself. Lewis, he gets turned around. There he is, in the white crash helmet. So he was in the correct position, but yet somebody behind him just got way too excited. And there is Lewis. But you can see, so he's in the white crash helmet, number 14. He gets turned around by the whole group that are all anticipating.
It was actually the 44.
Yes. It was the 44 that turned around, and then the 44's rear bumper gets...
And then he gets whacked by someone.
Yes.
So everybody just piled in. Gives us a chance to talk about the coming season.
Yes.
Can you believe at the end, at tea time, we'll be halfway through this championship?
Indeed.
Incredible. Round 3. I mean, I know the Kart Championship kind of gets underway, and it's one of the first national series. So here we are, Glan, Gors. We've already been to Warden Law up in the northeast, and then Chennington in the middle of the country. From here, we go to, I'm not sure it's even arguable, the premier track in the UK, Henry.
Yes, it's
PFI in Lincolnshire.
The home of British karting. The people down at Silverstone are doing their very best to emulate it and beat it.
Silverstone, the home of British Motorsport. However, it's going to be a long time before they can call themselves the home of British karting, because it's a brand new track.
Exactly. But yeah, certainly the home of British karting, PF International. How many has the Kart Championship been to PF before?
No, first time.
So this will be the first time.
It's a big thing for the series.
Yes, a big thing for this. A big thing for the drivers, because even the club meetings at Trent Valley Kart Club are littered with British title contenders. And so, Luke Wells. I'm just picking on Luke. I'm sure there's lots of other drivers you can see there that are just getting into karting.
Yeah.
They get to go there with the people they know they compete against. They're not suddenly, because PFI, it's an intimidating place.
Well, you're not going to get the Junior Rotax British champion in Junior Primo.
No.
And this is why I think this is a massive success story.
And I think that for the Junior Primo drivers in particular, PFI will be, I think, the man in the white there, Mr. Ashton, Lee Manchester, and the other race officials. They will really have to speak carefully to these Junior Primo drivers, because the run out of the final corner at PF International, out underneath the bridge, through the S's, under the bridge and out onto the banking, that is the fastest area of track in British karting. drivers
What speeds are we
on
seeing?
full throttle for longer.
Yeah.
They're at full throttle. I mean, their max, I mean, I'm not sure there's been, but as fast as it's possible to go. There is no other area of any circuit in the UK where you are on full throttle for longer than that part of the track at PFI.
Not only are you maxed out on your speed, you're going through a very quick right and then left.
And a bridge.
And under a bridge.
Under a bridge, out onto the banking. Obviously, a lot of these drivers will have watched other events there, will have watched Kart Masters. They will see the level of racing, how aggressive it is. You know, for these drivers just starting out, it's going to be a very big thing. It's going to be a steep learning curve for them. It's
a box ticked for sure. From PFI, we then go to an old school track that has been there since 1964, Rowra, up in Cumbria. The first track I ever laid eyes on a kart race was Rowra, and that was the first track that I ever raced at.
Should we just gloat with the smell of Castrol R wafting through the quarry?
And talking about, I wish I had seen your primo then, because I was on the same grid as the British champion Alan McNish, moving up to seniors.
Lovely. Okay.
I remember trying to follow him through the chicane there. And it was the old track before they had the switchbacks. Yes. And I tried to follow him through the chicane. And I followed him through the right-hand bit. I followed him through the left-hand bit. Then on the next bit, the right-hand bit, he continued on, and I fired off into the tyres. Because that's when I learnt about kart setup. And differences in kart setup. I stayed with him a little bit.
That one corner, though, you've dined out on it ever since.
I've dined out on it ever since, and I will be repeating this at Rowra during our broadcast. So Rowra, beautiful setting up in the Lake District, Southern Lakes area, and then the season will round off 9th and 10th of August. Early finish to any kind of national series in the middle of the summer at Wilton Mill, one of the premier tracks in the UK.
Indeed, and of course the good thing about this championship being the first national series to come to an end is that we crown our first official Motorsport UK champions.
Yeah, we do.
In Bambino and Mighty Bambino, they are fighting for an official Motorsport UK British Championship. And of course, when we get to PFI, Glyn Griffiths, the head marshal there, will be there with his Mawams.
That's why he's gone woohoo PFI on the YouTube chat.
Glyn and Team TVKC will be out in force.
And disappointingly, I'm having to miss PFI because Nick and I will have to be on Le Mans 24-hour duties.
Well,
with the big kids. With the big cars.
It's a tough job, but someone's got to do it, Joe.
Absolutely. But Karting Live TV will still be there. We'll still be bringing you full live coverage from the weekend. And like we say, it's a bit of history. PFI for the first time for the Kart Championship. But for now, Henry, we're at Glan and we still have to get through round 3. Let's not get overly excited this early. Now then, after the riot act has been read and people have been pinned to a wall, metaphorically, we have been given a stern warning, and the grid nicely formed up and in slow formation, and the 44 is back on having reattached his bumper, is he?
He's not back on. Noah Clark is not there.
No, he's not. He's gone.
So Noah Clark either is going to be starting at the back or not at all. We will catch up with that, but it was a good, clean start this time around.
It's an X-Kart 1-2 through turn 1 and up the hill towards Spoon. It's still an X-Kart 1-2. Just trying to see the number on which of those X-Kart drivers. Is it Jameson? Is it Hazelwood? Down the hill to the carousel. It's
Jameson.
It's Jameson that leads from the pole position. Then the number 19 it is from the 21. And then we've got Lewis Gilbert. So in grid order, as we get towards the compression for the first time, grid order, and it'll be grid order, I think, certainly for the first 3. Then we'll have a look as they cross the line to see who's where.
And to be fair to Elijah Hazelwood, the winner at Shennington. Gilbert running wide there, coming out of the final corner, and that opened the door for the 57 of Aston Brown. Aston Brown briefly then runs wide of that TB kart. Gilbert back into third. Brown's had a problem. Aston Brown with a problem on that TV kart, and he's about to. I'm not sure. That couldn't have been something related to that earlier incident. I hope he hadn't run wide. I wonder if he has just come back on and ran wide. Slowed very suddenly. Did the number 57. We'll try and pick him up in that bright green TB kart. Well, the official TB kart sort of graphics kit.
Yeah, the X-Kart team, which are the official distributors for the TB kart, they are currently, and we've got a Battenberg flag. It's going to change the rules for the Battenberg flag. It's going to go to slowboards, isn't it, next year, I believe?
Yes, I think that's probably in keeping with karting worldwide. Now, there's the 57. So
he dropped right back, hasn't he?
He just ran wide, and I thought he was tiring, but he was obviously running wide going up the hill. The reason we are under the Battenberg flag is for an incident on the run down to the carousel. Driver is up and out of his go-kart. That would be the number 27 of Pierce Whitehead. There he is.
Yeah.
And Pierce...
Was that two karts involved in that, Nick? Or
well, I would... there's another kart at the bottom of the screen. Is that Ronnie Legg?
Being wheeled off.
Is that Ronnie Legg? No, it's the number 29. That would be Oliver Chesovich.
Now then, Oliver was quite a way up the order.
He was
17th, yeah.
And where was Mr. Whitehead?
What number was Whitehead?
Whitehead is number 27.
He was down at the back. And so I think we lost that kart on the opening lap. He's not completed one lap, and we're already on lap 3. Now then, what's the Battenberg mean? What the Battenberg means is that it's effectively, if you're familiar with car racing, it's kind of like the virtual safety car, where the leader becomes the safety car. And the leader, who is Isaac Jameson on the number 19 X kart, the TB kart, will follow the flag signals, and until we see a waved green, which will be shown on the start-finish straight for the restart, he has to stay at half racing speed.
Yep.
And the rest of the field have to form up behind him, so it'll be a line of stern race start. And what you usually see is if the experienced leader of the pack is clever enough to see when we're going to go green, he'll certainly get his foot down at the apex, but not this time. Jameson keeping his foot down. Now the restart doesn't necessarily come at the start-finish line, does it?
Normally it does, yes.
Does it?
Yes, it will. They will release the...
So we can clearly say, Henry, that we're going to go round once again.
100% we're going to go around again. The go-kart is... the driver is okay. The go-kart is, I think, now in a safe position. So I'm not quite sure why we didn't go green that lap. The race clock is still running. Not the most auspicious of starts for our junior primo class, I have to say.
No, not at all. Not at all. However, nothing out of character.
Well, they've got another superheat. Now, the good news is that at least all these X-Kart drivers have had the decency to get different colour crash helmets.
Yes.
Because you have... and now it all comes flooding back to me from Shellington. So Jameson is the green helmet, Hazelwood is the orange helmet, and then Hartley is the black helmet.
Right.
Jennings is the black helmet, and Hartley is the white helmet. And something like that.
Is Lewis Gilbert, who's splitting the X-Kart lot up, who's Lewis with? Do you know?
No.
Right.
No, haven't
we'll
got
try and
that
see.
far yet.
Well, he's got a white nose. That's probably to save a bit of weight. And he's got a yellow and blue fairing, the NASA panel on the front of the car. Let's see his side pod. Scuffed, full of tyre marks.
Yes.
Can't tell who that is. We're getting towards the start-finish line.
This should be.
I think we should see the restart. Cooper Campbell-Lees, who came into this third round in the lead of the championship with a second place at Wardenlaw, 18th in the final at Shennington, didn't go great, had great heats in super final. However, he's 7th, so keep an eye on 7th place car.
It was a penalty at
right.
Shellington. Yes, so the green flag waves, and we are racing once again. 2.5 minutes plus change to go.
And a little tap of the helmet there from Isaac Jameson tells his teammate Elijah Wood, let's work together. Let's work together and try and break away from Lewis Gilbert. Now, Lewis Gilbert is not the Lewis Gilbert that is a British Championship.
No.
This is a much younger Lewis Gilbert. I'm not even sure if our Lewis Gilbert here is from Scotland at all. Not like the British Championship.
Yes, Lewis Gilbert is not the Diamond. This is not the Diamond of Dalry. This is new Lewis.
Yes.
This is new school
Lewis Gilbert 2.
Lewis Gilbert Mark 2, yes.
Yes, we should be calling him. Here we go then, through the compression, Devil's Elbow, and then the paddock turn, and then across the line. I love that tails away shot. It really is fantastic. Jameson, Hazelwood, Gilbert, Zach Jennings 4th, Elijah Hartley 5th, Alfie Forrester, Cooper Campbell-Lee still in 7th, Ethan Bath. The only movement in the top 10, Zach Mackay ahead of Ronnie Legg for 9th.
Yes. Now, unfortunately, we're down to 25. Jasper Oakes also out of the race, along with Chezovic and the unfortunate Pierce Whitehead. And, of course, sadly, the 44 cart of... Now, the 44 cart of Noah Clark didn't take the restart. As we're looking now at, green helmet, orange helmet, Lewis Gilbert Mark II, black helmet, white and pink crash helmet.
We'll get them by the season end.
Yes, yeah.
By the end. And then they'll change the liveries, of course, on the helmet.
And they'll change
new paint
classes. Yes, of course.
So we've got X-Kart having a very, very good representation here. First, second and fourth, Lewis Gilbert, the interloper, in that team effort there. But again, first four breaking away from the next four, which is Elijah Hartley, Alfie Forrester, Cooper Campbell-Lee, and Zach Mackay now. I wouldn't be surprised, Henry, if we see the 5th place car joining onto the back and making this an 8-car train for the lead overall.
Yeah, and Alfie Forrester, who is trying to... I just see Cooper Campbell-Lee, I think, has just passed Alfie Forrester for 6th position. Let's have a look. Yeah, Forrester in that very brightly livery number 79 card and slipped back to 7th. Zach Mackay, Ronnie Legg and Sam Eden rounding out your top 10. Good job by Lewis Gilbert. Number 1, got turned around the first start. That's going to shake anyone's confidence, even these youngsters. Then number 2 is surrounded by teammates. And you know that they will work together if at all possible. So he can't make a mistake. They
are working together just to prove Bradley wrong, because that 5th place car has not been able to make any kind of inroads. Elijah Hartley in 5th with Cooper Campbell-Lee, Alfie Forrester, Zach Mackay. They've got their own group, 5th downwards.
Yes.
This leading group here across the line to complete what is lap number 8 now. These 4 seem to be working together, but they're on the last lap. So if they are working together, that's over now. They're just racing. And I think, Henry, I suspect they've been absolutely flat out from the green flag at the restart.
Yeah, and you can now start looking at Zach Jennings in 4th position. He's starting to move around offline to maybe think about passing Gilbert. But Gilbert has got designs on 2nd place Elijah Hazelwood. But it's looking like they're going to... I'd be surprised if anybody makes a move in the top 4 through these final couple of corners. Looks as though, they played it nice and safe. This is only the first super heat. Yes.
Yeah.
Second rappel crossing the line.
Yeah, but good spot, Henry.
Yes.
Just look at that purple lap time from Lewis Gilbert. He did have designs.
Yes.
That was the fastest lap of the whole race, and everybody in that top 4 green lap times, meaning they are putting in their personal best lap times. Isaac Jameson takes the win. Isaac Jameson takes the win. Elijah Hazelwood takes 2nd. Lewis Gilbert took 3rd. Zach Jennings 4th. Elijah Hartley, Cooper Campbell-Lee, Zach Mackay, Alfie Forrester. That was 5th to 8th. And then it was Ronnie Legg and Samuel Yeadon who rounded off the top 10. Oscar Pitt, Ethan Bath, Aston Brown, Lily Shaw, Luke Wells up to 15th after dropping down. Miles Cleworth, Thomas Butcher, Noah Jones, George Ralston. Thomas Albler was 20th. And then we had Harry Ward, Charlie Thompson, Lucas Olofsson, Archie Ray Watson. Josh Whitaker was the last finisher on 9 laps. And then we had lost Oscar Shervich, Jasper Oakes and Pierce Whitehead. Well, just catching our breath a little bit here at Glan with a very incident-packed junior primo heat. Nothing out of character there. The next heat that we've got for you is the first of the super heats for the Micromax class. We're back to cadets here. 13 karts have qualified. Quite a few of the names in this one you will recognise if you've been following the Kart Championship on Karting Live TV from last year's championship. You'll notice that a few of the names have made the step up from the Bambino class, whether that be the C50 or indeed the mighty Bambinos, with the likes of Freddie Blackshaw, Noah Wicklow, Arthur Bowers, Henry Algar, We've got Jensen Darlow, hello to Sarah and Tim who are here running it. That's Mum and Dad. The pole position, though, with a complete 100% record from the heats yesterday is Lewis Kirkcaldy. He's carrying the S plate. That's the orange and black card, orange and grey card on the left of your screen there. He's carrying the S plate. What does that mean? That means he's the Scottish champion. He gets to carry the accolade of running that S plate throughout the country in all MSUK sanctioned series. Ethan Lloyd, he's the kart that again another orange and black livery, just to confuse Henry and I. He's on the front row alongside. The yellow and blue kart, that's ST Racing's, John Stewart's ST Racing, running Freddie Blackshaw here. Will Blackshaw, his dad, been around karting since he was a kid. Freddie on third place. Noah Wicklow, we know Noah from Bambino Racing that season. A very, very quick driver, and it looks like he's found his feet in the Micromax class for the first time this year. They are on row 2. Row 3, we've got Arthur Bowers and Henry Algar. Row 4, Jensen Darlow, who really has found his feet in this class. Ethan McClelland alongside on row 4. But Zach Andrew and Harry Stinson on row 5. Teddy Roberts and Carter Jackson are on row 6. And then Lani Edun rounds off a 13 kart field. Keep your comments coming, keep your questions coming for Henry and I. Keep us on our toes as the Micromax class make their way around. They will be given 2 laps, I'm told, unless they're forming up. Unless Dan changes his mind, if he likes the look of them, and they do look good. It all depends on their acceleration line when they choose to accelerate, and they were certainly on the gas before the apex of the turn. I don't see any false start flags, so we are racing, and everybody looks like they're in the lead, Henry.
Yes, a nice 11 wide start there from our Micromax drivers. 2 of them onto the grass. Oh, that's going to be big. Going into the tyres there, and there's another one, that number 53, Noah Wicklow.
That was Freddie Blackshaw, the yellow and blue kart of ST Racing. I saw the livery as he spears off to the left. Karts coming together. Blackshaw on the yellow and blue kart. Not quite sure. I think that might have been Noah Wicklow. Yes. The number 53, though, that is Noah Wicklow. Yeah. So Noah comes off further round the turn.
And I looked as though with Freddie Blackshaw, when he tried to turn, maybe because he was like slipstreaming with the driver in front of him so much, almost looked as though one of the bits of his nose cone got caught by a side, because he tried turning and the cart just went straight. And of course the poor driver on his outside, who I think was Ethan Lloyd, just had nowhere to go.
Things settling down by the time we get the spoon for the second time. The Scottish champion Lewis Kirkcaldy off and into the lead, but into second place for the first time is Arthur Bowers, who's gone by the number 12 of Henry Elgar, and that's Jensen Darlow on the green kart there, who's gotten involved as well. Down to 4, no, back up to 3rd, down to 4th. The number 12 of Henry Algar went across the line after lap 1 in second place. He's now 4th, and he's chasing back after Jensen Darlow. Behind them, Zach Andrew and Harry Stinson, Ethan McClelland, Carter Jackson. They're not too far behind, Henry. This is going to be a cracker.
Yes, Arthur Bowers, interesting story about the number 99 of Bowers. He finished 9th in last year's Bambino Championship. He's being coached by David Bellchambers, multiple British kart champion, Kart Masters GP winner, and David's grandfather helped design the road network at Milton Keynes.
Did he? It's his fault, is it?
He's the H's and the V's.
It's a great racetrack, Milton Keynes.
Yes.
How we haven't had a Milton Keynes Grand Prix, I do not know.
Well, I mean, yes, and but Bowers, looking over his shoulder, pushing Kirkcaldy away.
Bowers has come from kind of way back. He had to overtake 2 cars to get onto the bumper of the S plate.
I've known David for an awful long time, and in terms of one-to-one driver coaching and tuition, he has a reputation that precedes itself. He's excellent at the one-to-one driver coaching element.
Well, he's doing a good job there, because
Mr. Bowers is on a charge going up the hill, but Kirkcaldy, that the S plate stands for the Scottish. So there are 2 national plates in the island in Scotland.
I've done that.
You've done that.
While you nipped off to the loo.
The A plate and the A plate and the S plate, yes, and the A plate is all over. That's a 4-round series.
It's a 4-round series,
yes.
isn't it? Yeah.
One at each of the 4 tracks in Scotland. North.
It's not just the one-off day,
yes,
is it?
Plate's a one-off day. Yeah.
Right. So the A Plate is the 4-round championship.
Yes.
That's the All Scotland Championship.
Yes.
That's a bit like an O Plate, but in Scotland.
Yes, the Scottish Super Series.
Right.
Which is a Super Series of one weekend.
Yes, yes. Which I kind of like those one-off O Plate events, because it's all about the day, isn't it?
Yeah,
You're not thinking championship. We've now got a 3-card battle because that's Jensen Darlow, who's latching on to the back there. A little bit of a variation. In fact, Henry, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we've got like
most
8 carts. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 carts now forming a cadet train, which we kind of have become familiar with in cadet karting, and this is rotax cadet karting.
And of course, Jensen Darlow in the number 27 car, first ever podium last time out at Shannington.
Brilliant. He's really come on, hasn't he?
Yeah, started the year 15th at Morden Law, 2nd at Shannington, so he's moved up to P5 in the championship. We've got 7 in this league group with Carter Jackson there in number 77. Had an interview with Carter. I asked him what his name was. He went, Carter. And all his family have been calling him
Carter. Really?
But his name is Carter, not Carter. He remembered now. But they're getting closer and closer, these 7. There's Jackson in 8th place. Ethan McClelland, Harry Stinson, Zach Andrew and Henry Algar are rounding out this lead train at the moment.
It's going to come down to that racecraft that Arthur Bowers has been taught, and he'll have been taught, not just how to drive around a racetrack fast, but he'll have been coached as to how to get past. However, it's a big ask, a massive ask, because that's Lewis Kokori who he's got to get round. And if anything, Henry, with 3 minutes remaining on the clock, still plenty of time to go racing here. It's only a short lap, 48 seconds for these karts. There's still a bit of time left, but also there's still a bit of time for those karts of Henry Algar and Zach Andrew to get in amongst the top 3 and spoil their party.
Yes, indeed. I noticed that on the live chat. Michael Burke says hello. Michael Burke from Bathurst, Australia.
Hello, Michael. Welcome back.
Is a veteran of lots of karting. Orange Kart Club, I think he's involved in officiating over in Australia. And of course, Bathurst, one of the only other circuits which has got a devil's elbow in it. So
that's true, yes. This
is going up and down the side of a mountain, but in Wales, not
similar.
Not Mount Panorama.
Similar, because we can say mountain.
Oh, we can say mountain.
Yeah, we can say mountain.
We can say mountain.
Here we go. We are climbing the mountain up the Dragon Straight towards the Spoon Curve, and it looks like Arthur Bowers is just playing a waiting game. As he, I thought, for a moment, the S-Plate was getting away from Kokori, was making that gap as they came across the line. That's completely disappeared. Again, is it that slipstream on the Dragon Straight that's bringing that into play?
Well, Val Chambers' phrase involves, when you've got to go for it, you take your socks off. At the moment, Bowers has his socks on. At the moment, but soon the socks
take your socks off.
Socks are off, and he's going for it.
The socks are off.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm really not sure what the analogy means on that one.
I mean, but you pull your socks up, but pull
your socks off.
Pull your socks up when you got to behave yourself, and then when you got to go, take your socks off completely.
Well, he might need to put his socks back on because Jensen Darlow's coming up behind him as well. So we had Arthur Bowers who was challenging the Kokori in the lead of this race. He's now being joined by Darlow, and if he's not careful, Darlow's going to nip through because that's what he's looking for. Darlow on the green and white cart there. But behind Darlow, Henry Algar, Zach Andrew and Harry Stinson, they're joining in as well. They want to be part of this.
Yeah, and they're all driving very sensibly. This is, a minute to go. We've still got this line of 7 with Jackson 8th, Ethan Lloyd, who's recovered to 9th position, or Teddy Roberts, Freddie Blackshaw, Lani Eden and Noah Wicklow. So everyone is still running after those first lap shenanigans. And Cacaldi checking over his shoulder. Now, Cacaldi, he is the nephew of British GT multiple winner Andrew Cacaldi, is he not?
Yeah, I believe so.
LKQ,
it's a family.
The LKQ sponsorship.
I think he's nephew, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, I was chatting to them at Warden Law. I didn't realise there was a connection there to Andrew. But I remember Andrew in single-seaters back in the UK, back in the day. And, of course, at Le Mans and stuff. We are going to see a last lap board this time as we head back down the mountain through the compression. That's Devil's Elbow, the left-hander now, into paddock. No, sorry, that's Devil's Elbow now, the left-hander.
Yes.
Missed out where I was there. Into paddock turn.
Yep.
And it will be the last lap board that they will see. There it is, the final lap, last lap, says the big board. And taking to the right-hand side of the track, and that's more of a defensive move than a challenge on the lead.
Yep.
From Arthur Bowers in that black helmet. Oh, he leaves a bit of a gap, does he, for Jensen Darlow to squeeze by? No, because the momentum into the corner was what he needed, and it's still all to play for down the hill.
And I think, by the fact that Capaldi didn't defend, almost caught Bowers out a little bit, because Bowers wasn't expecting Capaldi to take the normal racing line down Dragon Straight. And now there's a battle for 5th position. Zach Stinson passing Andrew.
Yeah, that almost looked like a potential passing place at turns 5 and 6. Got no name, just the numbers. Here we go then. Final turn for Kukori. And he's got the biggest gap we've seen pretty much the whole race there. He takes the flag with half a second, the gap back to Arthur Bowers. And they've kind of finished as they've been racing there. Yep. So it just shows how fast everybody absolutely on it there. Jensen Darlow takes a very well-deserved 3rd place. Zach Andrew nearly made it happen, didn't he? But comes in 4th. Harry Stinson 5th. Henry Algar. Wasn't Algar in 4th?
Yes, Andrew and Stinson managed to squeeze.
Right.
Well, I think it was rather Andrew opening the door.
Yes.
Stinson going through as well, and Algar just losing 2 places in one go.
Okay, yeah, that was a change. Ethan McClellan then 7th, Carter Jackson 8th, Ethan Lloyd, Freddie Blackshaw recovering to 10th there. He'll not be happy with that one. He wanted to do much better than that, considering his grid position. Larney Eden, Teddy Roberts, and Noah Wicklow again. Noah, we lost. He did complete the race, but again, it was a recovery drive for him.
Yes, and now we look at the Coma Bambino field. We've got our Ayrton Senna replica grid. We've got our Sebastian Vettel. That's a Lando Norris.
Is it tribute?
McLaren, yes. And then you've got also the Nigel Mansell Williams. I can't see our Martini Brabham driver out there.
BT 44B 75, yes. The white one. Not the red one. That came in 76.
Carlos Pache, Carlos Reutemann.
Yes. 7 and 8.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to leave you with the grid, Henry, for a second.
No problems at all. So, Coma Bambino, heat, super heat, number 1. And it's going to be Fast Freddie Purnell on the front of the field. In the number 33 cart. Then you've got Calman Simon in the black and gold Ayrton Senna livery machine on the outside of row number 1. The red 5, Nigel Mansell's, well, it's actually the number 10 cart, but it's the red 10 of Hendrix Fallat, starts 3rd, just behind the Ayrton Senna livery. And then on the outside of the second row, it's the Vettel Red Bull of Cole Parrish, number 74. Of course, there were 10 entries. We're down to 9 because Tommy Lovejoy overnight has swapped classes. And that is a shame because it's a fantastic little class. And all the mechanics and the teams have been getting into the spirit of the whole retro liveried entries. There we go, as you could see, heading out onto the track. We've got some newcomers. Hayden Bailey in cart number 86 is new. Vinnie Wright in the number 37, and Ayrton Edwards-Jones in the number 27. So they are new to the championship. Unfortunately, our Martini Brabham is not out there this week, but we've got still a whole host of great retro liveries. The details that have gone into some of these carts, absolutely fantastic, as you can see. So it's going to be Freddie Purnell, Calman Simon, row 1, Hendrix Fallat, Cole Parrish, row 2, Vinnie Wright and Max St. Hilaire on row 3, Hayden Bailey and Frank Pearson on row number 4, and then all on his own at the back, Ayrton Edwards-Jones on row number 5. As, of course, Freddie Purnell, who is 3rd in the championship. The wins have been shared between Hendricks Falat and then last time out Kalman Simon. But Freddie Purnell, 2 podiums, a second and a third of the championship. Cole Parrish, a third and a fourth, is 4th in the championship. And of course, this, like the Mighty Bambinos, is for an official Motorsport UK British karting title. Standing start, 8 minutes plus a lap, and we are off and racing. And already Falat from the inside of row 2 gets the drop on Simon, but it's Purnell who leads them down the Dragon Straights.
It's Williams in second, Lotus in third then.
Yes.
Head up. I'm not quite sure who that that car is in the lead.
That's just Freddie Purnell.
That's Freddie Purnell, right, okay.
I will discuss, well, as things calm down, as you see Mansell and Senna going side by side, that's like the run to the line at Jerez in '86. No.
Is that Lando Norris in 4th?
That's not Lando in 4th. That's Cole Parrish has dropped to 5th. Lando is in the orange and black. Lando is
right.
There's
an orange and black kart in 4th as well. Down the inside has gone the Red Bull.
Yes.
That's Sebastian Vettel, is it?
Yes, a Vettel Red Bull.
Okay. I love the way the parents have got behind this and give them retro Formula One liveries and even their helmets. I mean, Freddie Purnell, he's his own man. Freddie Purnell is on a yellow and blue kart there and leads across the line, but it's Mansell and Senna behind in the form of Hendricks Falat and Kalman Simon.
Now, of course, Freddie does 2 classes. Mum mechanics the Mighty karts, and Dad,
really? Is that what they do?
Dad mechanics this kart. And of course, jokingly at Shellington, I said to Mum, well, great stuff. What retro livery are you going to turn up with, for the next rounds and get into the spirit of things? And she goes, oh, well, we're Welsh, and there's never been a Welsh Formula One driver, has there?
Are you kidding me?
From
literally walking distance.
I turned to the husband, who was filing divorce papers as I spoke to him. I said, what about Tom Price? She said, whoops.
Oops, indeed.
So I want a U-Op shadow for the next round. It hasn't quite happened, but at least Mrs. Purnell is now fully aware of the Welsh heritage in Formula One.
Big loss to British Formula One. But my drive-through here is through Ruthin.
Oh, well, yes.
And over my left shoulder, I drive past the memorial there for Tom Price.
Yes.
Back to the track, though. Freddie Purnell, who could end up with a white helmet with 4 stripes down the front.
Well, he should, yes.
In honour of Welsh driver Tom Price, who was, as I said, it's Hendricks Falat, though, who's glued to that rear bumper.
Yes.
Kalman Simon's dropped away from these 2 leaders, and he's kind of trying to get back on terms, it seems, but looking very, very threatening is that Nigel Mansell replica helmet of Falat right on the rear bumper of Purnell.
And it is going to be difficult for Kalman Simon because Falat is working. There's no gap. That is Falat literally pushing Purnell around, and Purnell trusting in Hendricks, knowing that 8 wheels together will work better than 4 wheels on their own. So Simon already sort of in no man's land, but look at this huge gap back to the Red Bull, the McLaren and the number 37 kart of Vinnie Wright, who on his championship debut is doing very well indeed.
Behind that top 5 then Max St-Hilaire, Frank Pearson, Hayden Bailey, they're down to 8th, and then Ayrton Edwards-Jones, wonder who he's named after. Ayrton Edwards-Jones on the number 27, I've got to say. Now, the 27 is, of course, Villeneuve's number, so anybody who wants to put a Villeneuve replica out there will get my attention.
Yes, indeed. And again...
That's Gilles Villeneuve.
Yes, Gilles, the one who wore his overalls correctly.
Yes. Yes. Yes, indeed. Do you think at all, looking at this, the kind of the body language that we're seeing here from the 2 leaders here, Purnell looks composed. Purnell is comfortable. He's not fit. He could probably feel a couple of little nudges that are coming. And that's not deliberate contact. That's just the way that the karts come together. There, right there. They're touching. They're actually touching and cutting that hole in the air all the way up the Dragon Straight. And that's benefiting them, aren't they? They're kind of using that hole in the air, the bigger hole in the air that they're creating. And it works. Exactly. I don't know what the science is exactly in technical terms, but it works every time.
Well, Purnell isn't looking over his shoulder, so he knows that Falat is there, but he's also not concerned. he said he knows he's waiting for the inevitable. There's no way that he's going to get to the end of this race without having to repel at least one attack from Hendricks Falat. I think what you're going to see is for the next 2 minutes, maybe even 3 minutes, Falat will just sit and push. And then, about half a lap before he's going to go, you'll see him back off the rear bumper a little bit. He'll back off the rear bumper. He'll just give Freddie Purnell a full sense of security as he stops slipstreaming with him, and then he will launch an assault somewhere.
Now, we might not have mentioned this, but we'll remind everybody what the age of these drivers are. Now then, 6 to 8 is always as I've understood it, but does that include the year of the 6th birthday? Because there are people who sneak 4 and 5-year-olds into this class, aren't they?
Zane Sofawoglu couldn't do the opening round of the championship because he was still 5.
Right.
So it is 6. You've got to be 6.
And it's MSUK, so you can't really sort of shuffle that in any way.
Yep.
So 6 to 8 years old, this is how young they are. And what fascinates me is just the instinctive way that they drive these Bambino karts. We'll see the same in the electric Bambinos as we do in the petrol engine karts. They do exactly the same lap time, slightly different ways, but the way that these youngsters race, it's instinctive. It's got to be. You can't teach a 6-year-old how to race a kart.
No.
It's just, they are just out there and they are just doing it.
You were speaking earlier about your own grandson, how at the age of 4...
Yeah, he's just instinctively
have wheels, will go fast.
Yes.
You know, there's it's interesting. Of course, you speaking about Richardson chassis engineering, and of course, Dave Richardson, there's the move from Falat to the inside.
Is it going to happen, though, because he's got to go... Yes, he's went down the inside. Now, Purnell is going to latch back on. Has he gone too early as they go side by side down the hill to the carousel? Purnell's got the ideal line down the inside. He says, excuse me, this belongs to me. And Falat has got to come back at him.
And let's look at the gap. 4.6 seconds back to Carmen Simon in 3rd position. I think Falat may have gone a little bit too early because Purnell now knows all gloves are off. For the next minute, Purnell is on high alert.
He is very much, and he knows that if he does get, if Falat gets through at the spoon, he just has to relax, take the optimum line, and then do what he just done there. Down the hill towards the carousel. There's plenty of space. Here he comes again. Same move. Yep. It's exactly the same copybook from Falat as he goes down the inside into spoon, through the sweeping right-hander, into the braking area. He got it done a bit earlier, though, Henry, and it's before they get to the corner, he's in the lead. So it is really going to have to be Purnell coming back at him with momentum down the hill, and I'm not sure that momentum is there.
And I noticed that Falat just eased off the throttle a little bit going up the hill towards Spoon there to stop him, like just washing out a tiny bit wide and preventing Purnell from coming back through. So Purnell, sort of opened the door going into Dragon Straight. This could be a deliberate move from Freddie Purnell. Maybe he doesn't want the lead on to the last lap. That might sound strange.
Yeah.
But in Bambino racing it isn't. But we're going to find out.
This is what I mean, Henry.
Yeah, Purnell doesn't lead into the last lap because we're on the last lap now and Falat has it.
Yes, but Falat just hugs the white line on the right-hand side of the track, which is going to make really difficult. Purnell's going to have to go around the outside through the sweeping right into the braking area. If there is indeed a braking area on these Bambino karts, into Spoon, it's still Falat and Purnell. Purnell just can't find a way around the outside. Again, down the inside with his Nigel Mansell replica helmet. Falat hangs onto the inside line and makes it very, very difficult, all nigh impossible for Purnell to go down the inside because there isn't an inside there.
Yep, although Purnell now is trying to... Will he cut underneath coming off this corner? No. Falat is able to, I think, probably... but barring sort of a lunge into the last corner, which Purnell thinks about, will we get a crossover? No.
That last turn is really fast in these Bambinos. It's an acceleration zone, if anything, out of Devil's Elbow, but didn't stop Purnell having a look, did it? He came side by side.
Very good indeed, and just with Hendricks Falat. Mentioned Hendricks on the front of his kart. there is a sticker in remembrance of Hendrix's godfather. I believe it's his godfather. Is it Josh Richards, the ex-Man United and Rochdale football player,
right?
That passed away of cancer earlier on, I think.
Earlier on this year?
Earlier on this year, yes.
Oh, so he's only a youngster.
Yeah.
Oh, what a shame.
I think it's Josh. I think it might have been Josh Richards, footballer.
Quickly have a rundown then of the result of the C50 Bambino Superheat 1. It's Hendrix Fallat taking the lead, taking the win. Freddie Purnell in second. Calman Simon in third. We've got the mechanical flag for Freddie Purnell in second place.
Oh.
And the black flag that came out for Purnell.
Oh, right. We didn't
which I didn't spot that. It's only been spotted after the flag. So that was black flag, meaning disqualification, doesn't it?
Oh, right.
These are very much provisional.
That changes everything.
Yeah, that does change everything. Very much provisional then. Hendrix on the road. Hendrix Fallat, Freddie Purnell, Calman Simon, Cole Parrish fourth, Vinnie Wright fifth, Max St-Hilaire sixth, Frank Pearson seventh, Hayden Bailey eighth, and Ayrton Edwards Jones rounds off the 9-kart C50 Bambino field. What have we got next? Let's have a look and see what's coming next. It is Intermax. For there, we've got two more Superheat number one,
yes.
Then we go into the second phase of Superheat. So we've got Intermax and we've got Honda Cadets. Now then, I'm a big fan of both of these classes. Intermax coming first. That's the grid of 19 karts in Intermax, and it's that character, Logan Rolfe. He is a little character,
now
isn't he,
with his head fully stapled back together.
What was that?
Well, he was sporting a rather nasty gash across the top of his forehead at Shennington, and Nick and I went and spoke to him during our paddock show, and he was playing in the park with his sister, went behind a bush to hide from said sister, and came across some barbed wire.
Oh dear.
Which managed to rip a nice hole in the top of his head. Luckily, the doctors were able to glue it together, not stitch it,
right,
so he could race.
Excellent. Well, It hasn't caused him to be any slower,
no,
because he's there on pole position after maximum points haul in yesterday's heats. Alongside him, though, it's not going to be easy for Logan as Jensen Sale lines up alongside him. Noah Jepson is alongside Lucas Esser, who we speak to in the paddock show. We have a good little chat with Lucas. They're on row 2. Row 3 is Larry Price and Cameron Tipping. James Fabricius and Luke Millwood, current British champion in Micromax, joining us for this one at the Kart Championship. It's a big welcome to Luke and Joe. 5th row is Charlie Quinn and Buddy Hugo. 6th row, Eddie Duncan and Annika Hurd. Oliver Barton and Noah Clare are next up, with the 8th row, Ronnie Smart and Jamie Walsh. 9th row is Jaden Patel-Scott. Another great interview with Jaden, who kind of produced our paddock show, to be honest.
Oh, fair
Jack Mellon's alongside Jaden, and Rudra Gokulnath is rounding off a 19 kart field. Yes, Jaden moving up from cadets. So we get a bit of an insight as to the difference between Honda Cadets and this Intermax class that Jaden is just finding his feet on. And he had a terrible time. The reason why he's down the grid is because he had a throttle cable issue. We are going green, are we? We are indeed. And from that pole position has gone the number 132 of Logan Rolfe, and already pulling out a bit of a gap as they get to Spoon. Second place up for grabs, though, as the field come over that brow. What a great sight that is. Great pan-out view from Scotty up on the hill. Great pictures there. And then down the hill they come back to our other cameraman, Ash, who will pick them up through the carousel and off towards turns 5 and 6. A little bit of an lack of imagination when it came to naming those corners.
At the top of the hill, now the descent. Larry Price has been the man to beat this year. A winner at both rounds, and of course the first round we had a whole bunch of sort of interloping drivers.
Yeah, we did.
From another championship, and Larry showed them all a clean pair of heels.
Yeah.
Won again at Shennington. But this class, at standalone, the 19 championship contenders, all very, very quick. Now, Luke Millwood, in this championship, he's driving a TB kart in this series, the very similar to the one that is being raffled by the championship, although the one being raffled by the championship is a full-sized chassis. And Millwood, getting used to that TB kart. Shennington, his progress was hindered by a clean sweep of penalties on Saturday at a 100% track record. A penalty in every race.
Oh, really?
I think it was nose cones.
That's the wrong kind of consistency we need.
Yes. But, he's getting used to the new kart, which he only drives in this championship, and he says it's very, very good. He's pleased with it. Jensen Sale, the number 140, second last time out at Shennington. That's moved him into championship contention. And again, that podium has really boosted Jensen's confidence. He's sitting behind race leader Noah Rolfe very, very happily. Then Noah Jepson, the Javelin Track Days sponsored driver, in third. Fourth is Esser, and then Price, fifth, with Millwood, Fabricius, Tipping, Hugo and Duncan top 10.
Jepson had an absolute nightmare at Wardenlaw, came 24th with a great finish at Shennington, came fourth. It's all about these front two at the moment, though. Logan Rolfe, Jensen Sale. Logan has that distinctive kind of laid-back floppiness about his driving style, doesn't he?
Yes.
Looks like he's been thrown around the kart. His neck sort of goes left and right, but he's very comfortable with it, and it doesn't cause him any kind of disadvantage, and he just kind of lets his body flop rather than fighting it and maybe, becoming a bit too physical.
Well, also, he's very tall for a driver, so, he has to help keep him comfortable. And also, if you sort of put the seat back when you're a tall driver, you punch a bigger hole in the air. It's very unaerodynamic. So by sitting yourself back in the seat like Logan does, he just helps himself aerodynamically. Oh, and there is Luke Millwood off at the side of the circuit. The yellow flag is waving for the departure of the TB kart. Sadly, the number 138 of Millwood out of the race. I can see Luke standing next to his kart, so obviously, he's okay, and I don't know whether it's a mechanical issue or an incident-related issue. But you can see Rolfe, because he's taller, they've got less room to play with in terms of seat positioning, so he has got to have the back of his seat is much lower. Because it sat backwards, so he's almost got to sort of, sit back and look like he's a very laid-back character in the wheel.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
It kind of looks uncomfortable the way he's being flung around. It looks like he's being flung around, but he's not, is he? He's just letting his body go with the flow kind of thing.
But if you look at the back of, see where the back of Logan's seat comes up to, it's below the red of the rotax engine. Then you compare that with the back of Sale's seat, which is far more upright because Jensen is a shorter driver in stature. We're
inside the second half of this one. We've got a glimpse there of the balcony area where all the signals. All the semaphore signals going to the drivers. I'm not sure they're actually looking to the left as they look towards the apex of that turn one. Very, very fast here at Glan. It's certainly flat out in an Intermax. So their focus will be on that. They may get a glimpse of it as they head towards that sweeping right-hander. They're being joined by Jepson here. Now, we spoke about Jepson, didn't we? Having a bit of a nightmare at Wardenlaw, but then being in the top four at Shenny. The top two are becoming a top three very shortly, I think. Plenty of time for that to happen as well, Henry.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that Larry Price hasn't passed Lucas Esser and has closed in the championship leader. Of course, the track's very, very different, require a very different sort of approach setup-wise. Maybe now you can see Price is just behind the orange crash helmet of Esser, but isn't making any inroads into passing him yet. They do have the 4th and 5th place karts have a slight gap over the next gaggle. There they are, Esser and Price, and behind them there's maybe a 10-15 kart lengths, less than that now as I look back, to Fabricius, Tipping, Duncan, Hugo, Quinn, Barton, Annika Hurd in 12th position. And behind Annika Hurd, there's another 1 second gap back to Noah Clare, Ronnie Smart, Jaden Patel Scott, Jack Mellon, Rudra Gokulnath, and Jamie Walsh. Still no change at the front, but you are right, Joe. The 2 have become a 3.
Yeah, it wasn't going to take long, was it, for that to happen? As we have got a 3-car battle now. We're inside of 90 seconds. I've just changed the chat over to the Kart Championship, so we've probably got more people to talk to, Henry. I'm not sure whether Jensen Seal has anything in the tool. He's going to prove me wrong here, as everyone's proved me wrong. All these kids have proved me to be talking rubbish. Some would certainly concur with that. I'm not sure Jensen Seal, I'll say what I was going to say.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not sure Jensen Seal has got anything in the toolkit to get past Logan Rolfe. However, time will tell, because we're inside the final minute, so opportunities. It's not an easy place to pass here at Glan. It's a very, very sweeping track here, and there's not really a slow corner, is there? I mean, the final turn is, or maybe the compression is the tightest turn, but it's got a flow to it, and it's not a multi-line corner. This section here, through there, you can sometimes squeeze down the inside, but we haven't got a stop and turn here. This corner here, the right-hander, that's relatively tight, but it's still an acceleration zone.
Yeah, I apologise. Yeah, it's not Josh Richards. Thank you to David Sullivan, who will be joining PF5 for the next round of this championship. He said it was to Joe Thompson, not. Yes, so I do apologise there. Josh Owen saying that Logan Rolfe's driving style is similar to Callum Bradshaw's. I've got to say, it's more Mark Kimber. In terms of Kimber is far more laid back like that than Bradshaw.
There was a kid in a KR Sport as well. That name, he used to flop around a lot, and he had a neck injury.
Yeah, the Belgian lad.
No, he's English.
Yeah, no, but he raced for Belgium with the grand final, so I know exactly who you're going to say, who you're on about, whose name escapes me. Anyway,
last lap board, we'll come back to that.
Yeah, we'll come back to that.
Yes, we'll come back to floppy drivers who drive in a floppy way. It looks like Logan, who's now woke up to the fact that Seal is here.
Sebastian Mins, got to say it, Sebastian Mins.
Yeah, because we would have forgotten, wouldn't we?
Yeah.
Sebastian Mins, that's the one. Logan Rolfe has responded to my words of Jensen Seal being in a position, and he's he got his head down going up the Dragon Straight there. He's now pulled a little bit of a cushion there, and I think cushion being enough to give him this lead and maintain the lead through this last sequence of corners here, through the compression, and then on towards the left-hander, the penultimate corner there, the Devil's Elbow left-hander into the final turn, and across the line. He will hang on to this lead, which he's turned into a win. From Jensen Seal, from Noah Jepson, from Larry Price, Lucas Esser, they'll be happy with that. Buddy Hugo for LRG Motorsport through in 6th. And then we've got Tipping, Fabricius, Eddie Duncan and Annika Hurd.
Yes, good drive there from Logan Rolfe. Had a win in another championship recently, which has obviously boosted his confidence. And of course, Logan's dad, Gary Rolfe, used to run the Vital Motorsports team. Amongst the graduates out of the Vital Motorsport team, British touring car star Bobby Thompson. And Gary was another former, when he was a mechanic in karting, he mechanicked for the late Dan Weldon, amongst others. So there is a distinct pedigree in the Rolfe family. And I have to say that last weekend, when I was not wonderfully well and was unable to work, Kelly Rolfe, Gary's wife, Logan's mum, said, "Well, Henry, you've got to think about these things positive, right? You know, if you've got tonsillitis, you can't eat and lose weight." Just like that, she said. Just like that. Right, it's time for Honda Cadet. Over 34 strokes. And this is going to be a very, very good race.
34 strokes in the form of
34 strokes.
34 stroke. The 34-stroke engine. That's a bit of a Mercedes car.
It's like the karting version of Beats 5 3 4 5 5.
We have got 34 cars for the first time.
There we
Karts.
go. That's okay.
Karts on the track there, on the grid, about to make their way out. But another Scottish champion there, another S-plate at the top there, Henry, Archie Cannon.
Yes, Archie has been very, very impressive. That's okay. It took me 2 races, my first car racing competition with TCR UK before I called it a kart track, and then I called Silverstone Shennington. So
did you really?
Yes.
It's easily done when you go from one to another.
Easily done, because you look over the Maggots Becky's complex, you think, gliders, Shennington.
Yeah, I can see where that mistake was made. I mentioned Riley Blakemore alongside on the front row. Archie Loveridge and Arthur Murphy are on row 2. Elliot Bourke and Dino Rowlands are on row 3. Row 4 is Theo Hamilton and Jack Wykes. Luke McGull and Ethan Pearson share row 5, with Ronnie Jones and Oliver Ratton on row 6. Row 7 is Daniel Barton and Ollie Knox. Mason Becker, Bradley Sutton are next. Standing start, by the way, just mentioned that. Row 9 is Joshua Adoti and Sawyer Henderson, with Finley Thursfield, Jerry Dufficy on row 10. Row 11 is Reggie Dufficy and Shailin Srikantan. Luke Jardine and James Murphy are next up. Row 13, Jensen Fathers and Arthur Roberts, with Matty Horsebill, Maximilian Mikalski, Seth Wright and Arthur Bath rounding off with, like you say, Henry, a 30 kart field. That is that is a very, very healthy grid of karts here in the Kart Championship.
A couple of quick bits of any other business. Get well soon to J.N. Prakash, who did his collarbone in testing on Saturday at Shennington. Who else have we got to say? Theo Hamilton, watch the number 30. Theo led about 20 yards of all on-track action at Shennington. It was the last 20 yards to the checkered flag. He had made a habit of making lots and lots of late last lap moves, did Theo Hamilton. So watch for Hamilton as the field gets underway here in Honda Cadet, and the back markers are even round the corner. Gotta love that. You know you're in a healthy grid where you're starting at the back and you can't see the lights. Yeah,
the number 15 eased on to the...
Luke McGall.
Luke McGall there, eased onto the grass there, but it's the S-plate that leads into the top corner of the spoon curve and out of there. Lovely shot there as they head off down the hill. And he was under pressure, but that was all about the slipstream, wasn't it? Coming up the Dragon Straight, up to spoon curve, and then on through turns 5 and turn 6 there, and he's still hanging on to that lead, Henry, with fine style there. The green helmet of the S-plate holder, Archie Cannon, will lead this field across the line. I'm pretty confident there. He may have 2 corners left, but he's not going to get this wrong, is he?
I've got to say, I might be biased, but as an ex-4-stroke driver, the sight of 30 Hondas, single file, snaking their way down the hill is absolutely fantastic.
I mean, look at that, how healthy that is. And this is a great starting entry-level form of karting from 8 years old to 12-year-old kids. That's where Honda Cadets come in, and they're relatively easy. They're a sealed engine. You bolt it on, you buy it, you bolt it on. You have to get everything else right. You've got to get your bearings running free. You've got to get your tyre pressures right. You've got to get your toe and your. I'm not even sure there's camber and caster allowed in these cadets.
I believe, there are, but at least you can concentrate on that without worrying about rebuilding the motor every 3 laps. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what is effectively a generator engine has been a part of karting and motorsport for a long time now, as we've got a challenge for the lead with Blakemore coming through on Archie Cannon. And who's gone with him? Is that Loveridge?
It is Archie Loveridge up into P2 for the Ambition Motorsport team. Thinking back, Playscape Pro Racing, a company set up by Bob Pope and the late father of ex-touring car driver Gareth Howell, in a warehouse in London. Clapham.
Clapham Bus Garage.
That was the first...
Clapham Bus Depot.
Yeah, and it was the first indoor track where they bolted a Honda engine, top tanks.
Yeah.
So that could be the birth of it, where it began. Because these have all got centralised fuel tanks. Back in the day where I used to work at indoor kart tracks, you had top tanks.
Well, at Karting Live TV last weekend, we were at Landau, another part of Wales.
Yes, Access Karting.
Where this engine is on a senior kart, a 1050 chassis.
Yep.
And some of the best racing you'll see in GX UK.
Absolutely.
Perfect entry-level form of karting on this Honda engine. Honda Cadet has been a big part of the karting scene for, 30 30s. Since the late 80s, like you've just said.
Since the late 80s, yeah. It sort of gained a little bit of population in the late 90s. That's where, as we've got a new race leader, that is Archie Loveridge, passing Riley Blakemore. Riley Blakemore being looked after by Tim Parrott now, and I wonder how
good hands.
Yeah, and Tim was he was going to come caravanning between Shannington. He had a week off, so he was going to bring the motorhome and just do a bit of cruising around North Wales. I said to Bangor and Anglesey.
There's a reason people come here for holidays, isn't there?
There is, yes.
It's a beautiful part of the world, and like we said earlier in the show, this is the most picturesque kart track I think I've ever seen in the world.
And not a cloud in the sky.
Perfect weather.
Everything is glistening. It really is a beautiful venue. And of course, you've got the beautiful shades of Ambition Motorsport Blue. Now leading with Archie Loveridge. That Project 1 kart, the Riley Blakemore second, Cannon on the Zip kart is third. All is well with the world. We've got a cadet race with a Project 1 and a Zip up at the front.
Yeah, and Ambition, of course, as well. You can't forget them as well. I mean, big stalwart teams, stalwart organisations from Honda Cadets there that kind of started out in Honda Cadets and spread out, didn't they, across the world of karting. This is a great Honda Cadet race. It is exactly what we expected from them. Very, very close racing. Loveridge being challenged from Blakemore, and Archie Cannon now on the S-play there with a green helmet. He's kind of just taking a bit of a watching brief here, isn't he? He's just waiting. He's still there. He's still not out of it. He's watching the clock tick. Every time he goes across the start-finish line, he sees how much race time is there, and he's just hanging on to those two. Again, remains to be seen whether he's got performance to actually get alongside and pass. But time will tell, Henry, and we're going to see. Because right now, he's happy to sit there in third place and follow these two round. Again, three karts making a bigger hole in the air than maybe one kart can.
And they're working together, but if you look at the next train of karts, and this is something that's pretty unique to Honda because of the nature of the four-stroke engine, this second group here of four, well, now they're side by side, but they were closing in, and there was about 5 or 6 of them working together. That's Elliot Bork, the O-plate of Ronnie Jones, who I am reliably informed does have the Martin Jackson Racing race suit now on order as the British O-plate champion. Dina Rowlands, Luke McGaw, Theo Hamilton, Jack Wykes, all in that group with Shailen Shrikanthan rounding out your top 10. But they were working together.
LM warning for Riley Blakemore. That came out a little bit early. It's just come out actually. Riley Blakemore currently second. I'm not sure what's LM. It's not contact. It's CW's contact warning, isn't it?
Is that the initial of the person that applied the Lee Manchester? That's
right. Okay. All right. That's what. Right. Okay. So I'm not sure whether or not Lee will have seen something we didn't. Lee sees everything out there on track, so I think he's watching carefully, isn't he?
It's a streamlining process. Obviously, he would have said the warning, but also if there's another warning and there's a penalty and they need to refer back to anything, they know who to go back to at the first opportunity to review any issues.
First three then across the line, getting towards not quite on the cusp of the last lap board. Behind them, though, we've got a kart just behind these three that was side by side. We had 3 karts. I think we've had a kart off on the grass.
Yeah.
That'll have to be confirmed. And it's I'm trying to see who that is. So Elliot Burke, Ronnie Jones, and Luke McGall were the 3 involved.
It was Jones that was on the grass that dropped back. Jones is back into 6th position. So
right.
The 2 drivers now giving chase, the 14 of Bork and the 15 of McGall. There's Hamilton in kart number 30. He's not going to make it to the front of the field, but if you look, he's 7th at the moment. Hamilton's got a very good ability to, when it comes to the crunch, the last lap, to make the right decisions.
Right.
Because you can plan things wonderfully well, but on the last lap of any race, of any kart race where it's close, and you've got split seconds to make a decision. The right one, the right decision, gains your place. The wrong decision costs you a place, maybe more, that you've worked for the last 7 or 8 minutes to sort of gain. Hamilton gets it right more often than not, and we're about to catch traffic.
Yes, we are.
And
Henry, it's going into the final lap.
Yes,
so here we are through the compression. Now then, Arthur Bath has inadvertently caused a bit of a bolting, and this is great. This is great for us. Yeah, great drive from Arthur Bath to keep out of the way, but this is great for us because it's closed that top three up. They are slipstreaming one another up the Dragon Straight now towards Spoon. Who's going to snip first? Who's going to go for it first? And it's still as it was. Arthur Loveridge leading. Riley Blakemore, Archie Cannon down the hill towards the carousel. No change.
Here we go into the carousel, and you can see Loveridge not defending. He's going to have to keep it very, very tight to the inside, coming out of this corner, going down the hill. He lets the kart wash out wide. Okay, that was brave. Now he stands on the brakes. Loveridge backing Blakemore up. This should give Cannon an opportunity. One corner to go.
It's not going to change, is it? That's how fast these drivers were driving these Honda Cadets. Absolutely flat chat. Everybody finishes in fourth, it looks like. We'll check that out in a moment. But great credit for the three drivers there at the front of the field. Arthur Loveridge, Riley Blakemore, Archie Cannon raced nose to tail for pretty much the whole of that superheat. Behind them, all hell was breaking loose, wasn't it? Luke McGull finished fourth, Elliot Burke fifth, Ronnie Jones sixth, Theo Hamilton seventh, Jack Wykes was eighth, Shailen Srikantan was ninth, Jack Wykes was eighth, Shailen Srikantan was ninth, and Dino Rowlands rounded off the top 10. The rest of the finishers are going to be there for another 20 seconds or so. Yes. So I'll let you have a look down that 29 kart field.
And interestingly, Joshua Adoiti failed to finish, but Ethan Bath, Arthur Bath, we saw being lapped, but everybody else making it to the end as we reach the end of our first round of series.
So we've got another full batch of superheats. This is the second superheat of the day. Remember, how you finished in yesterday's heats forms the grid for this one. You then gather all the points together from yesterday, all the points from today, and that will form the grid for the final. And can I just say, hello Turkey.
Hello Turkey. The Borsan Automotive sponsored number 54, Zain Sofoglu.
And can I just apologise, I know no Turkish whatsoever, so the live stream feed, the live chat, has got a lot of Turkish chat going on there. Please chat amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
We promise to try and brush up on our Turkish.
Okay, I tell you about how this. There will be a translation ability, so you can watch the translation. So, for all those viewers watching in Turkey, yes, I know you are supporting Zain Sofoglu, but as you are being introduced to British kart racing, in the chat, which other driver has impressed you? Which of Zain's rivals has impressed you and that you look forward to watching? I said that nice and slowly so Google can translate or YouTube can translate. So, let's see if there are any other of the drivers on that grid of Zain's rivals that you are impressed with.
Nobody's interested.
No,
they're all here for Zain. I'm afraid.
Oh well, fair enough.
Which is fine. I mean, you know what? He's not racing for the Sofoglu family. He's racing for Turkey.
Yeah, he absolutely is. Here we go then. Your starting lineup is as follows. It's going to be Heath Smith in the number 3 kart, starting from pole position. Felix Tandey on the outside of row number 1. Logan Edwards and Arthur Rhodes. Arthur, winner of both rounds of this championship. And, of course, this is the official Motorsport UK British Mighty Bambino Championship. And we're getting in Felix and Arthur, other supporters. So thank you, Turkey. I know you're watching, your main man. And your main man starts on the outside of row number 3, alongside number 47, Luca Pede. P6 for number 54, Zain Sofoglu. Then it is Freddie Purnell and Arthur Thompson, row 4. Teddy Smith and Jack Harper, row 5. Cadet and Jensen James Williams, row 6. Harry Wass and Nico Mohan, then Elliot Hitch and Frank Pearson. E.J. Dera and Oakley Howlett, and Bobby Slater, Oliver Yap, round out your 20 kart grid. And again, thank you, Turkey, Mehmet Bektas, Halil, Yavuz Fasiloglu, Orhun Emin, a lot of people tuning in, Emre Techki, so on and so forth. We do really appreciate your support. Myself and Joe Bradley will learn Turkish during the lunch break, I promise. We will introduce the final in Turkish just for you. Hey, I could do a little bit in Welsh. Let's see what I can. The only Turkish I know is chili sauce on a kebab, please.
Hang on, Henry. I put a pot of coffee on while you're giving, and you've got me learning Turkish in the lunch break.
Yeah.
Here we go then. We are racing off towards turn 1. The number 3 of Heath Smith leads with Felix Tandey slotting in behind and down that white line on the right-hand side. They're showing intent, aren't they? They are defending that lead battle, breaking away. It's the number 82 of Arthur Rhodes there with the blue cart with the yellow helmet, but it's these two solidly in the lead at Spoon.
Yes, indeed. Into Spoon Curve we go. Very interesting. It seems to be only the Might E Bambinos that they come out of turn number 1 and instantly hug the inside line. Side by side. 4th position. Zain Sofooglu, and out of the race. 2, 3, 4, 5 carts in the grass coming out the carousel. And they all somehow get themselves pointed the right way again, and off they trot.
Now the two leaders, have been joined by Arthur Rhodes as they cross the line. Arthur Rhodes looking like he was taking a narrower line there. Smith, Tandey, Rhodes, Sofooglu on the number 54 there with the yellow shoulders, the light blue and yellow helmet there, right on the bumper now of Arthur Rhodes as they head towards Spoon Curve. The leaders breaking away together as well. 2 carts working better than one. Felix Tandey not really showing his cards quite yet, but the 2 become 4 again down the hill towards the carousel into the double apex. It's 2 left-handers in one really through the first bit, hugging the line through the second apex and then out towards turns 5 and 6.
Up the hill we go. And again, there is a look to the inside. The number 82, Arthur Rhodes, sort of prizes the door open from Felix Tandey. Let's have a look back at this. There's the Tommy Weir Racing number 82.
It's a tin opener, isn't it?
He sees half a gap.
There was a bit of contact there as Felix Tandey turned in. That gap was filled with Arthur Rhodes, who now is in second. These 4 still battling away, and then we've got the 4 behind them: Logan Edwards, Luca Pede, Arthur Thompson, and I think that's Jack Harper on the back of them. They are 5th, 6th downwards. So 2 4-card battles there for 1 to 4, 5 to 8.
Yeah, indeed. And Edwards, Pede, Thompson and Harper, they'll be trying to work together to make this an 8-cart lead train. Calla Tennant and Harry Wass are next in line. Jensen James Williams, Nico Mohan, Tommy Lovejoy up to 13th position. This is his second race in a Might E Bambino. Not his second race meeting. No, his second race.
Yeah.
Yesterday he was driving a different kart.
Yesterday he was on a C50 petrol engine. This morning he broke out a new Might E kart and joins the Might E grid, and it's great to have Tommy on board, and Tommy finding his way through the field now, just dropping to 13th last time by. Still that battle rages on at the front though, Henry, and no change since the last time we spoke about it. With 40 seconds or so to the half distance. I'm not sure any of these drivers really want to show their true cards, but they are trying to get past one another all the same.
Yes, when I asked the question, there were a few people from Turkey that came back. They said they liked Arthur, they liked Felix.
Yes.
And of course, you're looking at second generation drivers, Sofooglu, Kenan Sofooglu's son, Felix Tandey, Nick Tandey's son. So you've got World Superbikes and World Endurance Championship.
Yes.
You know, you've got 2 very different elements of the motorsport world, their children coming together neck and neck. And again, both these young drivers, and again, with Smith third and Rhodes fourth, I don't know their family history, but Tandey and Sofuoglu, they have grown up in this atmosphere. They have grown up around racing paddocks.
Yeah.
So this, this lifestyle, this, this passion, they've known it since birth.
I remember Nick Tandey being at round one of the 2024 series telling me it's only a one-off at Wilton Mill last year.
Yeah.
And then they came here to Glan Gors for the second time, and Felix went and won the round. I said, oh, right, okay, that looks like the one-offs off the cards thing, eh?
Yeah, exactly.
And here they are, thanks for the ice lollies last night, Nick and Brittany, by the way. And happy birthday, Brittany. I think it was Brittany, Felix's mum. I think it was her birthday on Friday. So happy birthday, Brittany. I think she's 21, actually, so it's a big one.
Oh, wow, okay. I mean, Nick's doing well for himself. Here we go.
Yeah.
It's getting a little bit touchy. And this is where, now look at Sofuoglu. Tries to position his car to get the undercut. Can he take third from Arthur
Yes,
Rhodes?
it has. Yeah. Now he hit the curb.
Yeah.
Arthur Rhodes left him a Bambino kart's width at the apex, and Sofuoglu, unfortunately, just clipped that curb, and just that little bit of unsettling, as you say, Henry, just caused that momentum loss. So he has to slot back in. The two have broke free again. Heath Smith, Felix Tandey, now ahead of Arthur Rhodes with that quite decisive move there. That solidified his second place. Arthur Rhodes, though, he's going to have to recompose himself. I thought it was good defensive driving there.
And now these youngsters, as Tandey looks to the inside of Heath Smith, we've hardly mentioned Heath Smith's name. He has calmly, quietly, and using lots of composure, just led. He is going to start getting annoyed, however, with Heath Smith. Not because of... he might be leading the championship, but he hasn't won a race this year. Two third
places in the finals, first round 1 and 2.
But also, now, interesting. So Sofuoglu has got to work with Rhodes. Okay, Sofuoglu tried to pass Rhodes. Rhodes defended. It delayed both of them. Now, Sofuoglu has got to work with Rhodes. He's got to become his friend again. And we've got, that's the sixth kart of Jack Harper. Coming together. Let's have a little look. This was for fifth. There was the two.
It's a bit of a slide on. I think that was Arthur Thompson who got a little bit of a slide. It might have been Luca Peed. I'm not quite sure
I think
of the
Peed
number.
May have been one. Now we've got a battle for the lead. And
side by side action as Felix Tandey goes down the inside. He loves that passing spot. He absolutely loves. And look at what that has done.
Yep.
The two leaders battling has allowed the third and fourth place karts. In fact, the third place kart, Arthur Rhodes, now becomes second. Sofuoglu is waiting to pick up the crumbs as well as Heath Smith moves alongside. Sofuoglu's going to go through into third though, Henry.
He's filled the gap. Sofuoglu fills the gap. Good move. Smith, Zane Sofuoglu hung Heath Smith out to dry. Smith went to the outside, expecting Zane to go with him and then use the slipstream to push past Arthur Rhodes. And Sofuoglu went, no, I'll go to the inside. And yes.
He just went with him, didn't he? Arthur Rhodes opened the gap and Sofuoglu went through it with him. Felix Tandey now extra defensive line through turns 5 and 6. Heading towards the compression here. We know how quick Felix is here, but he's asked to compromise a little bit and be defensive into the compression now. Devil's elbow through that bit there, and then coming out of the final turn. Now the 6, 5, 4, 3. They're going to get 2 more laps.
Yep, they're going to get.
There was about 3 seconds on it.
Yep, 2 to go. Now, will Rhodes and Sofuoglu team up again to pass Felix Tandey? Not this time.
You know what? I think I'm going to throw this one out there, Henry. These three are just going for any opportunity they can and hope that it will come off because it's so easy, as we've seen. Look at Heath Smith now. He controlled the pace at the front of this field and now got hung out to dry and just is struggling to get back on terms with the 3 karts in front of him. If he could just close that gap and start getting into the slipstream, he'd be back into contention.
Now, 3 distinct lines. Tandey's going to be the most susceptible coming out of Devil's Elbow, but there isn't enough room for Rhodes to make the move. And now Smith is brought back into line. Here we go. This is the last lap.
And Tandey hugging the line up the Dragon Straight there on the right. Absolutely no gap whatsoever to use the inside as they approach the spoon. He will stay to the right. He will stay to the right over the brow. He's hugging that inside line here, compromising an optimum speed through this section. However, defensive driving at its finest here from Felix Tandey. And again, this time down the left-hand side into the left-hander at the carousel.
3 different lines going into the carousel amongst our 3 leaders. And, Tandey is he's not deviating from that white line by so much as an inch. Although here comes Rhodes. Watch for Sofuoglu around the outside. Can't make the move. He looks to the inside. Tandey holds on.
Yeah, got a little bit of argy-bargy there. Rhodes just trying to make the move. And it just was not on as Felix Tandey comes through to win the second superheat in Bambinos. That adds to his win in heat number 1. But that was a very, very, very strong finish from all of our 3 drivers there. Here comes the move there. Arthur Rhodes, there isn't a gap there for Arthur. And as Felix just drifts out a little bit, Arthur Rhodes, no, Arthur, sorry, mate, there was just no room. Just no room there.
Arthur backed out,
He had to, yeah.
As they came into the last corner, you might have noticed Luca Pede tried to wrestle 4th place away from Heath Smith, ended up going for a quick spin. Nobody made contact with Pede after he spun. He crossed the line in 8th place with Edwards, Thompson, Harper, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Harry Wass, 9th. Jensen James Williams rounding out your top 10. Thank you, Turkey. We will see Turkey, all you Turkish viewers and supporters, for the main event later on.
So Zain Sofuoglu, if he can match that again in the main event, the main final, he is going to be on the podium. And I'm just looking at his finishing for round 2. Sofuoglu finished 9th in the final, certainly showing a lot of competitiveness here this weekend. We've already got our seniors lining up, so we'll see you later on, Turkey. We'll be when you come back for the Mighty Bambino final. We've got the second of our super heats for senior rotax coming up next. We've got a grid of 17 karts that have qualified. Lucas Blanford on that white Kart Republic there. He's the man to beat. Daniel Whitfield alongside. Then behind them, Elliot Dalton-Hares on the Hunter Motorsport with the Venator engine alongside James Wood, who's also running a Venator. James, new to the series this year, might be in it for the rest of the season. Bit of a research mission for him here at Glanigo, a track he knows fairly well, he was telling me. So hope to see James back to PF for round 4, and then Rowra and then Wilton Mill. It would be nice to have him along. Lucas Blanford leads the championship. He scored a second at Wardenlaw for round 1 and then took the win at Shennington for round 2. Second in the championship is currently 8th on the grid. That's Morgan Hudson-Brown with a 3rd at round 1 and a 4th at round 2. The grid, though, peels away with Lucas Blanford, Daniel Whitfield zigzagging their way up the Dragon Straight to get some heat into the tyres. Elliot Dalton-Hares will be alongside James Wood on row 2. We've got Bradley Keaton and Jason Duchess on row 3. Row 4 is Archie Hogan, and second place in the championship, Morgan Hudson-Brown. 5th row of the grid, Kyle Dunford. We saw how Kyle is 7th and 11th so far in the finals this season. He's alongside Braden Donoghue. Then we've got Michael Ambler and Noosh Safa Leathers currently on row 6. Row 7 is Harvey Wilson and Alex Timmins. Row 7 is Harry Pullen and Liam Phillips. And then Lilia Scratchard rounding off 17 karts in the field. So then, who can beat Lucas Blanford? That is the question on everyone's lips, and it's a big ask. The Kart Republic, certainly they've Lucas and the team at Kidex have got that kart working very, very well, certainly in this series. Daniel Whitfield, Elliot Dalton-Hares had a pretty good super heat the first time out today. So they will be wanting to make a little bit more of an impression on him. And James Wood qualifies well out of the heats yesterday. He's just finding his feet in this series, and no doubt be happy with the 4th place start in the superheats. Here we go then. Blandford leading the field round. It's a little bit quick. However, Mr. Ashton is fine with that, and off we go up the hill with Dalton Ayres glued to the back of Lucas Blandford, I should say. Daniel Whitfield losing out a little bit there as we go through Spoon. It's James Woods into 3rd, so Whitfield dropping to 4th already down the hill towards the carousel, and it's Lucas Blandford, championship leader, from Elliot Dalton Ayres, absolutely glued. Now we saw Dalton Ayres.
False start.
False start.
Right. It was a late call.
Very late call. You know what? It doesn't surprise me because I thought they were very quick.
Yes, it was somewhat rapid.
And we know that Dan Ashton does not like quick starts. It's where they accelerate. He's watching for them accelerate. He never ever likes the acceleration to be from the apex of the final turn.
No,
We've still got a bit to travel to the acceleration line.
Yes, indeed. Let's see if we can do this again. Now this looks very patchy indeed.
Who is that from the second row? It's that man Woods, newcomer to the series.
And I think
have we got another one?
Yes.
Have we got another false start?
I believe.
No. Well, there's people gesticulating.
I believe
it's a false start again.
Yes, there's yellow lights flashing. There's the false start flag.
James would not agree with that. He thought it was a mega start.
Well, yeah, it was. But the rest of the field, sadly, was still coming down the hill.
And I think, Henry, you know Dan Ashton. You've been around Dan Ashton's race weekends a long time.
Yes.
And I've kind of got to know what Dan likes and doesn't like when it comes to race starts. They're accelerating too quickly. Yeah. They're getting on the accelerator a little bit too early.
Now, we will see. Let's have a little look. Now,
too early than too quickly.
This looks better in terms of the formation.
Still, they're accelerating there. He doesn't like that.
At least
has James Wood done it again?
I think he's done it again.
He's done it again.
And I think Dan Ash is thinking, well, okay, we'll keep an eye on the and all he's to the inside. But Wood, to his credit, had to do that. I mean, it's like, do I run the risk of getting a false start penalty, or do I anticipate it as best I can? Because if I let Lucas lead into turn number 1, he's going to win by 5 seconds anyway. And so what have I got to lose? James
now has to play a very, very intelligent game of keeping Lucas Blandford. We know how quick Lucas is on that Kart Republic, and he needs to keep him behind him. Elliot Dalton Ayres is in 3rd place across the line. Daniel Whitfield now 4th.
A Battenberg flag is going out. I just saw from the start line box, because there's several very bent and broken go-karts going up the hill, and not everybody's
seen that. Yeah, Dalton Ayres finds himself moving, and now he realises what the crack is. And Elliot will drop back. He's trying to kind of find some numbers there, Henry.
You've got the 31, which is Liam Phillips. Harvey Wilson is also there.
And Lilia Scratchard.
Yeah. With Archie Hogan not taking the start. So that will have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. We're down to 13 runners. There's the number 14.
That's Lilia Scratchard's kart, yeah.
The Ultimate R liveried machine.
That's Liam Phillips.
Now, I don't know what's that, because there's the 3rd kart that is out of the battle. That would be the 22 of Harvey Wilson's, which has been driven over, but the nose cone of that number 22 kart is sort of planted half in the grass. I didn't catch that, but it looked like it was a pretty sizable incident. Everybody is out of their karts, but there are 3 damaged go-karts sort of on the apex.
It just shows, all right, we tend to focus on the front of the field. It would be remiss of us at any sporting event to not focus on who was leading. But there's racing going on all the way down our fields. And as a competitor, you find someone to race. Some of my best races were for 15s.
Yes.
Not necessarily for the lead. You have great fun. And you find the people who are, the same sort of pace as you, running the same kit as you, and you have some great fun, and it's all about that. It's all about racing all the way down the order here. It's not necessarily about having to win. Yes, winning's important in motorsport, but it's not all about that. It's about the experience and the life experience that these kids have. Certainly not these kids, because they're all adults.
Yes.
But you know what I mean.
Still
on the Battenberg
flag. There's I can see 3 track safety workers, and of course the downside of not having of the layout here is that there are no barriers to put errant go-karts behind.
Yeah.
Yes, so you've got to sort of move them a lot further away from the circuit. There is a said barrier, but of course you can't put a cart behind that. If you put a cart behind it for the top end of the circuit, that's right at the outside of turns 5 and 6.
Yes, but that's why we think this is the most picturesque track on the calendar. It's because of those open vistas across the Welsh Hills.
Aye.
Here we go then, James Wood. Are we going to see, have we got those carts out of the way to the satisfaction of the race officials? We're going to find out. There's lots of chat on the radio. I can see hands on ears and stuff. James Wood just holding things nicely.
And this is good news for James Wood. He's only got to hold off Lucas Blanford
for half a race
now.
Still Battenberg.
Still
no green flag. Now the green flag, Henry, just remind everybody, the green flag can come at any point during this race.
No, it will only come from the start line.
It will only come from the start line, right?
Only from the start line.
That's a proper restart, isn't it?
Yes. They thought they were going to go, and certainly Wood and Blanford got the hammer down.
You know what? You have to prepare for the get-go every time you approach the start.
Yes.
You pick up clues as you drive around. You can see whether carts have been recovered. You can see whether the track is clear. But then you never preempt anything. You get ready to go. And the thing about Glan is you can look across. You can look across the end of across the corner in this last sequence of corners and see what flag they're beginning to unfurl. And we've got a full course yellow about to end.
Yes.
So James will get the green flag this time by.
And you can see James looking across as he comes into the final corner, and he's slowing. He'll now cut the nose off Blanford's cart.
Yeah.
Green flag in the air, 2 3/4 minutes plus a lap to go.
Great restart from James Wood. Very, very clever. Here comes Lucas Blanford. You knew he had to get a bit of a cushion there because Blanford is really, really quick into Spoon Corner. But you know what? So is James Wood. And he's no stranger to senior rotax karting. He's raced in the NKC for a few years. He's certainly raced. He's from Cumbria, actually. He's from Workington, so his home track is Rowra. So it'll be intriguing if he isn't back out in the Kart Championship, certainly at the Rowra round. And why wouldn't you want to go to PF for round 4?
Exactly.
Meanwhile, train of carts building up behind him, so he's got a bit of a job at hand, hasn't he?
Yeah, he'll be trying to go as slow as possible whilst maintaining the lead. What he wants Lucas Blanford to be distracted by the drivers behind them, Elliot Dalton Ayres, Morgan Hudson Brown. He wants Blanford to have one eye on defending. He doesn't want to be in a one-on-one scrap with Blanford at this point. So by just drawing Blanford back into the pack, this is what, and
5-second penalty for the leader, James Wood, who's been deemed to have jumped the start. Now I take it that's the restart.
It was the actual start of the race.
Right,
that has come through. We thought he anticipated it a bit too much. Now he's just seen that. It's no surprise that he has now ceded the advantage to Blanford. Now he'll get his head. I'm not sure
he had a choice in that.
Well,
I think Blanford was coming through.
But certainly he's not now going to defend. He is going to try and push away with Blanford to create as much fun. He wants to have as few carts within 5 seconds of him as possible. And the only way to do that is flat out.
And to the detriment of James would be that full course caution.
Now, yes.
Because we've only got a short space of time. And there's Dalton Ayres through into second. Catches the slide, and James Wood comes back at him because he absolutely sent it. And this has allowed Morgan Hudson Brown coming into play here. And the number 17 is Jason Duchess. And Elliot Dalton Ayres, after that great move down the inside of Wood at the final turn, finds that it's absolutely just cost him so much as he comes back down the inside of Duchess. No, He can't get that ground back. I'm talking about the yellow helmeted driver there in the foreground. That yellow helmet driver is James Wood. He's got a 5-second penalty, but he's again trying to do exactly what you said, Henry, and break free from these karts behind him and keep at least everybody behind him and not in front of him, because he's going to be even further behind, isn't he?
Well, at the moment, he would be 11th after his penalty is applied. Noosh Safa Leathers is in P11, and Noosh is 3.5, 3.6 seconds. This isn't going to help Wood at all. He's being drawn into a battle. We're on the last lap. Blanford is going to win again. This is for second on the road, but not for second in the final results, because it's going to be Morgan Hudson-Brown who will take it.
Yeah, and Morgan Hudson-Brown, third in round one, fourth at round two. He's wanting to get high up on this grid for the final as Lucas Blanford takes the win. James Wood takes a second place on the road, but we apply that 5 seconds any moment. And then Morgan Hudson-Brown finished third. Elliot Daltonaire's fourth. Jason Douches. So Elliot Daltonaire's did get back by Jason Douches. He was promising to do that. Bradley Keaton was sixth. Alex Timmons seventh. Eighth was Harry Pullen. Then we had Kyle Dunford ninth. Michael Ambler 10th. Noosh Safa Leathers was in 11th. Daniel Whitfield 12th. Braden Donoghue 13th. Harvey Wilson, Liam Phillips and Lilia Scratchard were our retirements on that first lap incident.
And unofficially, Wood would eventually be classified 11th.
11th, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So Hudson-Brown, Dalton-Ayres, Jason Douches, Keaton, everybody down to 11th moves up one place. So it became a damage limitation exercise really for James when it looked like he'd noticed that, didn't he? Yeah.
Yes.
His world was crumbling because at the same time as he got the warning for the 5 second penalty, he'd lost the lead to Lucas Blanford. So all it came about on that lap there was like, oh my goodness, and that's after he dealt with that full course caution as well. Right, Henry, what's next? Let's have a
Junior Rotax.
Junior Rotax for their second superheat. We are back towards the world of Lewis Sumner and Eric Smith, Riley Bishop, Braith Murdoch. They're on row 2.
And you've got Kevin Ivanov. And now, is Oliver Fabricius out there this time in the number 290 kart? He should be starting
on the third row. That should be him there then. It looks like a 284. That looks like Adam Giuditis.
That's Adam Giuditis on the inside. So now there should be sort of the 288 kart.
Ah, yes, yeah, Tidden.
We shall find out. I think that Fabricius may not be there. We've got a slight delay because there is a medical vehicle upon the circuit to deal with a driver that was possibly feeling a little bit uncomfortable after that earlier incident.
Which gives me a chance to catch up on the chat.
Yes.
But unfortunately,
it's
I don't speak any Turkish. It's all about Zayn. He's got massive... a few comments in English from Turkish people.
Yes.
Mehmet Bektas, well done Zayn, well done Felix. Yeah, Mehmet, we agree with that. Whether Mehmet is still watching, whether he'll come back.
Well, he loves his I know Mehmet loves his junior Rotax. He loves his junior primo.
Oh well, he's probably here then.
Probably.
He's probably with us.
Yeah. Yes. Well.
And I want to just say, Erkan Bulbul, I'd like to say thank you for both of the super presenters. You are the best. Good luck to everyone. Oh, well, thank you for that.
That's very much.
Yeah, yes. Thank you, Erkan.
My name's Henry Bodette, and this is Joe Bradley. We'll use our real names.
Real names for that one.
Real names for that one, yes.
Absolutely right, Henry. So a bit of a lull while we had a lot of carts that we saw that were being collected and recovered, I should say. A few drivers helping out with that. We are up to date with the programme, Superheat 2 for Junior Rotax.
Ah, yes. Oliver Fabricius is out there in the 290 kart.
Right, so with the drivers out of their kart, X-Kart. So the Lewis Sumner X-Kart there on the left of the picture.
Yes.
That's our pole position driver. He's got a maximum score from the heat yesterday.
And so X-Kart, they hold a scholarship every year. James Kell was the inaugural X-Kart scholarship champion. He was last year, the year before last, James Kell, who raced. He's actually been signed by Coles Racing to go into the British Championship. Every year, I believe it's at Wilton Mill, the scholarship. I'm, very fortunate to have been asked along to be part of the judging panel for this year's scholarship. I have, which is it's giving drivers who maybe budgetary wise wouldn't have a chance to do this.
Well, talking about budgetary wise,
okay, yes.
Those X-Kart drivers are on the TB chassis.
Yes.
It's a kart that I'm not that familiar with, but they're very big in America.
Yes, they're Italian-built kart. They have broken through in America. Jacques Villeneuve has given his blessing. So in the United States...
So we have a Villeneuve kart?
Yes. In the United States, they're green, the mean green TB kart. In Canada, they are pastel blue, like a Players Forsyth livery blue, and they're called Villeneuve's kart.
Are they? Because he ran in IndyCar with Players livery, didn't he?
Yes. And Jacques is involved with that kart.
Brilliant. He's a really nice guy, Jacques, when you talk to him.
Absolutely.
Really, really engaging, very approachable. I just want to mention, we've still got our raffle to win one of those karts.
Okay.
A TB kart is up for grabs. It's £10 a ticket. Tickets are available in the paddock. However, there's no PA here at Glan, unfortunately, so nobody's going to hear this until you get home. What you can do, though, is you can still buy a ticket when you enter for round 4 at PF. The draw is going to take place at PFI at round 4. But in the booking process, when you enter, you can buy as many tickets as you want. So there is an online process. Or like I've just did this morning and walked up and handed over 20 quid for 2 tickets.
Well, there we go.
Fingers crossed.
Well, what we could say is that when you watch this back, and I know that you all will, all the competitors, you turn up for Friday practice at PFI with your mum, your dad, your granny, your granddad, your aunt, your uncle, your third cousin twice removed. Get them all to buy tickets there and then. If you're watching this from Turkey, it's very simple. You go online, you book a plane ticket, you come to PFI, you watch Zane, you buy a raffle, you win the go-kart, can sell the go-kart, and that gets your plane ticket home. It's very simple.
Yeah, there's me thinking I'm going to have to take a rotax Max racing. I might put a Honda GX engine on it.
Well, hey, anything will work. A big thank you as well. We've got the simulator is here in the paddock. Last time at Glan, of course, we had one of the junior sports saloon carts. No, he's done it again. The key's in the title, Henry. When you say, what are the junior saloon and sports? What are the junior saloon cars? Was on display here. As well, this championship has, been coverage. We've got Rover, Motor Oils, Samsung, Minerva, Thrustmaster. That's the seat behind the and Iyama, which is not the Yamaha for dyslexic people. It's called Iyama. Right.
Talking of TB cards. Matty Street has entered the building.
Uh-oh.
We've been talking about your TB cards. Oh. So Matty Street is X-Kart. Matt, your timing is rubbish.
Yes.
We're about to go green.
Yes.
If you'd been literally 5 minutes ago, Henry and I had talked about something we know nothing about, i.e. the TB card.
Yes.
I've mentioned your raffle. Unfortunately, we have no PA here. So when people get home, I have told them about the online process through the entry system for PF. And it'll be drawn at PF, yeah? Yeah, great stuff. Matty Street there from X-Kart. He's got enough on his plate. He even chose to come in that lull rather than wax lyrical with these drivers there who are having a bit of a driver briefing, weren't they? We've got a grid that has been released. Lewis Sumner, Eric Smith, Riley, our front row, Riley Bishop. Who's going to beat Riley Bishop? That's the question. He's on the second row for this one. Braith Murdoch alongside Kevin Ivanov and Oliver Fabricius are on row 3. Pardon me. Then we've got Adam Juditis and George Cole on row 4. Amy Peacock shares an all-girl row 5 actually. Amy Peacock and Isabella Stansmore Wilson. Thomas Harper and Alfie Lambert are next up, row 6. Then we've got Henry Cameron and Ralphie Branscombe. JJ Plowman and All ST Racing, row 8 with JJ Plowman and Charlie Berry. Lewis Holt and Ellis Daly on row 9. Connor Large, we spoke to Connor, who's with Hunter Motorsport this weekend, but we spoke to Connor in the paddock show that's coming up in the lunch break. He's on row 10 with Jack Harrison. Row 11 is Jack Robinson and James Tate. Then we've got Matt Scott and Laurie McVeigh, Shea Hilton and Daniel Hartley. Do you know what's happened to Daniel? He's down there in 26. He hasn't had a great day, has he?
That was going to be my first of pointing. That's out of position.
Massively out of position.
Yes.
He's just not. He's not had a great weekend. Marissa Teague and Zach Kane are next up. Harry Hadley and Riley Mason, and then rounding off a 32 cart field is Daniel Butcher and Agriva Gokulnath, rounding off 32 carts.
Yes, Artist 2. Artist 2. No one came in on the live chat with what did Agriva and Adam Joditis draw in a can of Mr. Sheen on one of the big red
they're the culprits, are they? I missed that one.
Oh, yes, they were they were the culprits. As we are off and racing here at Gors Superheat B for the Junior Rotax field. Up towards Spoon Curve we go, and it does look like it's a very clean start.
It is. First four breaking away, Henry. Everybody else is in fifth though, with the mid-pack absolutely coming together there. It's too wide into the carousel. It's an X-Kart 1-2 though for sure. It's the Sumner and Bishop show that continues. We'll see, they've both got the similar coloured helmet from the rear as well, as they come through the compression, through the Devil's Elbow, and on towards the finish line to complete one lap. Still plenty of time for anything to happen there as this field comes through, this field of junior Rotax karts. It's Sumner, Bishop, Smith, Murdoch, Ivanov, Juditis, Stansmore Wilson ahead of Amy Peacock for 7th, and Thomas Harper and George Cole, your top 10.
Behind Cole, Alfie Lambert, Ralphie Branscombe, Henry Cameron, Oliver Fabricius. Now Oliver, he's had a bad start, so didn't start the opening superheat, is now gone backwards in this race. Let's have a look if Oliver can make any ground up. His tyres will be in marginally better condition than his rivals. As we look further down the field, Daniel Hartley, last year's junior primo champion. He's not featuring, he's still down in 28th place.
What we usually see when Daniel does have a bad day, Daniel does come through the field, but for some reason he's just not been able to hook it up.
And he's with
this weekend.
And he's with Ultimate R, the team run by Ben and Matty Hingley, who are based up at Abergele in North Wales. This is their local circuit.
Matty not here this weekend. It's all been. It's Ben.
All Ben.
All hands to the pump. He hasn't got much to do then.
No. And I haven't seen Bonner, but I've seen Grandad as well here. Look at this brain. Looks like a Welshman from Del Monte. There's Grandad.
Henry Cameron, a driver, in 12th there on the 279. JJ Plowman in 13th, but this is coming together nicely. Certainly entertaining business. There's a change for second as the X-Kart driver on the number 232 drops down to 4th. Riley Bishop, winner of rounds 1 and 2, not hooking it up very well at all in this second superheat.
No.
And dropping to 4th, quite out of character really.
Yeah, and he's got Kevin Ivanov in that sort of purple and pink cosmic chassis right behind him. Then a little gap back to Adam Joditis. Isabella Stansmore Wilson has just been passed by Amy Peacock for 7th place.
They're absolutely having a cracking little dice between them. For 7th and 8th is Amy and Isabella. Both been racing for quite a while. Down the hill towards the carousel. The leader, Lewis Sumner, is beginning to pull a gap there. The gap was just over a second. We'll keep an eye on that one as Eric Smith now got clear air between him and the rear bumper of Lewis Sumner, pulling away a little bit from Braith Murdoch. And that second, the orange cart, the red shoulders of his overalls there, easy to see. As they cross the line, and Sumner, what's the gap? It's 1.18, so it's gone out by a couple of hundredths, if anything.
And there's Bishop now passing Murdoch for third position. And Braith Murdoch just got his line a little bit wrong going into club corner there. Bishop was right there in moving to P3. And Ivanov doing a great job of hanging on in fifth position, learning all the time.
Now, I don't know what it was, because we're at half distance there, so it wasn't a thing of, maybe Riley Bishop's... some water in the corner there, Henry. I get that. Oh, you got water there. It wasn't a case of Riley Bishop. So, now, that cart of Bishop, I've just noticed it's come round the final turn. It's got a bit of mid-corner oversteer there. The rear end is just giving up on it. And he may be fighting that. So maybe a little setup tweak on Bishop's cart, because you never stop fiddling with setup, do you? You're always trying to find that little bit of an edge going forward into the next heat, and sometimes it pays just to leave it alone. You've got it working. It's the weather hasn't changed dramatically. Just leave it alone. You've got your tyre pressures, where you need to be, and I'm not sure why Bishop has fell back to fourth. He's now having to fight his way, and it looks like he's not having it all his own way, trying to get past Eric Smith there. The orange and black cart of Smith there in second, dropping to 1.3 seconds from Sumner. So Sumner is getting away.
Now you've got the number 217 cart of Amy Peacock. There she is. She is now in front of Adam Giordaitis, the M Sport machine. Peacock down into the carousel. Earlier on, she was battling with Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. So she's passed Stansmore Wilson, has now moved up to sixth.
Is Amy Peacock the best interview we've ever done, Nick? Is that? It wasn't, was it? What was her name? Emily? I forget. Anyway, moving on. It wasn't Amy. Amy's ahead of Isabella.
Oh, right. Was it possibly
Emily Cooper.
Emily Cooper.
Best interview we've ever done.
Now, Peacock trying to... let's have a look. The number 217, 11th at Shennington, and was actually a lot higher up in the general running of things, during the course of that race.
She had a very poor finish in the final at Warden Law.
Yes, yeah. Isabella Stansmore-Wilson, again, her final results do not reflect her pace. She is a top 10 driver in this class. When it comes to finals, however, hasn't cracked the top 20 yet. As you look at the battle for second, number 219, Eric Smith, and the number 232 of Riley Bishop. Braith Murdoch holding off Kevin Ivanov. They are 1.7 seconds now in front of Peacock Giordaitis, who has been caught by Stansmore-Wilson, with Alfie Lambert and Ralphie Branscombe rounding out your top 10.
Great battles all the way down this field, Henry. It's hard to choose one to focus on, because something's going to happen. The 214 Braith Murdoch there with the black nose there is absolutely got Kevin Ivanov glued to him. And then we've got this 4-car battle behind them, with carts sliding around almost 3 wide. They sort themselves out there, and that's the number 217 of Amy Peacock getting right in amongst it. She's side by side with Alfie Lambert. Yeah. And Alfie tried to go around the outside at turn one.
Something's happened there, because Peacock has dropped from 6th to 9th.
She's dropped 3.
Yes. Now, Giordaitis was the driver in the green and white M Sport kart. He was the one that went very wide and missed the apex of the final corner. But by that point, Peacock had already been dispatched, shall we say, a couple of positions. What happened, I'm not quite sure. No. So it's Lambert, Peacock, Branscombe still 10th. They're all still there, but in a different order. 2 drivers I noticed out of the race at the bottom of the carousel. Not quite sure who they are. Matt Scott is one of them. Sadly, we lost Lewis Holt. That's Lewis Holt's cart going into the carousel. As now the clock strikes 0. Next time by, it will be 1 lap to go.
1 lap to go then, and it's been Lewis Sumner who has dominated this second superheat. He's been very, very consistent, very composed at the lead of this field. The gap was 1.5. It's come down to 1.1 just going into this final lap as Eric Smith continues the chase. Riley Bishop, winner of round 1 and 2, gives chase to Eric Smith, and Riley Bishop is doing all he can, just slinging the cart into the spoon corner there and down the hill towards the carousel for the final time. Behind the battle for third, we've still got Braith Murdoch and Kevin Ivanov, who are absolutely nose to tail.
Yep.
But this superheat, Henry, has been all about Lewis Sumner. The ex-kart driver dispatched his ex-kart teammate in the form of Riley Bishop, who's had a tough race as Riley. As the checkered flag flies then, Lewis Sumner, Eric Smith, Riley Bishop third. Braith Murdoch does finish ahead of Kevin Ivanov for fourth and fifth, and then a train of karts led by Isabella Stansmore-Wilson. Amy Peacock gets back onto the rear bumper of Stansmore-Wilson with an outstanding final lap there to get ahead of both Alfie Lambert and Ralphie Branscombe. And it was Adam Giuditis who finishes in that top 10.
And it's interesting, so Peacock was at the head of that train of karts, then she got shuffled to the back. She was replaced at the head of the train by Giuditis, who at some point on the last lap was then also shuffled to the back of that group of karts, and Isabella Stansmore-Wilson timing it right.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Junior Primo grid lining up there, Henry.
Yes.
I'll leave you to read that.
No problem.
And I'll nip into the pits for a quick tyre change.
Oh, fair enough, okay. It's 29 karts. It's an X-kart sweep of the front row. Let's have a little look at the full starting lineup. Isaac Jameson will start on pole position. Saw Elijah Hazelwood's mechanic, Chris Harvey, step away from his kart. Chris Harvey, of course, and his son Louis Harvey, former British junior TKM champion, and now also helping run the X-Kart team. Elijah Hazelwood. Well, Elijah won the last round at Shennington. Honours the opening round actually went to Thomas Harper, who has since moved up into the junior rotax class. So it'll be Jameson and Hazelwood, row 1. Lewis Gilbert in the number 14 kart on the inside of row number 2 alongside Aston Brown on the TB kart in the TB kart's traditional livery. Row number 3, Noah Clark. Hopefully he will get to take the start this time around. And Zach Jennings on the X-Kart livery machine with black crash helmet. Then we have Elijah Hartley, 7th on the grid, and Ronnie Legg, the top 8. The top 8 are separate from everyone else. So you've got 4 black and white TB X-Kart entries. It's quite simple. Jameson has the green helmet, Hazelwood has the orange helmet, Jennings has the black helmet, and Hartley has the white and pink crash helmet. That's how you tell the 4 of them apart. Behind the top 8, we have Ethan Barth and Alfie Forrester on row number 5. Pierce Whitehead and Cooper Campbell-Lees starting. Cooper Campbell-Lees, oh dear, he is the X-Kart driver with a plain white crash helmet. There are many of them in this race. All karts are identical, graphics are identical, race suits identical. You've just got to tell them apart by the colour of their lids.
Or their race number.
Or their race number. But
lids are easier to see, though.
Yeah, lids are easier to see. We've got Miles Plowath and Sam Eden on row 7. Oscar Pitt and Oscar Chesovich on row 8. Josh Whitaker and Zach Mackay, row 9. Harry Ward and Luke Wells, row 10. Thomas Ambler and Noah Jones, row 11. Lily Shaw and Archie Ray Watson on row 12. Thomas Butcher and Charlie Thompson, row 13. Lucas Olofsson Jasper Oakes and George Ralston.
We have got a green flag. The karts have been released. I just want to say hello again to Joshua Owen. Matty Street is one of the good guys in karting.
Does he know him?
He clearly does.
Okay. Sorry, Matty. I'm an equal.
Clearly not, as well. I was about to say.
Yeah.
Yes. No, he is. He's a good lad, who's Matty. I wish I had his energy. Although he is quite young. Younger than you and I.
He's younger than, yes.
Yes, that's why he's got that energy. Can you remember when we had that energy?
I vaguely, I think.
I'm not sure I ever did.
I do seem to remember Matty Street racing, I think, Junior Blue in the NKRA a long time ago.
Brilliant. I'm going to keep that the last comment on the YouTube channel. Please fire in any questions or any comments that you want to on our Kart Championship or our Karting Live YouTube channels, and I'm going to leave that one for the Might E Bambino final for when I mention that one.
Okay, here we go.
Here we go then. We've got the start of the race heading towards Spoon now.
Out of the
21,
first corner, yeah.
Elijah Hazelwood from the pole.
So Hazelwood actually from the outside of row number 1. Got the drop on orange helmet, gets the drop on green crash helmet. Green crash helmet was Isaac Jameson, who was leading, who was on the pole, but orange crash helmet takes the race lead. Now we will keep one eye on our timing screen, the official notice board. Was that a good start, a very good start, or was it a
too good start? Yeah. Dan Ashton is a stickler for his starts as we cross the line to complete one lap. Hazelwood, Jameson and X-Kart 1-2 again. Lewis Gilbert, we've heard that name before, in third. Aston Brown, Zach Jennings, Ronnie Legg ahead of Noah Clark, Alfie Forrester, Cooper Campbell-Lees and Elijah Hartley. That's your top 10 as the lead battle was 2 karts. It's about to become 6, I think, Henry.
And there are 2 karts parked. They look like there's the 2 drivers. Oh, it's the 78
and 78.
That'll be Harry Ward and Lily Shaw. Lily Shaw is being coached, looked after this weekend by Darryl Henderson from my neck of the woods down in the Landau International Raceway. Then went over and made a career for himself in Australia, looking after the Kostecki family.
Wow.
When they were in karting.
Here we go. We've got a battle that is beginning to cause a drop in lap time for the 2 X-Kart drivers, with Hazelwood and Jameson now beginning. Well, it's all about that green helmet of Isaac Jameson there, who kind of showed his cards a little bit to Elijah Hazelwood and showed that he's not necessarily going to just follow him around. He wants to actually lead this Junior Primo second superheat. This is allowing Gilbert and the rest of that pack to gain ground. And look at that, Henry, almost on the rear bumper there coming through the final turn.
And Lewis Gilbert again, he's the outlier, although he does have company in the form of number 55 Ronnie Legg in terms of non-X-Kart drivers up at the front. And of course, maybe not in this race, but certainly in the longer main events, drivers will try and work, teammates will try and work together, and drivers who haven't got a teammate in the battle, they will sort of attempt to form temporary alliances.
Temporary alliances. I think we've got temporary alliances going on all the way down this field here, as that 2-car battle has become 5 for the lead. As a little bit of an oversteer there just caused Hazelwood a little bit of time, I think. Jameson, Gilbert, Jennings, Legg, that's your top 5. Off towards Spoon, up and over the brow, into our view. Just karts just skittering on the brakes there. Remember, only brake on the rear axle do these karts, only one brake, and it's a solid rear axle. So it's kind of like having no differential at all. It is, in fact, it's not like having no, it's like they haven't got a differential. It's just a solid axle, which makes the karts handle quite strangely. When you first get on a kart, if you've only ever driven a car, the first thing you'll find is just how the steering goes really stiff when you turn in. It's all about that rear axle winding itself up. The art is to get that kart to rotate and point where you want it to go, which you see the karts being deliberately put sideways on the brakes. That's to unwind the axle and get the kart pointing in a straight line as best you can. This is a prime example of it here, isn't it?
Yeah, and then you marvel at the kart control of these teenagers, just how they've got to sort of calculate everything in their minds. 3 inches off the ground, nose to tail with one another. Down the hill, Alfie Forrester has now joined the lead group in the number 79 kart, that very, very bright.
He has, the bright yellow.
Which sort of tells me that the X-Kart team haven't got huge amounts of pace, extra pace.
He's gone 2/10 quicker than all of those 5 karts ahead of him. Now, that might be because we've got Hazelwood managing this age group, the junior primo class we talk about, 12 to 14 year olds. Have we got Hazelwood managing the lead here to a point? Perhaps we have, because Forrester's just gone 2/10 quicker, and that's allowed him up onto the rear bumper of Ronnie Legg in 5th place.
Or do we have either Hazelwood managing, or a situation where Jameson hasn't quite got the race experience to make the move and get past his teammates, who's not as quick as he would like him to be. He's sort of sitting and waiting and going, okay, I don't want to get involved in the battle with my teammates, even though I'm a little bit quicker, because we've got to try and work together. That's what Matty said to us to do. And
of course, we are talking about inexperienced junior rotax drivers, which is what junior primo is all about. So spot on, Henry, I think. Whatever is happening, Hazelwood sees the clock ticking, and Hazelwood's got perhaps a bit of a cushion now that we haven't seen, certainly for the last few laps, on towards the 2-minute board, which will sound in about 8 seconds' time. So we are getting towards opportunities running dry, chances to make a move running dry, especially here at Glan with the kind of the smooth nature of the track, the fast, smooth corners. You haven't really got a massive braking area to actually make a dive. It's all about momentum into a corner, isn't it, on the brakes at the top of the hill, which takes a lot of courage. And I've been
keeping one eye on the official notice board on the timing screen. Now, Noah Jones, unfortunately, has been he's been flagged off the circuit, mechanical flag for a rear bumper problem. But we haven't seen false start penalty for Elijah Hazelwood. We surmised, was it a good start, a very good start, or it was a too good start? It looks like it was just a very good start. And he's been able to then use that. Now Jameson is as close as he's been for some time. This is where you think, minute to go, all bets are off. Teammate or not, I've got to go for it now. Gilbert's still there in 3rd, Jennings 4th, Legg and Forrester. Although Legg and Forrester, they did all that hard work catching this lead group, and now they're being dropped just when it comes to crunch time. And it's exactly the same situation as we had in Superheat A, which is Lewis Gilbert, Mark II, versus 3 X-Karts.
Same thing, isn't it? It's going to be exactly the same sort of deal into the final as well. I'm not quite sure as he gets turned around there. The number 14, Lewis Gilbert, found himself with an open door, really, on Isaac Jameson, and he perhaps looked for it, goes down the inside, and just gets it all wrong on the brakes there. I think that was more to do with being on the brakes, or did he get held round?
That was Zach Jennings, who I think misjudged.
Yes, and a warning has just popped up for Zach Jennings, so that was deemed to be contact from Zach Jennings. That has spun Lewis Gilbert, Mark II, round, and he's dropping down the order massively. He's already down, and he's just come through in 9th there. So that's a tragedy.
But that was for 3rd position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why has Isaac Jameson suddenly dropped 1.3 seconds behind Hazelwood? Because they were all together. And now the number 19 kart, green helmet, Isaac Jameson, is miles behind Hazelwood, and he's in fact closing in on, he's being closed in upon by Jennings and Forrester, who has gone past Ronnie Legg in the midst of all that.
Forrester on that yellow and black kart there, the small, diminutive stature of Forrester, looking like he could pull away from these two X-Karts if he got by. He's got a lot of pace and just keeps poking his nose down the inside. Well, those opportunities are running out massively here, because here we are on the last lap now as Elijah Hazelwood continues in the lead. That's the car just ahead of the green helmet of Isaac Jameson, who's kind of responded, Henry. He must be listening to you, because he's responded. He's woken up. He's realised that Zach Jennings is close. We're getting to the last few corners of this lap here at Glan Gors, the last few corners of Superheat 2. And there is Hazelwood taking the flag from his teammate Isaac Jameson. Zach Jennings makes an X-Kart 1-2-3. Alfie Forrester in 4th. Ronnie Legg 5th. Noah Clark, who comes through in 6th. Cooper Campbell Lease, current championship leader, through in 7th. Samuel Eden, Lewis Gilbert recovers to 9th. That's a shame. And Oscar Shevich was the driver that finished and rounds off the top 10.
But you wouldn't say that championship leader Cooper Campbell Lees, he may have started 12th and finished 7th, but he didn't exactly set the world on fire as he did it. So we are seeing, not a changing of the guard, but we're seeing multiple drivers now in Junior Primo with race-winning pace.
Yeah, I think so. And when you look at, he's leading the championship with a really strong finish in second in the final at Warden after scoring 36 and 55 in the heats and the super heats. And then he goes out, he scores 38 in the heats, 55, matches his super heat score, but then finishes 18th. And it's those heats and how he's finished in the heats and that second place podium at the first round at Warden that's put him 10 points in the lead of the championship. And that man, Lewis Gilbert, the second, Lewis Gilbert Mark II, he's in second place with a third place podium. Elijah Hazelwood, remember, took the top step of the podium at Shennington. But if we remember, it was Thomas Harper, the lad from, I think, Doncaster.
Yes, with
the Jaguar livery.
The Jaguar livery.
Yeah, the Jaguar livery.
Will satisfy the non-tobacco. The Group C Jaguar livery. Yes,
from the late 80s.
Who has moved into junior rotax since. So he's won around the junior primo and then moved into junior rotax.
Right, we've got Micromax coming next, and that is it may be one of the smaller groups on the grid. However, these kids race really, really well, and there's a lot of names there that I mentioned for Superheat 1 that have moved up from Bambinos and have basically taken to the Micromax class like ducks to water, and they've got a lot more grip. Remember, they're on a slick racing tyre in comparison to the treaded Conti tyre on the Bambino, but it's the amount of power that this rotax engine Micromax has in comparison to the C50 or even the Mighty Bambino karts. They're massive, massive difference. However, the likes of Freddie Blackshaw, Noah Wicklow, Arthur Bowers, Henry Algar, and Jensen Darlow, who didn't, I don't remember Jensen being in Bambino, but again, he's only in, I think, his second full season, if not his first full season.
Well, he was 23rd in the Micromax Championship last year and didn't do all the rounds.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So by full season, I mean, so this is, every weekend or every round, I should say.
Yeah, no, he is certainly out now and gaining confidence, gaining speed.
He comes from a karting family as well, because Tim Darlow, his dad, raced in NKC. Yep. Sarah Darlow is our grid chief in the NKC.
Okay.
So he's not unfamiliar with karting paddocks and karting culture. Does karting have a culture?
Oh, it does, yes. It does.
Of course it does.
Of course it does. Yes. It's usually filled with Premier Inns and trackside burgers.
Yes.
That's the culture. As we head down towards Paddock Bend now, Cacoldi, Lloyd, Blackshaw, Wicklow, Bowers, Algar, Darlow and the rest, and that was a very, very quick start, if it was a start at all, from number 66, Ethan Lloyd.
Remember what happened to that yellow and blue kart of Freddie Blackshaw last time we raced here? He ended it just there to the right of the screen. However, he doesn't end Superheat 2 there. Well, he didn't end it, but he was certainly disadvantaged by being put on the grass. This time, though, he's in third place, and he is just following round Lewis Kirkcaldy as out in front Ethan Lloyd, but behind that yellow and blue ST Racing cart of Freddie Blackshaw, I think that's Noah Wicklow on the black cart. The number 99 is Arthur Bowers, I should say.
Yeah, Bowers, Wicklow is in the 53, which is I'm looking to see where Wicklow is. He's dropped back a couple of places. He's
down to 7th.
Yeah.
So he's behind Algar Darlow as he drops down 4 places, actually, from 3rd.
But now, the situation reversed. Ethan Lloyd, we never got to see what Ethan could do in race number 1 because he was the driver on the outside of Freddie Blackshaw when Blackshaw had his incident. So he was playing catch-up, and there's the move from Lewis Kirkcaldy. Good move there. Late move, and Lewis does need to give Ethan Lloyd a little bit of credit there for sort of seeing the incoming Exocet missile and going, okay, mirror signal manoeuvre out of the way.
It was all about Spoon, though, coming out of Spoon and that momentum that he gathered, and then on the brakes for that. And yes, you're right, Ethan Lloyd saw him there, didn't close the door, didn't clatter into him, and just gave him a bit of room. And that's what I mean about these kids can, teach the adults how to go racing, because when you have lost the corner, you can't do anything about it. It's, the cart that is down your inside can't disappear. So what's the point of clattering in? You'd be better off doing exactly what Ethan Lloyd has done, not compromising his line and trying to get the best out of a bad job by losing that lead.
Every racing driver, and I'm going to use the C word here, they have to, in the back of their mind, when they're coming into a corner, sometimes have to say to themselves, concede.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the culture these days, though, and they see it. These youngsters see it from the very top in Formula One, that they don't allow each other to race around the outside, or all that whinging that goes on the radio, I have the apex. Have you guys forgot how to race? And you're the best drivers in the world, supposedly.
And that was emphasised perfectly there by Ethan Lloyd.
It was.
Do I squeeze Kirkcaldy and potentially cause him to spin, cause us both to spin, or do I just say, okay, fair enough, it's lap 1, I will let you go? Because, of course, they can't press the button and get onto their team boss.
No, thankfully.
He impeded me. He impeded me.
I am the apex.
Yeah.
Henry Algar has moved ahead of Freddie Blackshaw and has now demoted the ST driver down to 5th there. Algar still got Freddie with him, but Freddie's under a lot of pressure from Jensen Darlow there. This is the battle I'm talking about. It's just behind these 3 as they come out to complete what will be 4 laps. It's Kirkcaldy, Lloyd, Bowers, then Algar, Blackshaw, Darlow, Wicklow, Andrew, Harry Stinson, Carter Jackson, Teddy Roberts coming through in 11th, Lani Aidon in 12th, and it's Ethan McClellan that rounds off the 13 carts.
There's Blackshaw, having a look at the rear bumper of the number 12 cart, Henry Algar. Since that move by Kirkcaldy, Ethan Lloyd has resolutely stayed locked on to his rear bumper. Then you have Arthur Bowers in 3rd position, and they're just keeping themselves at arm's length from the next trio of karts, Algar, Blackshaw and Darlow, who in turn just keeping the next trio at arm's length. The next trio being Andrew.
That's great, isn't it?
Wicklow, Andrew and Stinson.
That is great, isn't it?
3 by 3 by 3.
3 by 3, yeah. And there's a little bit of a look down the inside of Ethan Lloyd. That was probably more to do with our perspective from Scotty's camera up there on the grassy knoll, as it all remains the same. Lewis Kirkcaldy, Ethan Lloyd, Arthur Bowers. Are they being caught by Algar, Blackshaw and Darlow? I think they may be, as Henry Algar there with the green helmet just comes into shot now behind white cart, green helmet, trying to get on terms with that 3rd place black cart of Arthur Bowers as they come through the final turn, Henry. It'll be 6 laps completed and no change at the front.
And that second group, they're not quite within... Well, they might be. At the end of the run up the hill into Spoon Curve, can Algar and Blackshaw get... Not quite. They're about a lap away from doing it. But this second trio, they have got the momentum and they are closing in, and there is nothing Kirkcaldy, Lloyd and Bowers can do about it?
No, they're having their own race and just getting on with it. And I know Ethan Lloyd has kind of served notice of intention of coming through, but these three here, that's Henry Algar, Freddie Blackshaw on the yellow and blue cart, and Jensen Darlow, they are catching these three leaders. And it might just be a grandstand finish. Again, you've got to be a certain age to even know what that means. It might be a grandstand finish of 6 carts by the time we get to that's the one. We get to the checkered flag. We all know what we mean of a certain age. Oh, Ethan Lloyd round the outside, Kirkcaldy, and he takes the number 99 Bowers with him. Yes. How on earth did that happen? It's all about the science, I think, there, and the slipstream.
Yes, well, Lloyd went to the outside, Bowers threw his hat into the ring with Lloyd and went, okay, I'm going to go
with you.
I'll come with you. Now, I'm surprised that hasn't allowed the second group to close in faster or quicker than they have, because Algar, Blackshaw and Darlow are still single file.
This is cracking stuff now that we've got Ethan Lloyd that is going to cross the line and show in the lead. Arthur Bowers is in second, and Arthur Bowers just clawing up to the back of the rear bumper of Ethan Lloyd. Lewis Kirkcaldy can't understand what happened there. He was just a victim of his own success, really, by leading up the Dragon Straight. These two had the slipstream there to get by him. Now they will lead down the hill towards the carousel. The 4th, 5th and 6th place carts, they're behaving themselves, but time is running out, Henry, for those three in 4th, 5th and 6th to catch these three here.
I think, yes, that they're now going to need a real titanic battle between the three leaders to make that ground up. Bowers, well, he didn't. Well, Ethan Lloyd made the move. Bowers capitalised on the move. Now Bowers has to make the move, if you catch my drift.
Yeah.
He draws up to the slipstream, and will he look to the inside? Will Ethan Lloyd dab the brakes going into Spoon Curve? No, Bowers isn't close and isn't able to get alongside and outbrake him. Kirkcaldy is now back. It's taken him a lap, but he is now back in a position where if Bowers moves offline to make an offensive manoeuvre and open the door, Kirkcaldy can capitalise.
And there's going to be
like
exactly like that as you described there. And it's a little bit, you've got to be aggressive to get by, and it looked more aggressive than it perhaps was. And again, compromise there. This has allowed Ethan Lloyd to come underneath the start gantry, see the last lap board, and that's the biggest gap we've seen. 0.8 of a second, almost 0.9 of a second there between that leader and that orange cart there, the S-plate of Lewis Kirkcaldy, who is doing everything he can to keep Bowers behind him, who likewise has now got Freddie Blackshaw right on his bumper. Blackshaw getting ahead of Algar, and Jensen Darlow has gone with him as well. Yeah. So will they catch the leader? They are coming back at him, but I think, Henry, with only a few sweeps and turns of the compression and then Devil's Elbow, whether that will be the case, whether or not he can challenge for the lead, I doubt it.
Well, that's a perfect example of just how much time the slipstream is worth. At the start of that lap, Lloyd led by 0.88 of a second.
Incredible.
And he didn't defend, and Kirkcaldy and Bowers closed by half a second. And it was all done so that the slipstream in Micromax is worth half a second.
Yeah.
There we go. There's the move. Now, this is impressive, but the bit that really impressed me was coming out of this corner, he went round the outside. There was a clip, but even then Kirkcaldy moved wide to allow Bowers to collect himself.
I would go so far as to say that started. Can we see that replay again? Arthur Bowers went wide into the left-hander here. Look at the doors wide open there, because it's a late apex. To optimise the line through and into this section here, he's got to take a late apex. But Kirkcaldy knew that was going to happen and went down the inside.
Well, all Bowers was thinking of was attack. He opened the door to try and maximise the late apex so that he had a good run into the final corner. But being the meat in the sandwich, as it were, you open one door and, yes, the chasing driver will say thank you very much and foil his plans. And Bowers thinking, I would have got away with it too if it wasn't for you pesky kids.
We've got 3 more superheats to bring you before the lunch break. We're a little bit behind the timetable. Sorry, Nick? Yeah, we are behind the timetable, but we'll try and squeeze in a bit of a lunch break, I think, to give us a chance to show our paddock show. Also give Henry and I a chance to have a lie down in a dark room, ready for the finals. So it's C50 Bambinos next, then we've got Intermax and Honda Cadets following this. These are the petrol engine Bambinos, 6 years old to 8 years old, and this is our retro Formula One class, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I have to say, the pre-race sort of arm ritual from Carmen Simon there, very impressive. He almost looked like he was, a combination of a Usain Bolt and Robin Hood with the arrows there.
Hello there.
Oh, and there's someone see the camera. Yes.
I'm not sure he blew us a kiss. He's probably got Calman's mum on the sidelines there. Who we say hello to. Yeah, remember, there's no PA here, so they can't hear what we're saying.
No. And in Eddie Davis' own words, why look at the view? Why do you need a PA? You can see everything.
Is that what Eddie says? Yes. All right. Okay. Did you mention that it's 2025?
Well, he mentioned that when the clubhouse opened, which is a little while ago.
Yes.
8-9 years ago, but
yes,
time stands still.
Well, yeah.
The view hasn't changed. It's still beautiful.
It's still beautiful. Yeah.
So
why spoil it with the sound of me and you?
I've
got to actually agree with it.
Or anyone describing what you're watching.
Kind of agree with him in a way, which is shooting myself in the foot. Freddie Purnell then leads the field of C50 Bambinos out. Calman Simon alongside with his Senna replica helmet. Hendrix Fallat with his Mansell replica is on the second row with Cole Parrish alongside. Vinnie Wright and Max St. Hilaire are on row 3. On row 4, Hayden Bailey and Frank Pearson. And then on row 5 is Tommy Lovejoy.
No, he's not.
No, he's not, because Tommy's moved across to the electric engined karts. It's Ayrton Edward Jones.
Now, Ayrton Edwards Jones, here's a cameraman challenge. The number 27 kart, starting at the back, he's the last car in the grid. He's a novice driver. He's got a green. He's got a white, green, and crash helm and red crash helm. But that car is also quite a distinctive green, white, and red as well. No, it's not I don't think it's a tribute livery, but it does look somewhat smart. He's got the matching crash helmet. And
it's almost a Manueli Pirro.
Well, I mean, at some point I was thinking of maybe it was sort of an Alitalia Lancia Stratos, and my cup of rallying joy was going to overflow, but not quite.
No, it's not. I'm not sure what.
Well, it should be. There we go, Mr. Welcome.
It's kind of Welsh flag colours as well.
Well, that also is true. That would normally be my instant.
Yes.
But it's Coma Bambino we're talking about.
Yeah, and
so it automatically I'm drawn towards yesteryear.
Yeah, absolutely. The driver on the pole position, though, is that man there in the blue and yellow kart. We've got the black and gold of Calman Simon, who gets the kart, gets the traction, shall we say. A little bit of a nudge there for the 33 of Freddie Purnell. Freddie has to slot in behind Calman Simon as they head off towards the spoon curve. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts breaking away and forming a chain. And Purnell down the inside of Simon into spoon for the first time. And oh, look at that. Like a rat up a drain pipe. Hendrix Fallat there said, hang on, I'm coming with you, Freddie.
And of course, this is important because, well, Calvin Simon, he was obviously desperate to get that good start early on, because in heat number 1, or in the first super heat, the top 2 leaders, Purnell and Fallat, were able to just pull away and leave Simon trailing in their wake.
He just couldn't. He didn't have the pace, did he? And I don't know what they could have. I mean, I know these C50 Bambinos have a lot of adjustments with regards to getting the best from the engines are so restricted, aren't they? They're so underpowered So any kind of the slightest of differences will make a massive, massive difference, if that even makes sense.
Yeah, but you've got the number 37, newcomer to the championship, Vinnie Wright in fourth. Then you've got the McLaren of Max St. Hilaire, and then the Red Bull of Cole Parrish. But already it's happened again. Falat pushing Purnell away. There is nothing that Calman Simon can do about it.
And it's that Vinnie Wright that seems to be challenging Simon and kind of causing him a little bit of delay, which is allowing these two to get even further ahead. So, winner of round one, Hendrix Falat, currently follows Freddie Purnell, who finished behind him at round one. These two have been on the podium for both rounds 1 and 2 in different steps. They've tried different steps in the first 2 rounds, and it looks very much. It has the look of these, even though they're just between the ages of 6 and 8. They've got the headspace to be able to think about working together and not challenging one another.
Oh, yes.
And Falat just sitting there on Freddie Purnell's rear bumper and quite happy to do so whilst that clock ticks by.
It's like rinse and repeat. Oh, and it's Calman Simon, meanwhile. That was getting a little bit tasty. Vinnie Wright, I think, went for a move to the inside. At the same time, Max St. Hilaire was trying to move on the outside. Calman turned into the corner, saw that Vinnie Wright was there, and then turned outwards to avoid an incident, and didn't realise that St. Hilaire was there. They all carry on, but it could have been nasty. But this is like rinse and repeat. Same thing again.
Yeah.
And that is why Calman Simon was so desperate to get a good jump at the start, and then not allow these two to do exactly what they've done. And you could now see Purnell's not looking over his shoulder. Falat is. Why is that? Well, Purnell trusts Falat. They did this in race number 1 until about 2 minutes to go. Falat, he's the one that is judging the gap to this group behind, the third place group. So Purnell, fantastic. 2 drivers working together. They know that they know what the end game is. And the end game is these two battling over the last lap, chopping and changing, defending and attacking. Right now, there's no need for that. Falat, you push me away, I will just get my lines right. You check the rear view mirror, I'll look at the front.
And I just think Calman Simon, that third place car that is chasing them down, just coming into view there with the yellow helmet, he just doesn't seem to have the pace here at Glan. No. He was the man to beat at Shennington. He won the final, and he had a maximum score in the superheats, so he was the man to beat. However, that was at Shennington. Glan is not Shennington, and maybe the nature of the track is what is he's got a disadvantage definitely with regards to the comparable pace of Freddie Purnell and Hendrix Falat, and it doesn't matter about getting the best start. He just hasn't got the pace once we get racing. And of course, you're looking at, for example, the Mighty Bambino class. It's chock full of second, third generation racers. Not necessarily so for the drivers in this class. So you've got new drivers to karting, but you've also got new families. Teams are not technically allowed in Bambinos. You have to work, it's designed for families, for parents to work together. Yeah. So, you've got 2 very different circuits, Shennington and Glan. They're on the opposite ends of the scale in terms of what you need to do to get around the track quickly. Lots of adjustments, but also you've got drivers that are just figuring the sport out, and sometimes you've got parents that are just figuring the sport out as well. And figuring how to get the best out of those motors, because Glan is all about the motor, and the thing that will, if you are not absolutely 110% on your motor, then that long haul up the hill of the Dragon Straight towards Spoon, that's going to absolutely kill you. And I think that's what the difference is between what we've seen in previous rounds with Simon, being not just on the pace of the 2 leaders, but also being ahead of the 2 leaders. We're just not seeing that this weekend. And air pressure, how far are we above sea level? We're very
that's a
far. Factor on these cars, isn't it?
Shennington, Banbury, middle of England, okay?
Yeah.
Here, as you drive up here, I'm sure many of you would have felt your ears popping.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, because
yeah,
you're
absolutely.
so far above sea level compared to the two.
I'm sure we can find that out for when we after over the lunch break. I want to find out how
you find out what altitude are, and I'll learn Turkish.
You learn Turkish. I'll deal with the altitude.
Okay. Yeah.
Right, we're getting down to 90 seconds in Henry.
Okay.
And this is when we perceived that we might see Hendricks Follett. Now remember, the kart in second place there, the Nigel Mansell replica helmet of Hendricks Follett, was the winner at round 1 at Warden Law. Mm-hmm. He was second on the podium at round 2 at Shennington. Freddie Purnell, the current leader, yellow and blue helmet. Freddie was second at round 1, third at round 2. Never been off the podium, these two. And they will want to be exactly the same. Side by side, into Devil's Elbow, uses the curb. Not out of character that he used that curb pretty much forever. 50 seconds on the clock. They are lapping in 60 seconds. So it's going to be 2 more laps of racing. And we're seeing Hendricks Follett just moving out of the slipstream there and looking for ways by. Whether that way by is going to come at Spoon on this lap. He's got one more attempt. It's coming at this lap, though. Down the inside into Spoon. No. Drops back in.
Closes the door. Well, Purnell has avoided the mistake that he made in Superheat 1, which was leaving the door on the penultimate lap, leaving the door wide open going down the Dragon Straight. This time he defended. He did leave half a door open going up the hill to Spoon curve, but then before that half a door became a Bambino-sized door, remembered to close it. Didn't want to let a draft in.
He's kind of teasing, isn't he?
Yes.
He's teasing Follett. Follett's clever enough. Purnell, very, very composed. Consider, I mean, again, remind me, 6 to 8 years old, these drivers, and it's like they've been racing for like 20 years. The composure that they show under pressure, remember, of being overtaken as we go side by side up the Dragon Straight, not quite side by side, that gives us the wrong perspective. They'll come up, pop up and over the brow. Follett goes to the inside. No, there's no gap there as Purnell defends. Purnell right on the inside line. Now this is where Follett, very, very equal, aren't they, through there? Mm-hmm. But no, Purnell defends down the left-hand side, slings out to take a better line through the left-hander. Follett almost poking his nose through. They are side by side out of the carousel. Corners are beginning to run out. You're able to just follow that inside line on these underpowered Bambinos, and with only 2 or 3 corners left, it's going to get messy if there's going to be any passing, Henry.
I think that Freddie Purnell has done a great job of kart positioning there on the final lap. I think Follett had the quicker kart, but Purnell had track position, and I have to say, the run down Dragon Straight on the last lap, that will please the powers that be in terms of engine parity in this class.
Yeah.
Because they came out of turn number 1, Follett moved to the outsides, they were running, side by side on either side of the track, all the way down the Dragon Straight. By the time they got to Spoon Corner, Follett pulled back in. He was exactly the same distance behind Freddie Purnell as he was at the start of the straight. So it wasn't as though he could simply pull out, use the extra power of the engine to just drive past. He didn't have the extra power. It was easy, clean, and straight. As do you know what? It's a wonderful, wonderful thing.
Hey, you know what? I don't care what I don't care what people say about Joe Millward.
Tom Selleck.
It's clearly not true.
Yes.
I'm going to break a rule here, though, Henry.
Okay. Oh dear.
We never ever eat
live on air.
No.
Well, this is
ice cream.
This is a Magnum. It's Tom Selleck.
Yes.
And they don't like 25.
So Henry talks. I suck on me Magnum.
Right. Other chalk ices are available, but they haven't been given to us free by the championship organisers.
They have.
I tell you what.
Did Joe get these free?
Pardon? Well, I don't. It's glad, of course, I doubt. Well, I don't know. I couldn't possibly comment.
Actually, I need 2 hands because I need to get the grid up for the next one.
All I know is that they're free.
Did we read down? We were distracted there by Joe bringing ice cream. Did we run down the
Purnell, Follett, Simon, Hilaire, Wright, Parrish, Bailey, Pearson, Edwards, Jones. Yes, we ran down.
Right, we've got the Intermax coming out next.
Yes, I tell you what, right, there's 19 drivers. I will go through this grid.
Splendid.
Enjoy your chocolate-covered ice cream delight. Here we go then. It is Intermax. Logan Rolfe, our race 1 winner. And, there is a problem for number 187. And that is Cameron Tipping, who isn't going anywhere. It's Logan Rolfe and Jensen Sale on row number 1. There goes the Pramac livery, the Pramac Honda. Is that still a thing? Or is it Pramac Ducati? It's something to do with bike racing. I know Pramac are a sponsor. Pramac Yamaha, if I went round them, I'd get there eventually. So it's Rolfe and Sale, row 1. Noah Jepson and Lucas Esser, row 2. Larry Price and now, hopefully, Cameron Tipping. They do have 2 rolling laps, don't forget. James Fabricius and Luke Millward on row number 4. Charlie Quinn and Buddy Hugo round out your top 10. Eddie Duncan and Annika Hurd are on row number 6. Oliver Barton and Noah Clare, followed by Ronnie Smart, Jamie Walsh, Jaden Patel-Scott, Jack Mellon and Rudra Golkanath. That is your final runner. Now, they have been let loose and we've gone racing.
Yeah, caught us out a bit. I thought we were going to get 2 laps.
I thought we were going to get 2 laps as well. Cameron Tipping was hoping for 2 laps, but he was being left. We were following Cameron Tipping in his attempts to get up to the rest of the grid, and after 1 rolling lap, they did go racing.
Yeah, it looks like Logan Rolfe is in the front of this field. I've had a quarter of my ice cream. I'll leave Henry to grab his. Across the line then, after 1 lap, then it is Logan Rolfe. Lucas Esser up into second there. We have a great interview with young Lucas in the paddock show coming up in the lunch break there. Lucas in the orange helmet now, under pressure from Jensen Sale and Noah Jepson there. As championship leader, Larry Price. Who's going to beat Larry Price? Because nobody's beaten him up to round 2. Winner at Wardenlaw, winner at Shennington, and Larry Price there on the back of that trail as Noah Jepson looks down the inside. And who's that gone down in the orange cart? I think that might be Larry Price on the number 197 into 4th place as we get towards the final few sweeps through the compression and then into paddock turn the right-hander. And Rolfe has pulled a gap of 0.44, almost half a second after 2 laps, but it was Larry Price in 4th place ahead of Buddy Hugo. Sorry, Henry.
I'll tag back in. We're like the commentators versions of a WWF tag team, the Rock and Roll Express, or something like that. It is Rolfe leading, but and actually this is as big of an advantage as he has held all day. Jensen Sale, who dutifully followed him throughout Superheat number 1, is now 3rd behind Lucas Esser. Larry Price, who wasn't a massive factor at all in Superheat 1, closer to the front now as it matters more as the race as the day heads towards the main event. Behind Price, Buddy Hugo, Charlie Quinn and Luke Millward. You can see with Annika Hurd also in that group as well. But no action at the front. Logan Rolfe has been able to just, even though he was under pressure in Superheat number 1 from Sale, Sale was never really able to start making Logan defend. So he's just doing enough. And the drivers behind will be able to look at the... They'll be able to... I think there's a Luke Christie racing 1-2 at the moment. Those 2 Synergy carts.
Yeah, I was going to say. They're both Synergy drivers at the front of this field. So I'm not sure if Lucas can even... If he catches Logan, whether or not he'll, have the opportunity to get by him. Because as his teammate, you behave in a different way, don't you? You're not just going to sort of make it, do a dive move. And Jensen Seal, if anything, looks like he is being held up somewhat by these two Synergy drivers who have now all come together. So one kart has become 3 at the front of this field, and then a short gap before we get Larry Price.
It could become 7. One could become
it could
3,
very
could
quickly become 7.
Very, very quickly. Now, Price, obviously, it shows that nothing in karting ever stands still. Price, the winner of the opening 2 finals, the Luke Christie racing team, Rolf, Esser, Jensen, Sale for his team, go to work diligently, work on the kart, work on the engine so they get a bit more power. So Price suddenly comes at the halfway point of the season and is not the big dog in the yard, as it were. So his team now have to go back and get their work, get their heads down, work, tune, develop, maximise absolutely everything they possibly can. And of course, the driver's got to do likewise.
In what is effective, it's a spec formula. All these rotax classes are a spec formula. So the little gains that you can make in other areas, in getting the motor to perform differently, you've got to have your rotax motor looked at by a designated rotax builder, of course, because they're a sealed unit. That stops any shenanigans. But with what is effectively very similar prepared karts and engines, the driver makes a massive difference. We can sometimes forget that human element. We take for granted as down the inside into the final turn has gone Jensen Seal. He's been threatening to do that, hasn't he? And he's finally done that. And as they go back up towards the spoon curve, it's Esser under pressure now from Larry Price. And Esser comes back towards him, gets down the inside, but it's side-by-side action. Esser defends down towards the carousel and hangs on to third place, but he's under a lot of pressure, Henry.
Oh, yes.
And that was a little nudge there, inadvertent nudge from Larry Price, who's down the inside and from Price has gone Buddy Hugo. So Hugo goes down, and that's the LRG Motorsport driver into 4th place, and it's all kicking off now with 2 minutes.
Yeah, Price was on the outside there, and Buddy Hugo saw an opportunity, elbowed his way through. Price isn't too happy about it, but you say, Rotax don't like me using the T word, tuning. There are approved Rotax engine service centres, also known as engine builders, also known as engine tuners. And of course, but it's so close that these engine builders, engine service centres, they work constantly. I've been to a couple where the dyno is running all the time, just to try and match together. This exhaust, that. When
Warden Law is tranquil,
all you can hear is
completely destroyed by Venator's
the
dyno,
the hum
running constant.
Yes,
I know they're running a lot of customer engines through there, but they're also looking for that small change, that small advantage, that very marginal gain that you can. There's another move,
and that is Larry Price now fighting back, passing Charlie Quinn. Look how far Price has fallen in terms of his position relative to the leaders. Millwood behind Buddy Hugo in the back of this group, and then there's a big gap to Oliver Barton. Annika Hurd, I'm not going to call her Annika Rice because that will,
Have you done that before?
Well, I mean, I thought about it, but challenge Annika.
Stop yourself.
So yes,
in your tracks.
As we look down, and there Rolf looks over his shoulder. He's got breathing space. He doesn't need to defend. 14 seconds plus a lap to go. Next time round, Logan Rolf will see the last lap board go out.
And he's been absolutely on it with this one, hasn't he? I mean, he's obviously the driver to beat here, certainly at Glan Gors. Logan finished second at Wardenlaw in round 1. He finished 5th in round 2 at Shennington. It's going to be a tough ask to get anywhere near him in the final coming up later on this afternoon. Second place is still the property of Jensen Seal, as the second of the Synergy drivers in third. He's chasing after him. Last lap up the Dragon Hill, or the Dragon Straight I should say, up the hill, and Esser Goes to the inside, however, not quite at the braking area, so it doesn't move down the inside. Has to settle back into third. Down the hill now, no need to defend there for Jensen Seal, as it's a very fast sweeping left-hander off camber. We've mentioned the different cambers here at Glan. And into the final few corners now towards the compression through 6. Close. And yes, it looks very close as Esser absolutely trying all he can. However, it's all about Logan Rolfe, who takes the win and will invariably put himself on pole position. All the results, of course, are provisional. Jensen Seal finishes a very hard-fought second. Lucas Esser did all he can to get back on terms. He's third. Larry Price, current championship leader with 2 wins, is fourth. Charlie Quinn is fifth. Buddy Hugo sixth. Luke Millward, current Micromax British champion, with us this weekend, finishes seventh. Oliver Barton eighth. Ninth is Noah Jepson, and Eddie Duncan finishes in 10th.
The rest of the Intermax field have got a few precious hours. Let's have a little look back at the sort of decisive moment there. That is the initial scrap between Sale and Esser, which allowed Rolfe to turn a 3-kart length lead into a 10-kart length lead. And the rest of the Intermax field have just a few precious short hours to try and figure out how to stop Logan Rolfe.
They have. I'm not sure that's enough time, actually. He clearly likes Glan, does young Logan. And he's very, very quick here, so it's down to everybody else. Another set of drivers who like Glan, and certainly we like to see them at Glan, are the Honda Cadets. 30 karts have qualified out of the heats to take part in the second of the super heats. It's Archie Cannon on that zip kart on the left with the Scottish Championship plate, the Scottish champion, that one-off event that took place at Lark Hall, I think, isn't it?
The past.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah,
it might have been Krill, but he's carrying the S plate and he's on pole position for the second super heat. This is the last super heat of the day, by the way. After this, we'll go to a little break from the racing. We'll give you our paddock show, which we filmed yesterday, and I had a chat to a lot of the youngsters involved in the Kart Championship. But for now, the last of the super heats go out. Archie Cannon, Riley Blakemore on the front row, Archie Loveridge and Arthur Murphy on row 2, Elliot Bork and Dino Rowland share row 3. Row 4 is Theo Hamilton and Jack Wykes. Luke McGall and Ethan Pearson on row 5. Row 6 is Ronnie Jones and Oliver Ratton. Row 7, Daniel Barton and Ollie Knox. And then we've got Mason Becker and Bradley Sutton on row 8. Row 9 is Joshua Doty and Sawyer Henderson, with Finley Thursfield and Jerry Dufficy on row 10. Reggie Dufficy and Shailen Srikantan are on row 11, with Luke Jardine and James Murfitt on row 12. Row 13, Jensen Fathers and Arthur Roberts. Matty Horspool and Maximilian Mikalski, and Seth Wright and Arthur Bath. Now, Jensen Fathers is a really great interview in the paddock show.
Brilliant.
We chat to Jensen and all of his brothers.
Excellent.
They were all named after racing drivers.
Oh, superb.
And only one of them, thankfully, for the Fathers family, wants to go racing.
Ah, excellent, yes.
All born in April and May, so they were definitely holiday children.
Ah, yes, it was, summer break in Formula One.
Yeah,
obviously. What else should they do?
They've got a TV, so there's no more coming.
Ah, right, yes.
4 boys, all within 10 to like 5 years old. Yeah.
But yes.
Great stuff. Great interview. One of the best interviews we've done in the on Kart Live TV with the Fathers kids. Brilliant.
Now we have, there's Matty Horspool, number 37 kart. That is even the. Now, obviously, she's changed the front tyres because she hasn't got the pink wheel rims on the front like she has on the back. Just in case you're wondering who she was. But again, you can see the drivers. And Maddie Horspool, she is not on the last row of the grid. The last row of the grid is to the right. The camera's right.
That's how many we've got.
They can't see. It's like an open park where if you're starting at the back, then you're
down the hill.
You're down the hill. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Oh, apart from the number 67 kart of Reggie Dufficy. He is going nowhere.
That's very rare that Honda Cadet, a Honda 4-stroke, will stall on the line, but unfortunately for Reggie, that's no consolation as the Scottish champion. Archie Cannon, winner of round 1, second in round 2 at Shenny, He leads this superheat, the second and final superheat of the weekend, and he will want to consolidate what will be a pole position start for the final. However, he's got another 7.5 minutes to keep this train of Honda Cadet karts behind him. It's that green helmet that will lead through the twists and turns into the compression now, and then Devil's Elbow, the left-hander there, and then into the final turn, the right-hander, and then across the line, completing one lap, Henry.
Yeah, there's Jumper Seat's kart off the side of the circuit, and I think the third position, that Arthur Murfitt with the turquoise crash helmet, the black bodywork on the kart. Murfitt is a newcomer in terms of his appearance in the lead group for today. Did have a podium at Wardenlaw, did Arthur Murfitt, 6th last time out at Shenington, but didn't feature in the lead battle because, of course, that was a 3-kart breakaway earlier on between Cannon, Blakemore and Loveridge. Now you've got Elliot Bork, Theo Hamilton, Dino Rowlands also in the lead group, as well as Luke McCall, Jack Wykes, even Roddy Jones. We're waiting for Roddy Jones to really spring back into action for the MJR team.
Off towards the spoon curve up that hill there, these Honda 4-strokes needing every bit of power, every bit of airflow across the kart. The 4-kart train, pretty familiar ground here for Honda Cadets to be glued together. 4 karts become 17, it seemed, as they came out of spoon down the hill. And you'll notice as well that not many people are coming out of the slipstream. Everybody stays in station. With 5 minutes and 40 or so seconds to go, there is no need to risk losing ground on any of these.
As we say that, there's the first move. There's Loveridge passing Murfitt for P3, but Murfitt didn't fight it, just lets him go. No one loses any ground. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Back to Jones in 10th place. The O-plate kart. He actually make that 11. No, Jack Wykes is 10th, Roddy Jones up into 9th. So, we're just counting 2 to 4. There's plenty of them.
Cannon, Blakemore and Loveridge, they're the top 3 now. And that's a bit of a cushion to Arthur Murfitt. Biggest cushion we've seen, pretty much. They're both Project 1 at the front there, Henry.
Well, there's a Zip and then...
Zip and then Project 1 and then...
and that's a Project 1 chassis underneath that Ambition Motorsport
Yeah.
Yes. I'm not quite sure what wagon Murfitt is on.
He's got black and blue.
It looks almost like a Tron.
Yeah, it does, absolutely. 4.5 minutes remaining then. We're not even at half distance here. As a warning board goes out to Luke McCall, who is in 6th place. So he's in amongst all of that sort of kerfuffle that's been going on since the start of this race, really. So no surprise there, he gets a warning. Not quite sure what for, maybe a little bit of a contact warning. Here is a move down the inside for the lead, though, as Riley Blakemore for Project 1 goes into the lead ahead of the Zip driver in the form of Archie Cannon. And this was textbook stuff. Came down the inside on the brakes and just put the kart there, and Archie Cannon, as we've seen so many times, Henry, okay, you're going to come down, I'm going to just sit behind you though, and I'm going to try and get past you. And
those are the moves that really require, that's an experienced move. Coming down the hill, he just, Blakemore had to have the confidence, do you know what, I am just going to turn it in a bit sharper, brake a bit later, and I'm not going to spin, I'm not going to move out and clatter into the side of the driver I'm going to pass. I can just come down the hill, mirror signal maneuver. That's going downhill as well. That is a move that comes with experience and self-belief in your ability to make the move without messing it up.
Archie Cannon on the S plate has got a lot of Archie Loveridge behind him. Archie just going from left to right, and if Archie's not careful, those... How many karts there now? There was 3. There's now more than that.
2, 4, 6, 8, 9. We're still a group of 9 in the front, back to Dino Rowlands.
Isn't that brilliant?
We dropped Jack Wykes ever so slightly. Shayla Tricanthan in 11th, then Ethan Pearson, Ollie Knox, Arthur Roberts, etc. But we've got 9 at the front, and those 9 show no signs of anyone at the back dropping off. There's the number 21, Dino Rowlands, is at the back of this group. Well, but the action at the front is keeping at least the top 6 of them really nose to tail. Hamilton, Jones and Rowlands, the 3 that need to work together now to get back into contention.
Yeah, we're getting to that 2-minute bell, the metaphorical 2-minute bell warning, where we always see, a nice ordered field of karts, even in Honda Cadet. Then the drivers realise they can see that timing board. They look at it, they know exactly how much race time is left, and 2 minutes is a lot of time in terms of karting. However, here at Glan you've maybe got 2 really squeezed 3 opportunities to have a very concise go at maybe changing a position, as we see Archie Cannon there, the green helmet there, almost tripping over the leader Riley Blakemore, as he just had too much momentum going towards him. But behind him, look at this train of karts, and they look faster, Henry, but they're clearly not. It's just that perception that you get. But it wouldn't take anything for anybody in that pack, in that train of karts, to trip over one another.
The power of the slipstream was evident as they went down the Dragon Straight the last time by. At the end of the Dragon Straight, Blakemore's head suddenly went backwards in his seat, because we'll see if it happens again here, because you've got 5 karts. No, they're going to break out there. Well, a little bit, but because it was Cannon into the back of Blakemore, but Loveridge at the same time was into the back of Cannon, and that oomph, it just gave it almost
down the inside.
Blakemore's helmet back.
Down the inside, trying to break in there, but down the inside has gone Archie Loveridge. And yes, that slipstream, that momentum, you don't want to lose that, so you do let the front of the kart just nestle against the back of the kart in front of you, but there's no need for that at the moment, as Loveridge, who's been threatening to do that to Archie Cannon since the green flag, has now made that move, and now we've got a challenge for the lead. It's going to be 2 more laps on the card for this one, and it's Riley Blakemore charging up the Dragon Straight towards Spoon. And will that blue helmet of Archie Loveridge, as the number 14 comes down the inside of the Scottish champion, that's Elliot Burke. And Elliot's been making great moves, great inroads to get up to that 3rd place there. He's just made his way through the field there.
I was going to say that Bork and McGall, the lead group went down from 9, then it went down to 6 with Jones, Rowlands and Hamilton, then it went down to 5 with Murphy. Now we got to change the lead as Loveridge back in front. Bork and McGall, they were able to keep themselves in contention. Oh, we're coming up on traffic again.
It's going to be... Oh, and that's down the inside to take the lead. Back has gone Blakemore. So it will show on the lap charts no change of lead whatsoever. The number 24 there is a back marker, and thankfully it's all going to happen on the Dragon Straight. He's got the leaders coming through, and he stays to the left of the leaders, and there's a move down the inside, but Blakemore's got the momentum around the outside. They're almost side by side out to Spoon. And who's this coming in 3rd place? It's Bork, is it? Down the inside has gone Bork, side by side through the carousel. It's still Blakemore leading and being hung out to dry. Archie Loveridge hung out to dry there and finds himself now in 4th as a change for 2nd there, Henry. I can't quite say it is Elliot Bork.
It's Elliot Bork in the number 14 kart, who has made all the right moves when it matters. Behind them, however, the back marker has caused a few issues for 1 or 2 of them. We'll see a couple of names drop down the order. It was Theo Hamilton and Dino Rowlands that got caught up passing the back marker, coming out of Spoon on the run down the carousel. Great racing there. Blakemore, we'll have a little look. The top, what was that? 6 finished within 3/4 of a second.
Incredible.
Archie Cannon dropped back to 6 there on the last lap, but it was Blakemore. Elliot Bork timing it right.
Archie Cannon got hung out to dry, as did Archie Loveridge. The 2 Archies absolutely got mugged there going into that part of that last lap. Riley Blakemore, though, he took the lead. Elliot Bork, a really strong finish to 2nd. Luke McGall 3rd. Archie Loveridge 4th. Arthur Murphy 5th. Archie Cannon on the S-plate 6th. Ronnie Jones on the O-plate 7th. Sheldon Trecanti 8th. Dino Rowlands 9th. And rounding off your top 10 is Dino Rowlands. That concludes the super heats. We're going for a short break now. We'll play you out our paddock show. It's coming up to 1:45, and we're scheduled to restart at 2:15. No, what does it say? 2:10. So we'll come to you just before that. Let's say, I don't know, 2:05, 7 minutes past 2. We'll be back with some chat leading into the first of the finals for round 3, and that's the mighty Bambinos. So Turkey, be aware, we're not going to be long, and then we're going to see the mighty Bambino final for round 3 here at Glan.
Well, hello and welcome to Karting Live TV and round 3 of the Kart Championship from glorious Gors in the northern Welsh Hills. Quite the most picturesque location of any kart circuit in the UK. But going back to something I said earlier, Joe, round 3, at the end of the day, we'll be halfway through the championship.
Incredible, that's our life ebbing away. Well, yeah, I mean, we're getting to the halfway stage in the 2025 season in the Kart Championship, and it starts getting quite intense, doesn't it? Because, you know, you're getting towards those last 3 rounds, you're getting towards, you know, you want to do really well here and consolidate going into the second half. I'll use the analogy of a football game. You want to finish the first half in a strong position going into the last 3 rounds. We've got, you know, effectively 4 rounds effectively in front of us, but I think psychologically, when you get to the halfway stage, you can't help yourself but thinking time is running out. I need to score points.
Yeah, I think it's a case, you know you've got some drop scores, but you don't want to have them already dropped. You want to make sure you have 3 strong opening rounds so you can move perhaps with more freedom into the second half. But, you know, we're going to see a lot of races in a lot of classes. Anyone particularly taking your eye so far in the first couple of rounds?
The Bambinos, you know, whether it's a C50 petrol engine or the electric karts, the Mighties, they're just fantastic. The racing's fantastic. Those kids can give the boys in F1 a bit of a lesson in how to race and compromise your competitor as well, and compromise yourself for your competitor. Yeah, I'm looking forward to them as ever.
And of course, it is the home of the sons of various top racing drivers and bike racers, and we'll go into that more in the commentary. But of course, it's all very well us being here in the sun, in the hills, with the sheep, with the flags, with the grass, with everything. But what we actually need is for Joseph Bradley to go walk round the paddock and talk to some people. Could you do that, Joseph?
That's what we do best. One of my favourite classes in the whole of karting is the Honda Cadet. It's been around for a number of years now, and it always delivers what it says on the tin, and that's very, very close racing. We're here in the awning of Jensen Fathers, who's going to be racing the number 20. Now then, Jensen, whose birthday is it?
My birthday on 16th of May.
Right, and how old were you?
10.
So you're 10. So who's this in your cart?
Roman,
was it your birthday recently?
out 5th of May too.
So you were born the 5th of May? Wow, so you 2 birthdays. That's an expensive month, Mum, isn't it? All 4 of them are born in May?
No, he's 25th of April, he's on Sunday.
So I'm trying to do the maths, but not for television. So Roman's in your cart at the moment, but he doesn't look big enough to drive a Honda Cadet. Am I right?
Yeah.
Right.
But
Roman.
if I'm not right back,
Yeah.
I can just...
So you can't touch the pedals?
I can't race like that.
Have you? Do you want to go karting? I've heard you've had a go of a Bambino. Are you going to have maybe another try?
Yeah.
Now then, these guys here are all your other brothers, aren't they? So who's this fella?
That's Ralph.
Ralph. Hello, Ralph. And this guy?
Rennie.
Right. So, Mum and Dad are over there. All of their sons, all 4 of them, yes, they haven't got a TV, clearly, are named after racing drivers. So Roman here, who are you named after?
Ralph, I think?
No. Roman Grosjean?
Yeah.
Yeah, Roman Grosjean. Jensen, clearly, Jensen Button.
Rennie Arnoux.
Rennie Arnoux. I know who that is, I've seen him race. And you are Ralph?
Ralph Schumacher.
Right, brilliant. Jensen, who's the quickest of the 4 of you?
Me.
Is that why you're in the cart this weekend?
Yeah.
Right, this is brilliant. How annoying are your brothers then? Because they're doing their job by being annoying, really, aren't they? That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to be annoying, aren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this guy in your cart annoying you, or is he okay?
He's okay.
Right. Round 3 of the Kart Championship for you. I think the simple question is, are you having a good time and are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah. What's the best bit?
Probably the racing and that.
Honda Cadets are good racers, aren't they?
Yeah.
What's the bet? What do you like about racing your Honda Cadet?
They're quick.
You're quick. Who do you mainly race around? You know, because it doesn't matter where you race, you always find someone to race with. So, who are your main competitors?
Probably like I try and beat like all the older lot,
Right.
and
Who are they? Name names. Come on, we know they're out there. Name names.
then Arthur
Yeah. One more.
and James.
Arthur and James. That's who Jensen's out to get. Now then, here we are at Glan. Beautiful part of the world. Where are you from?
I'm from Maidstone,
Maidstone. So your local track is
Bayford.
Bayford. How do you find Glan in comparison to Bayford Meadows?
Yeah, you're really good.
Yeah. You like Glan?
Yeah,
What do you think of Warden Law? Because that's my home track.
it's a cool track,
Yeah.
and I like it so much. Yeah.
That was round one. Round two was at Shennington. A little bit different. Certainly a little bit different to here. Which one do you prefer being at?
Probably Shennington.
You like Shennington, yeah? How was the Shennington round for you? Where did you come?
I finished, I think it was like 20th in the end.
Right. You have a good race?
Yeah,
You enjoy it?
yeah.
Where would Jensen Fathers like to be on Sunday afternoon in this one?
Probably in the top 10.
Top 10, you heard it here first. Dad, what's your name? Adam here. Adam, thankfully you only have one son who wants to race.
Yeah.
Because that could prove very expensive.
Yeah, it was expensive for a round. I had two of them in Bambinos at one point,
Right.
and yeah, it was a headache. So
Yes.
yeah, I'm glad they found a football, to be honest with you.
Well, we wish the Fathers team all the very best of luck. The number 20 Honda Cadet, look out for it. Another success story for the Kart Championship is the Junior Primo class. I thought it was genius to give youngsters moving into Junior Rotax from the other classes just that extra little year or two before they get to 14 and basically play with the big kids. Now, you may be wondering what the black number plate means. Well, that means that a driver carrying the black number plate with the white numbers means they're a novice. And Luke Wells here, you're running with Hunter Motorsport, Luke, but it's you're on your novice plate. Just how much racing, how much karting have you done?
This is my second race,
Second race, and
Yeah.
where have you raced before?
Shannington.
So you came in round two, here you are at round three, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I got my go-kart at Christmas and first went out in February.
Right, so you started with a junior road, actually done no cadet karting or anything?
I
Right,
haven't done any.
right, so that's a pretty fast piece of kit for you to just jump on. What was you? Tell me, what was your initial thoughts? Where did you try it out firstly? What was your first track?
My first track was Warden Law.
Right, so I know One Law really well. Tell me what you thought when you jumped on that at One Law.
Very powerful.
Yeah. Turn one?
Scary.
Yes. Can I really go this fast? Is that what you thought?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it didn't take long to start to get used to it.
Yeah.
And I caught on quite quickly, I'd say.
And you obviously liked it because here you are still doing it. What is it then that grasped you? Because it grasped me exactly the same when I was a kid.
Just the speed and the competition
Yeah.
of the sport.
Yeah.
That's the most exciting bit about it.
I can tell by your accent. Are you from the northeast?
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. Where are you? Whereabouts?
Sunderland.
All right. So you're red and white.
Yeah.
You notice my voice gone? Yeah. That was off the winning goal on Tuesday night. It's still not back. Tell me, first time at Glan.
Yeah, it is. I like the track. I like how it's got one big straight, and the last part's a lot of like twisty turns.
Yeah. And it goes up and down. And it goes up and down a lot more than perhaps our cameras can do justice.
Yeah, I know. It is a lot faster on the downhill section,
Yes.
which is much better. But you got to be like quick on the brakes, or else you'll just go off.
Yeah, and it's one of the most picturesque tracks out there. Junior Primo, do you think? I mean, I'm a big fan of Junior Primo because, like you've just said, you got this kart at Christmas. it gives you an opportunity to find your feet without, jumping in it on the grid with all the kids who are doing British champs and stuff.
Yeah, well, at Shannington, on Friday, I was in the normal junior class.
Right.
Not sure why, but I got thrashed by everyone else. And then at the end of the day, we got told that we're moving to junior primo.
Right.
And I stayed with the pack a lot more than I did in normal junior.
Yeah. It's not as harsh in there, is it?
No, it's not at all.
Yeah. Now then, thanks for talking to us, Luke.
Thank you.
Connor Large is a teammate of yours who's next to you. Now, Connor is into his second year of racing. Now, Connor's taken the route of jumping straight into junior rotax after, you told me, Connor, a year.
Yeah, less than a year.
Whereabouts did you race?
Wilton Mill, PFI, and done a bit at Shannington.
Yeah, and first time at GYG?
Yes it is, yeah.
I've asked Luke what he thinks of Glan Gors. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I really enjoy the track. It's nice, up and down, very fluent, and fast, yeah.
Do you get a chance to take in the scenery? Because it is one of the most pictured. Do you get a chance?
Yeah, only when you're on the straight, and
Yeah.
sometimes don't really get any chances to. So
Right. I mean, the junior rotax grid in the Kart Championship is one of the most intensely competitive championships on the calendar. Yeah. How are you finding that? In only your second year, are you finding your feet?
yeah, it's okay. It's been all right. It's been a good weekend so far.
Yeah, yeah.
So yeah, nice and fast.
Right. So what you're expecting? What? Let me rephrase that. What would Connor Large be happy with come Sunday tea time?
Top 5, I'd say.
Top 5, and is it looking on? Got a good team around you?
Yeah, definitely got a good team around us for the sun.
Right. Connor, thank you very much. Wish you all the very best of luck, and everybody else in the awning. Junior Primo, Junior Rotax, that's where the action is. Lucas Esser is a driver that is here at Glan Gors in the second of the Kart Championship rounds. You were out at Shannington, Lucas. You're in the Intermax class now. Give people an idea out there. What does that mean? How old are you for a start?
So, I'm 11.
Yeah.
The age will go from 10 to, pretty sure, 13.
Mm-hmm.
And it's quite tough out there.
Yes. Intermax is perhaps one of the toughest classes. They're all tough classes, aren't they? There's always somebody to race with. How long have you been racing, Lucas?
About 4 years.
Right, and did you start on a Micromax?
I started in a Honda.
Right, and then did you then move to Micromax before Inter, or is this your first Rotax kart?
I went to Miami.
Oh, right.
And then I went to a Micro for like 2 months, and then I went into Inter.
Right. What's your thoughts on the Inter then, in comparison to those that Micromax and the Miami? Is this quicker?
Yeah, it's definitely my favourite car I've been in.
Yeah. So you've got a few years left on this Inter, so you'll really get to grips with it, I would think, yeah?
Yeah.
Tell me what you think of Glan Gors as a track. Is it a favourite of yours?
It's definitely up there and one of my favourites. It's a very nice track. It's just a bit hurts your neck after a bit.
Does it really? That's because it's so fast on these things?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see you've got the tyres working. Have a look at this, Ash. See the way he's got these tyres really, the top surface melts, and you can see the wear indicator there. Lucas, have you got to run these tyres tomorrow as well?
Yes.
Right. So you've got plenty of tyre there, haven't you?
Mhm.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So we talk about tyre wear and tyres going off. Will you have a problem with your tyres going off towards the end of your superheat?
I don't know about the superheat, but probably the final.
Well, so you reckon in the final, if you haven't looked after your tyres, that could be a factor?
Yeah.
Right.
Definitely.
And what do we mean by that from a driver's perspective? What do I actually mean when I say your tyres go off? What happens?
It starts like sliding everywhere, and you get too much grip, and it's just bouncing everywhere, and you go slower down the straight.
Right. So it really does hold you up. You're here with Synergy, but I've noticed as well that your mechanic, is that your dad?
Yes.
Yeah. What's his name? Jason.
So
big thank you to Jason, is it?
Yes.
Yeah. Does he do a good job?
Most of the time.
What do you mean most of the time? He's in the middle of prepping this for tomorrow. We wish you all the very best of luck. What is Lucas Esser going to be happy with on Sunday afternoon?
P1.
P1, that is it, Dad. No pressure for Jason then. One of the drivers that we spoke to quite a lot, I know I do, Jaden Patel-Scott here, was a Honda Cadet driver in the Kart Championship last season. Here he is, Jaden. We've moved into the Intermax class. Now then, I know that engine's a lot different.
Yeah, it's 12 miles per hour quicker. Like we've noticed on the end of the straight, all my teammates are Hondas, and they're pulling 53 at the end of the straight, and I'm doing 65, and it's like, whoa! Like,
so you're doing 65 miles an hour at the top of that hill.
Yeah. It's a big difference. Like when I sat in it and I pressed on the accelerator and it took off, I was like, whoa, Jesus! But the first time I got in, it was at PFI, so it's a big, wide open track, so we're all right for it.
Yeah. The other thing, though, it's not just about how fast you go at the end of the straight. It's how you punch off those corners, isn't it? Yeah.
The acceleration is just mega. But in our last heat, we unfortunately DNF'd because our acceleration wire was too tight. So when I started the engine up, that was already pulling. So I started the engine, I started driving forwards without touching the accelerator. So.
Right. Did you have a DNF?
Yeah, in the end.
Right. So that's going to make things very tricky for you going into the races, isn't it? The Super Heats, I should say, in the final.
Yeah. We've just got to fight our way back through, get up the order, make some dive bombs, and we'll be all right.
Well, I was going to say, you've got nothing to lose now. Does that take a little bit of pressure off you?
Yeah, it does actually. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because it's like I can only do better, can't I?
Yeah, there's not much else. My only question for you is, why did you not live stream today?
Well, you're going to have to ask the organisers that one, because that's out of my hands, as much as I'd like to. I want to ask you, though, there's a lot of drivers that are going to be watching your interview now who are currently in Honda Cadets. If I said to you now, Jaden, I want to take you back to Honda Cadet, would you be keen on that? Would you be motivated?
Well, I think now that I've stepped up and gone faster in the Intermax, I think that I'd be faster in the Honda than I was before, because I'm experiencing the speed and the pace and the cornering speed rather so. And yeah, I think I'd be pretty decent in Honda still.
I mean, Honda Cadet has given you a good ground. You came into Honda Cadet as a novice, didn't you? Yeah. Do you think that was worthwhile?
I do. Well, obviously I wasn't eligible to come into Bambino's, but when we started, we didn't know about Bambino's at all. We were in indoor karting at Team Sports. So then when my mate got a Honda, I went in it and I just instantly took off in it, and I loved it. So then my dad got me the Honda. We were in a 160, instantly stepped up to the 200, did a few IKRs at tracks like Fullbeck and Tattershall, and then after that we moved up into the big boy things, into these kind of things like Super 1 and the Kart Championship, and here we are now in the Intermax class.
Yeah, and you mentioned your dad there. What's your dad's name again? Tell everyone. Ricky. Your dad, Ricky, tends to your kart. He's your mechanic, he's your team manager, he's your psychologist. How's he finding working with the rotax 125cc thing now?
Well, I think he's getting a good grasp for it now, but obviously it's a big difference from the Honda. With now we've got jets to account for, but then you've got to take away the sprockets, and then you've also got things like clip positions. So there's a lot more to account for, even like temperature in the engine, because we've got a radiator now. So there's a lot more.
Do you think he enjoys that bit though? He likes sort of tinkering and being a mechanic.
Yeah, I think he loves it. I think he's here for me, and he's also here just for the fun of it. He loves to see me drive, and he loves to do what he's doing for me.
And that's the great bit about it, isn't it? You're able to do that with your dad, and you're a team effort, aren't you? You and your dad, Ricky and Jaden, are a team.
We are, yeah. We go through the highs and lows together. We do. Yeah. We do everything.
Well, the lows with that throttle pedal cable today. Maybe you'll have some ice tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe.
Wish you all the very best of luck,
Thank you very much. Right, see ya.
One of the best races you'll see anywhere in the world of karting is from our Mighty Bambino class. And Frank Pearson here, he's one of our Mighty drivers. Frank, how long have you been racing karts?
About 3 years.
3 years, so wow, how old are you?
7.
7, you've been racing 3 years. So you race the Mighty electric kart, yeah? Are they very fast?
Yeah.
How fast?
About 45 miles an hour.
So you're 7 and you do 45 miles an hour. Are you not scared?
No.
No. Do you love it?
Yeah.
What's the best bit?
Overtaking people.
I knew you were going to say that. Who's your mechanic?
My dad.
Is he any good?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's his name?
Stuart.
Stuart. Have you done the Kart Championship from round 1, 2, and now we're at round 3? Have you done them all?
I didn't do one.
Right.
But I did all the others.
Right. And did you enjoy Shennington?
Yeah.
And do you like Glan Gors as a track? Do you like the track here?
Yeah.
What do you like about it?
It's all wiggly and all that.
Yeah. It's fast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Does it go up and down?
Yeah.
And do you like the views? Do you get a chance to look around and see the lovely view?
Yeah.
Yeah. Who's your main competitor? Who are you racing with tomorrow? Who's going to be the one to beat? Which drivers are you going to be racing with tomorrow?
Felix Tandey.
Right.
Arthur Rhodes, Alpha Thompson.
Yeah.
Nico Merhen.
Yeah.
Can't really. I don't know any others.
It's going to be hard, isn't it? 'Cause it's always hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. What are you going to be happy with tomorrow? Where do you want to come is what I mean. First. That is a typical racing driver. Frank, I'm sorry to bother you when you were just relaxing in this evening in his driver's lounge, but are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah.
I am too. Thanks for talking to us. Welcome back live to Karting Live TV, where we are bringing you the Kart Championship Round 3 from the beautiful, majestic North Wales. Glan is the track where we're at, and it's still me, Joe Bradley, and still beside me is Henry Baudet. Henry, I know that we mentioned this morning just how beautiful a track this is. It's not just beautiful aesthetically, but it also lends itself to some beautiful racing, I think.
It has. Overtaking is possible, but it's not a given. You have to drive the track very, very well. We compare this to the last round at Shennington, which was, just stay in the slipstream, and, as long as you've got the power to get down the straights, it's a complete antithesis.
Yes.
Where if you just stay in the slipstream, then when it boils down to the last 2 laps, then you've got a chance. Here is very different indeed. In terms of, yes, you've got to get the setup of the car right. The setup is just as important as anything else.
A small mistake, a small amount of being off with, the setup, and, you've got a little bit of understeer through those long sweeping turns. They're going to bite you, aren't they? And I think what we're about to see with our first final of round 3, it's the mighty Bambinos, the electric Bambinos. They're on a treaded tyre, a LeConte tyre. The age group is 6 years to 8 years. We're going to see some of the best racing that you'll see in the world of motorsport.
Exactly, but I don't know why there are still karts on their stands. Unless there's been a very late sort of shake-up of the starting order, and now this is going to be Mrs. Falat is going to tell me that it was Josh Thompson, who was Joe Thompson, who was Hendrik Falat's godfather, who was keeping the sticker. I've already, yes, Josh Thompson. Joe Thompson, sorry. Now it's stuck in my head.
Me,
Joe,
hello.
Thompson. Joe Thompson, yes.
Yeah, footballer, yeah.
Footballer. Manchester United and Rochdale, who sadly passed away, who was Hendrik's godfather.
That is such a shame, isn't it?
Yes, but it's great that the driver wearing a sticker, and it was the Sadie Reed Foundation that Braith Murdoch was raising money for.
Right.
Sadie was Braith's classmate. I believe that the family have raised nearly £10,000 that will be invested into projects to help protect teens from cyberbullying.
It's a great cause.
Yeah, and of course, right, well, we've still got karts on stands, which I don't understand why. Because surely, unless there was a protest, or unless there was a slight issue with calculating the grid points, they should all have been fully aware of where they're going to start. Now, could we check the online chat?
Yes.
The live chat online.
I just want to mention that we've got the mighty Bambinos lining up, and the gentleman in front of the E-plate, the black and blue cart of pole driver Felix Tandey.
Yes.
That is one Nick Tandey.
Oh, Nicholas Tandey. Yes, Esquire.
Le Mans winner.
Owner of very white legs.
Yes, and he's got his legs out.
Almost as white as his baseball cap.
Which, when he's at work at a racetrack, you never see his legs, because he's obviously in his overalls.
I thought it was because he's got very bad legs. Okay, yes, you're right.
Yeah, works Porsche driver, created history at Petit Le Mans.
Yes, by
an overall win by a GT car.
Correct.
I dread to think when that was. Was that 2011 or 12 or something?
It was in the midst of one of the changes between classes.
Oh, it's not Nick. No, that's not Nick.
Oh.
No, sorry, I take it all back.
Well,
Felix's dad.
I'm sorry to Nick's legs for insulting them.
So we still haven't seen Nick Tandey's legs. So Felix's dad, who was here and is probably up on the balcony ready for the start.
Ah, right.
That's an RCE chap, isn't it? Who assists.
Well, I mean, you could definitely.
I don't know if it's a relative.
Definitely see
Nick,
that
tell
part
me
of
if it's a relative.
I don't know what. I don't know, but yes.
If it's one of your relatives that, or a mate who is helping put Felix down on the grid,
now
then let us know.
It's worth mentioning that before we get underway, we both gave ourselves. We had the tasks assigned to us during the lunch break, did we not, Joe?
Yes.
Right. Well, I personally, would like to say, as we are joined by our Turkish friends supporting the number 54 of Zayn Safawaglu, I would like to say, Merhababa vi iyi günler, which I believe is hello and good afternoon in Turkish.
Excellent
So,
stuff.
yes, Merhababa vi iyi günler. To all our fans in Turkey, your job is to find out how high up we are.
Yes. Well, so I'm going to come off YouTube.
Ah, right, okay.
Right. Where do I find that out? I mean,
Well, I mean, I had half an hour to learn an entirely different language. Joe.
you did really well.
I did,
Well, you
yeah.
were in trap 4 for a long time.
I was. That's my revision. That's my. Yes, silence is golden.
So you read the grid out.
I'll read the grid. You decide how far up we are. We are.
Oh, there's a website saying what is my elevation? We are 888 feet above sea level.
There we go. Which
So
is
almost, not quite 1,000. Not really a mountain when it comes to the Rockies and stuff.
No. It's well in Wales the word for a small hill in Wales is a tump.
A tump. I like that.
A tump. So we're sort of on a tump here in North Wales. How was my pronunciation?
There's a lot of...
iyi günler to you, my man. Well, which tells me that I got some of it right. Merhababa ve iyi günler.
Well done, Henry.
There we
Well
go.
done.
There we go. I'll work on some more words for the next round.
That is the reason why we've been
Yes.
joined by the whole of the Turkish nation.
Yes.
That driver there, Zayn Safawaglu. Nick's pointing. Hello, commentators. Good effort. Thanks. Good effort. Yeah.
There we
Excellent.
go.
That's a good effort for you, Henry.
My Turkish friends, because we're in Wales and I am Welsh, I will say Diawn, which is well done for joining us. Diolch yn fawr, thank you and well done. Now, it's going to be Felix Tandey and Heath Smith on row number 1. Arthur Rhodes and Logan Edwards will go on row number 2. Zayn Safawaglu and Luca Peed will go from row number 3. Now, of course, at Sherrington, we had Kart Championship racing as well, the son of Karun Chanduk, who raced at Sherrington with us. It was his very first ever kart meeting. Obviously, Karun is at some other event this weekend. Not quite sure where that is. Somewhere in Italy. Never heard of it myself.
Is he a Imola?
I
don't know.
Well,
I
mean, I always thought it was called the San Marino Grand Prix, but no, it's the Emilia Romagna, which is
that's the part of Italy it's in, isn't it?
Yeah, 'cause it's not actually the San Marino.
No,
because there's not much in San Marino.
no, it's
apart
very
from the
small.
world's worst football team. Apparently, they're not anymore. They beat Liechtenstein.
That's right.
Twice.
Yes, that's
so
right.
There we go.
Yeah. See what you learn here, everyone.
Oh, well, there we
See
go.
what you learn across all sports. Still a lot of chat coming in from Turkey. I don't know if it's.
Well, I mean, I'll just give me a minute, and I'll just do some more now that I'm learning the language. Now that I'm if that man there on your screen, they will be partying on the streets of Istanbul tonight.
Yes.
Or Ankara, or other Turkish cities.
So
we like Wales. Thank you. Real estate.
We like Wales. Yes,
like
real
Wales.
estate. Asian real estate _Asian. David Malin. It's a great stream. The weather is fantastic for the race. It'll be a contested one. It absolutely will be a contested one.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of fans looking in for.
And I've got to say, who is that? Is that Bissau? Bissau saying, no, Bilal, Kurt Bilal. I wish success to all the racers, even though he's a Zayn Safawaglu fan. Such discipline and work rate at this age is admirable.
It's incredible. It's incredible how natural these youngsters are, considering 6 to 8 years old. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure I couldn't even walk upstairs without falling down.
I still struggle.
Yes, I do still.
I still struggle.
So I think we got up to row 3 where we saw Luca Pete, another second generation driver. His dad Ed Pete is a professional racing coach and former race driver. I remember racing against him in Clio Cup back in the mid-2000s. Behind them, Arthur Thompson and Jack Harper on row 4. Harry Wass and Cal Tennant are on row 5. Row 6 is Teddy Smith, Jensen, James Williams. Freddie Purnell and Nico Mohan are on row 7. Row 8 is Frank Pearson and Edge Dera. Bobby Slater and Oakley Howlett are next up. Elliot Hitch and Tommy Lovejoy first afternoon on his mighty Bambino kart, and Oliver Yap rounding off the 21 kart field.
We've had our mystery has been solved. The owner of the legs. The owner of the legs is
Nick Madge. He's the Joe Tandey Racing team manager, so he is helping out.
There we go.
Yes.
Thank you to, and who was that? Who was there? That would be Ian Mackenzie. Thank you very much, Ian, for highlighting that. Now, obviously, there are 21 drivers in this race. We know the majority of you online are supporting one of the drivers. We are here to support all the drivers equally. Now, championship-wise, you've got Heath Smith leading the championship. Second in the point standings is Arthur Rhodes, who has won both finals.
Won both finals, yeah.
But of course, the championship is decided on heat points, super heat points, and then final points. Obviously, final points are weighted a bit heavier.
Yes.
As we now get set to go for the first main event of this event.
And it's a standing start. The green flag is waved at the rear of the grid to tell us everybody's in position. We await to see the red lights go out, and these mighty Bambinos will fire off the line. Complete silence as well. All you can hear is the tyre squeal. And it's Felix Tandey with alongside him Heath Smith slotting in behind, and then the next kart up will be Arthur Rhodes, and they hug that white line on the right hand side up the Dragon Straight towards Spoon. And again, defensive driving on this early lap here.
Harry Wass, if we have a look back at the start, Harry Wass in the orange crash helmet, he dove to the inside, clipped into the cart, almost took out Mr. Ashton, and then recovered and was on the grass also, and now he's had a spin. That is a terrible first lap for Harry Wass. He is the proverbial ball in the pinball machine.
Yes, right under the nose of Mr. Ashton as well. It's a learning experience, though. As a challenge for second, though, as Arthur Rhodes goes down the inside of Heath Smith. Heath Smith's round the inside, and now he has the ideal line for the left-hander at the compression through the right-hand part. Devil's elbow here. Felix Tandey's the leader, though, on the E-plate through the final turn. It's side-by-side racing through the final turn. And it will be Heath Smith, Arthur Rhodes, Logan Edwards, Sofoglu, Luca Peed, Jack Harper, Arthur Thompson, Bobby Slater, Jensen James Williams. That's your top 10. But the race up to Spoon continues.
Heath Smith, so in terms of the official Motorsport UK classes, I keep records of all the statistics. Heath Smith is now tied with Ralph Martin, last year's Mighty champion, for the most podiums in the history of this class. Of course, we're only in the second year of this category. Arthur Rhodes is now tied for the amount of wins with Ralph Martin for the most wins of all. Heath Smith still looking for that first victory. He's taken heat wins, super heat wins. Now he is leading a final.
Yes.
Again, can he hold on? Long way to go.
And Felix Tandey went from first to fourth to third in the blink of an eye. Here he is. Felix Tandey ends up on the outside through turn 5, and then he has nowhere to go. And that gap that he wants to fill is filled by the number 21 of Logan Edwards. He finds a way around, and now they settle in as they get towards Spoon. Heath Smith, Arthur Rhodes, Felix Tandey, Logan Edwards, Zane Sofioglu. There are 5 karts there, absolutely glued together. Now that train of karts down towards the carousel. They stay in position, but this is the part, Henry, where they start crowding one another. And with 7.5 minutes, remember, 10 minutes in one lap, a little bit longer for the finals here. And this is where we saw action before, but this one, a little bit more settled now.
Yeah, the worrying thing would be is that Heath Smith has already seen you coming up out of the carousel into turn number 5. Felix Tandey went wide, took the normal racing line a lap ago, and got swamped.
Yeah.
So the temptation would be to defend going through there every lap now. That would simply increase the number of drivers in this group, because Luca Pede in 6th, he's 1.4 seconds off the lead group at the moment. Arthur Thompson in 7th. Jack Harper has been given a 5-second penalty. So Harper in the number 6 kart. And there's a move from Sofuoglu at the carousel, side by side, and he picks up P4 from Logan Edwards.
Great move there by Zane there, and the number 54 down the inside. Now the challenge for Zane Sofuoglu is to catch the top 3 and join in for this battle, is effectively a battle for the win, a battle for the trophy, a battle to stand on that first step of the podium through the final turn, across the line. Smith, Rhodes, Tandey, Sofuoglu, Edwards, a little bit of a gap to Luca Pede, Arthur Thompson, Jack Harper, Bobby Slater, Teddy Smith is now your top 10. But this 3 beginning to break away from Sofuoglu in 4th place. The question is, if these 3 start battling and these 3 start squabbling,
they will.
Sofuoglu will come back towards them.
Yes, and he may bring Logan Edwards with him as well. The question is, how long will these 3 leave it before they do battle? Now, let's recap. Arthur Rhodes, is not the championship leader. He's won both finals so far this year. One more final win will take him top spot on the all-time Mighty Bambino's winners list. Felix Tandey hasn't won in this class in a final since this event last year. Heath Smith may lead the championship, but he hasn't won a final yet.
Yeah.
So each of these 3 drivers have got a very, very good reason to battle tooth and nail for the win. And that could play into the hands of the 2 drivers chasing them, Zane Sofuoglu and Logan Edwards, because there's no tactics will come into play here. This is the halfway point of the championship.
Yeah, an halfway point of the race, actually, Henry, as we head down the hill towards the carousel. The 2 leaders beginning to break a bit of a cushion to Felix Tandey. That will disappear in the blink of an eye as Heath Smith continues to lead. And it's all about keeping that optimum line at this point in the race. Nobody's going to really risk losing a chunk of time as the 3 of them. And if I remember rightly, back to round 2 of the 2024 Kart Championship, it was Felix Tandey about this point in the track now that he made the move for the lead on the last lap, and it really came. But it's clearly a track that Felix likes and enjoys. He had a 6th place in the final at round 1. He had a 6th place in the final at round 2. And here we are. He's had 2 heat wins. A heat win and a super heat win. So he goes really well here. And at this point, just coming up to 3.5 minutes, I would not like to bet even a penny on which of these 3, maybe even 4 or 5 drivers are going to take this victory.
Now, of course, at Shennington, Zane Sofuoglu on the road finished 2nd, but was then given a penalty for overtaking under a yellow flag. So Turkey is still waiting for their first Motorsport UK British Kart Championship podium finisher.
Right.
So far this year, we've had our first American one, Zev Gottschalk in Water Swift Restricted. We've had other nationalities claim. Singapore have claimed their first British Championship podium, but that's in a different championship. This is obviously Turkey looking for their first.
Well, the gap, I'll tell you, the gap has gone out to 1.8.
Yes.
Between Zane and Felix. Felix on the black and blue kart, that's the 3rd place kart. The kart ahead of him in the light blue overalls, Arthur Rhodes, and then the orange and yellow helmet is Heath Smith. And as you said too, never been off the podium so far this season. However, he'll want to improve on that 3rd step, Henry.
And I'm wondering, because some of our Turkish friends on the live chat are now communicating in English, and this could be so. One of them has said, let me have a little look. It was that David J. Milan saying that Zane lost at 1.1 seconds on that last lap. That could be an issue. Well, not necessarily, because of course these three drivers are working together, they're pushing each other along, they're using the slipstream effect. Of course, you know, like if you're on a motorway and you tuck in behind a lorry, suddenly the car you're in picks up a little bit of speed.
Yeah.
They're using, so there's 12 wheels working together. Zain Sofooglu is all on his own. He's got no slipstream. We've seen that the slipstream per lap around here is worth an extra half a second, sometimes a little bit more. So there's nothing Zain can do. He's just on his own in his own air.
It works a bit like NASCAR. I mean, I don't know the figures. An aerodynamicist would tell us the exact science by putting numbers to what we see.
Yeah.
But what we see is, in effect, three karts punching a hole through the air a lot easier than one kart who's taking all of that air across the front of the kart, and it does cost time. What will happen, though, as soon as and we're just over a minute, so that time is coming,
yes.
what I'm about to say.
Yep.
Once these three start trying to overtake one another, Zain Sofooglu will come back. The gap is only, well, it's gone out to 2.3, but that 2.3 seconds will disappear. And we're getting towards that time in this race for top honours, which these three are at the moment. Therefore, we are getting towards that time where we're going to see attempts or movement in those three positions. And it's coming very, very soon.
Yes, none of these three will want to settle for second. That is certain. Heath Smith has done all the hard work yet again.
Yeah.
He is not going to want it snatched away from him because, they're at championships up for grabs, but he will want that victory. Now he starts to move around. Now Arthur Rhodes, eyeing a third win in a row, begins to ask the questions. 2 laps to go.
There was about 6 seconds on the clock there. That gave them 2 laps. So 2 more laps. Not very many opportunities for passing in 2 more laps. It's going to be, especially in these electric Bambinos, the mighty Bambino, exactly the same lap time as a petrol engine kart. However, the lap time comes in a kind of different way than the petrol engine karts do. And these three just showing us that still they're so close, and maybe, you know what, maybe they won't attempt to overtake one another because the opportunities may not just be there, because Heath Smith, Arthur Rhodes, Felix Tandey, they are absolutely flat out on these karts. And the moment you start going overdriving and making the odd mistake, missing your braking point, missing your apex, that's going to cost you. And already we're seeing a little bit of a variation on a line from Felix, having a look and seeing what's an opportunity.
I am very, very surprised that nobody has made the move yet, although now Rhodes is going to have to go to the outside, and he's going to have to hope that Tandey goes with him. Will he look to the outside? No, they hug the white line all the way down the Dragon Straight up to Spoon Curve, and this is where Heath Smith's got to be careful that the pushing and shoving doesn't get a little bit too much. Tandey thinks about it.
Tandey was kind of where he didn't want to be, and it's side by side into the carousel. This might allow Tandey, if Arthur Rhodes trips over the leader, Heath Smith, time running out. This is Tandey's favourite spot, though. We're coming towards turns 5 and 6. Side by side action into 5. This is turn 6 now. Nothing changes, though. Heath Smith leads through the left-hander and then into the compression here. Time running out, and Felix Tandey just dropping off the tail of Arthur Rhodes. It's going to be side-by-side into the final turn, and it's going to be side-by-side across the line. But it's Heath Smith that takes the win by 0.08 of a second from Arthur Rhodes. Felix Tandey 3/10 behind. Zain Sofooglu a lonely 4th place. Arthur Thompson 5th. Logan Edwards 6th. Jack Harper 7th. 8th is Bobby Slater. Luca Peed was 9th, and that's Teddy Smith rounding off your top 10. The rest of the field coming through: Jensen James Williams in 11th, Cal Tennant 12th, Harry Wass in 13th, Nico Mohan, Elliot Hitch, Frank Pearson through in 16th, Tommy Lovejoy, Edge Deera, Oakley Howlett, and Oliver Yap, the final finisher there.
The long wait for a final victory is over for number 3, Heath Smith. 3rd in last year's standings, a number of podiums, 2 third places to start the year, And now the championship leader has a championship final victory. But also, that is Zayn Sofawoglu's best result in the official British Mighty Bambino Championship, which this is.
Tremendous. I mean, it's not easy.
No, it is
those
not.
Kids make it look easy.
Yep.
But what that said to me when we saw... Sorry? I don't know what Nick said. Never lose the slipstream.
Zayn has learned an important lesson there.
Yes, never lose the slipstream. Sorry, Nick, I thought you meant you'd left, but for slipstream I read live stream, and I thought you were going to put out fires. For me, though, Henry, what I took from those three, not being able to really attempt to overtake, just showed how flat out they were.
Yeah, and how even the carts and the power units are. Right. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen,
Question.
It's time for senior rotax.
Question,
yes,
my friend.
Yes.
Who's going to beat Lucas Blanford? Because he's never been beaten since Shannon.
I would hazard a guess at nobody.
Well, Elliot Dalton-Ayres is going to be the first driver to try.
Yes.
Daniel Whitfield and Morgan Hudson-Brown, they're going to have a try from the second row. Bradley Keaton and James Wood are on row 3. They're going to try. And so is Jason Duchess and Carl Dunford on row 4. Michael Ambler, Archie Hogan on row 5. Alex Timmins, Braden Donoghue on row 6. New Sofa Leathers on row 7. We've got Harvey Wilson, Harry Pullen, Liam Phillips, and Lilia Scratchard rounding off a 17 cart field.
I've got a new leather sofa as well. But as we look at the field on their second rolling lap, Blanford, a big hello, hope that you're looking after yourself to his dad, A.D. Blanford. And I know you've got some bad news and you're battling some health issues, but everyone here is supporting you. And I'm sure that you'll be back and fighting fit as quickly as possible. So it's Blanford is, Dalton is, then it's Whitfield, Hudson Brown, Keaton and Wood, Duchess and Dunford, Ambler, Hogan, Timmins, Donoghue, Safa Leathers, Wilson, Pullen, Phillips and Scratchard.
Here we go. Lucas Blanford on the Kart Republic, and Elliot Dalton-Ayres from the front row gets around his outside. That Venator motor pushing him up the hill towards Spoon, and we've been given the green flag. There's no false start at all there, or no delayed start, I should say. So we are indeed racing down the hill towards the carousel. It's Dalton-Ayres leading, I think, for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, I did. I will not attempt to influence or speculate. However, if you look at the start, the pole sitter was not the first cart across the line. That could be an issue. It depends where if they got to the green flag line and they went, then perfect. But the pole man, Lucas Blanford, did not cross the start line first. I think it may not matter.
He's about to go into Spoon first, though, Henry, for the second time.
Completely irresistible. It's the unstoppable force and the immovable object all in one Kiddix kart package.
And there's Morgan Hudson-Brown going through down the inside of Elliot Dalton-Ayres, and Daniel Whitfield, I think, on the 41, latched himself onto the rear bumper of Morgan Hudson-Brown and went through as well. So Dalton-Ayres down to 4th place already. He's got a queue of carts behind him, and I think at the front of that queue behind Dalton-Ayres now is Bradley Keaton, Jason Duchess, James Wood, Archie Hogan, Kyle Dunford, Michael Ambler. But your top three, Lucas Blanford, Morgan Hudson-Brown and Daniel Whitfield, they're beginning to pull out a little bit of a gap now.
Morgan Hudson-Brown, he is an experienced driver. He went out to Dubai in January, raced in the Dubai O-Plate, which is a very, very well supported event at the Dubai Kartdrome in Motor City, Dubai.
Well.
Yes, it's that wonderful hotel attached to it, where you walk in and there's a Ferrari F250, a Maserati F250F suspended upside down from the ceiling in the hotel's reception. So Hudson Brown, and here's something we haven't said, Blandford's lead is shrinking. Hudson Brown bit between his teeth. Yeah, Lucas Blandford, he hasn't even so much as had a go-kart in front of him for more than a couple of laps in this entire weekend, and last round as well.
Well, this is how they finished second and third at Warden Law in round one.
Yeah.
It was Lucas Blandford and Morgan Hudson Brown. Got a message from Tessie. What age group as they look older? Yes, they are older. This is your 16 years old to 60 and more. This is a senior class.
Yep.
It's the first year that we've had the senior rotax class in the Kart Championship. It's a welcome addition, I think, to the programme. However, it means we've lost our moniker of the only kid-only championship. But we were losing kids to the senior classes in other series, so we've accommodated them in the senior. It's the 162 senior rotax category, so it's the lighter frame driver, the younger driver. However, James Wood, I think, is maybe 27 to 30. I don't know. Tell me how old you are, James. When you watch this, send us a message.
Yeah, but it's a different. I mean, we've had record-breaking entries all three rounds. I mean, we had 170, 180, 182 at Warden Law.
Yeah.
We had 180 at Sherrington. We've got 173 here, which is very, very impressive indeed.
It's in a healthy state. There's Elliot Dalton hanging on to that. Behind them, Bradley Keaton and James Wood as the rest of the field come through Spoon. Lovely setting here as we've waxed lyrical about that. And that battle there, that's James Wood with the orange and yellow helmet. He's chasing down Bradley Keaton in the pink helmet, and that is a race for 5th place there. So through the twisty turns of turns 5 and 6, and then on towards the compression into the final turn. Just letting the kart breathe to that exit curve. We are inside the... Are we inside the second half, or is it? No, not quite. Half a minute to.
The second half.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. I'll continue while Henry continues to die. Henry had tonsillitis last week.
Yeah, I'm
completely lost his voice. I lost my voice on Tuesday night when that winning goal went in at the Stadium of Light,
yes,
and put us to Wembley next week. And I just got mine back yesterday. However, I'm hoping it'll hang on to the end of this meeting.
I'm still slightly dying, but I'm okay. Just to have I've got through more water this morning.
Yeah, Nick, could you... Although he can't, can he? Because he's pressing buttons. I'm going to get you some water while you...
Now, we have Blandford's lead has only just crossed the 1 second threshold. It's taken a time, thank you to my colleague Joe Bradley for providing me with more H2O. Blandford's finally broken the challenge of Morgan Hudson Brown, who has got Daniel Whitfield behind him, and then this battle between James Wood and Bradley Keaton.
It's been coming, hasn't it? James Wood's been eyeing him up there and been looking as to where that might happen. No, it didn't look like an opportunist thing. It looked like he planned that. Coming out the Spoon, got the momentum down the hill towards the carousel, and then went down the inside very clean. And round of applause to both of those drivers, Bradley Keaton as well. He saw he'd lost the corner. He didn't try and squeeze James. What he will do now, the driver in the pink helmet, is try and stay with James and maybe have another go at him. That's the leaders, though.
Yeah, no, that's second and third.
Second and third, is it?
Yeah, unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately, they're not at all, but Blandford's lead now stands...
He's gone again, hasn't he?
1.5 seconds. His best lap and the fastest lap of the race, 42.21 seconds. Only one other driver has got below 42.5, and that's Daniel Whitfield. So Blandford, when he chooses to, has at 0.3 of a second, maybe more, up his sleeve when he wants to. And now we got a new second place driver, do we? Whitfield got to the inside briefly, and there are two Ultimate R teammates battling, and of course any team knows how to get around this circuit. It's the Abergele based Ultimate R racing team, and Ben Hingley and his family working hard to try and get, but they come the closest to figuring out how to deal with Lucas Blandford and the Kiddix team. But Kart Republic. It's sort of like there's a Kiddix team all over the world now. Using
a Kart Republic, who I just learned the other day that they bought the DAP name as well.
Yes, they have. Yeah. Yes, and they have. And there are a couple of DAPs that I've commented on, and they have got the traditional sort of wide red coloured. And there was a go-kart at the side of the circuit.
That looked very James Wood coloured. It's not James Wood though. He's still there. He's still in there.
Now let's have a little look. We had 16 karts take the start. Who isn't out there? I did see somebody hobbling through the lunch break. That was Harvey Wilson. He was the driver that, if you recall, at the end of Superheat B, it's Kyle Dunford. Again, Kyle Dunford's luck evaporates, and that is it for Kyle Dunford in the number 40 car.
That'll hurt his championship as well. He's currently 5th. He had a 7th in the final at Warden Law and an 11th in the final at Shennington. And with the DNF here, he'll be struggling to stay in contention. However, he has got 3 more rounds. I mean, he can drop this round because you can drop 1 round, can't you?
So we had 16 at the start with Harvey, number 22 Harvey Wilson not out there. It's supposed to be 17. Now we've got 15 left. Jason Dukis, he's had a problem and has obviously gone off and come back on, along with Archie Hogan, because they are quite some way back. They're over half a minute behind our leader, Lucas Blanford. Everybody else within 20 seconds of Blanford, which is impressive when you consider that for the second round in succession, Blanford has pulled out the stick and given the rest of them a good spanking.
Well, he was absolutely unbeatable at Shennington. He scored maximum points in the heats, maximum points in the super heats, and he went out and won the final. Here he is, about to win the final here, barring the wrath of the gods and the commentator's curse, of course. That's the second place battle there, though. Morgan Hudson Brown, Daniel Whitfield. Morgan Hudson Brown are with Ultimate Art, as is Whitfield, so we've got an Ultimate Art team battle here. So that kind of takes the heat out of the situation, if you like, because we're not going to see Daniel having a go viciously or perhaps aggressively than we perhaps saw if, say, Morgan Hudson Brown was with another team. So it's a strong finish with a second and third for Ben Hingley this weekend. Matty not at the track, I've been told, but strong finish for second and third if they can hang on to it for this last lap.
I mean, to be fair, Matty Hingley around a set of spanners is a hazard warning in its finest.
Well, he's more of a data engineer, isn't he? He's a driver coach.
That's what all the drivers who are rubbish mechanics say. I just do the data. I just do the data and do the coaching. Side-by-side battle.
That was incredible from Liam Phillips, trying to get down the inside of Bradley Keaton, and he was completely and utterly out of control to the apex of Spoon, and had to just sort of gather it all up and gather it together again. And last lap now, Henry.
Here we go. Well, 3.5 seconds is Blanford's advantage. I think it's safe to say that Hudson Brown has seen off the threat from Daniel Whitfield. Let's not forget, this is Daniel's debut in the class this year. Daniel Whitfield. He's done very well to jump in to a new championship, and he's going to finish on the podium, but that
man there, Henry, who's going to beat Lucas Blanford, unbeatable at round 2. He's been unbeatable here at round 3, and he will take the checkered flag and will consolidate an already lead in the championship. It's Ultimate Art second and third, Morgan Hudson Brown and Daniel Whitfield. Elliot Dalton-Ayres started on the front row, but Elliot, you know what, that was a great drive, and you really entertained us on that first lap by snatching the lead there. Yep. It was brilliant. James Wood, I can't see any there. Can you? Is that what you're looking for?
Do you know what? No. Elliot Dalton-Ayres, no start penalty, which means that obviously when they crossed that line and when they got the power down, Blanford accelerated first but got the line second, so he was beaten that fair and square. Now I think that'll make Elliot Dalton-Ayres even more frustrated in a way.
Yes.
That he jumped, he got the jump perfectly.
In fairness, though, it's not about who leads into turn one.
No.
It's about who leads out of the last turn.
Yeah.
And in fairness to Elliot, Lucas Blanford is a very, very hard act to beat. And with a quick rundown of that top 10, Lucas Blanford, Morgan Hudson-Brown, Daniel Whitfield, Elliot Dalton-Ayres, James Wood, solid 5th place. James will be back after that finish. He'll be happy with that. I think he gets a trophy for 5th as well.
Yes, there are trophies in the top 5.
Yeah, he likes trophies. Bradley Keaton, Liam Phillips, Michael Ambler. 9th was Alex Timmins. Then we had Harry Pullen, Braden Donoghue, New Safa Leathers, Lily Scratchard, Archie Hogan, Jason Duchess, and Kyle Dunford, rounding off that 16 kart field. I have got a bit of an explanation about aero, and it comes from Ian McCarthy. Hello, Ian. Nice to have you with us again. Hang on, I think he said something else. For anyone wondering why 2 cars nose to tail are faster than one, the lead car obviously punches a hole in the air for the second car, but the second car is also pushing a bubble of low pressure air in front of it, which reduces the amount of fast air hitting the rear, in karting probably the driver of the lead car. So he's taking the drag off the lead cart,
yes,
and putting it behind him. And the more kart you add to that,
the better,
the faster you will travel, and the less, and you'll end up pushing each other on the bumper.
Yep. So the more karts in the train.
Ian. Thanks for that. Great stuff.
Yeah, that's very, very insightful. The more karts in the train, the bigger the effect the slipstream has.
Oh dear. Junior rotax fine.
Yes. That is due to begin very shortly. As I say that, there is your green flag.
Quick rundown.
Yep, quick rundown.
Lewis Sumner and Eric Smith. No surprise to see Lewis on the pole position. They're the front row. Riley Bishop and Braith Murdoch are on row 2. Row 3 is Kevin Ivanoff and Amy Peacock. Adam Juditis and George Cole are next up. Row 5, Isabella Stanswell-Wilson and Alfie Lambert. Ralphie Branscombe and Henry Cameron are on row 6. Thomas Harper and JJ Plowman are on row 7. Row 8, Oliver Fabricius and Ellis Daly. Then we've got Jack Robinson and Connor Large, Laurie McVeigh and Charlie Vary, with Daniel Hartley, the current reigning junior primo champion, on 21st, with Lewis Holt alongside on the 11th row. Jack Harrison, James Taylor next, with Shea Hilton, Daniel Butcher, Marissa Teague, Hagriva Gogolnath are next up. In 29th is Harry Headley. Then we've got Riley Mason Lewis, Matt Scott and Zach Kane. We should have 32 karts out there, Henry. We have
30. So all 32 have. That's a nice thing, because sometimes you see 33 or 32 drivers in junior rotax on the entry. 2 long days of racing with qualifying heats, super heats, and of course, this being a championship that is open to everybody, and which tries to allow privateers and smaller teams to do a national championship. You don't tend to always get all 32 drivers to this point
for various reasons.
Whether engines, chassis, drivers have broken.
Yeah.
One of those 3 components. Occasionally the patience of a parent or 2, but we've got full house.
I came here, Henry, asking who can beat Riley Bishop at round 3, because nobody could beat him at round 1 and nobody could beat him at round 2. He's got a maximum finish in the finals, but he's starting on the second row, and at the moment we've got an X-Kart 1-2 with Riley Bishop.
False start.
It says it there. I don't know why I don't look at that. I'm too busy looking at the kart.
Well, there was a driver in the middle. I mean, for those of you watching, sometimes the driver, they put your hand in the air and you sort of swing your finger around and around in a circular motion. That means we're going around again.
Yeah.
But no one can see visually. Why I'm doing it in the commentary box, I do not know.
Because you're talking to me. You're talking to me. I know what you're talking about.
But I even described it, saying what it would do.
I know.
So I didn't say, if you do that, which is a great joke, great visual joke for radio.
Yeah.
There we go. Second time of asking. Riley Bishop. Well, you asked the question, who could beat Riley Bishop? The contenders have come out of the woodwork just for this round. Sumner, Smith, Murdoch. What about Ivanov and Peacock? Outsiders for the win, yes, but this is junior rotax, and anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and it's Riley Bishop's Lewis Sumner teammate that leads the field away, and he gets jumped at the start from Eric Smith, who leads up the hill. It's that outside line again into turn 1, and he hangs onto it into Spoon. Eric Smith will lead into Spoon for the first time. And this field, I think everybody's got through there, Henry.
We're going to hold our breath. There's a bit of a concertina effect in the middle of the pack, but everybody does get through Spoon cleanly. Now the carousel, still everybody on the prepared surface. Now down the hill, and of course you're scanning your eye. There's 2-1-2, Ralphie Branscombe.
Ralphie.
Another one of the Kiddicks carts. Ralphie gets himself back underway, so he is not up to speed, sadly, is Ralphie Branscombe. Last year's British Honda Cadet champion will be the first retirement.
Yeah, here in junior rotax for the first year. Great to have him along. Eric Smith controlling the pace at the front. Nobody in any kind of showing any urgency to get by because of the nature of Glan. It's not necessarily an advantage to be leading into that last lap, is it? You want to sort of kind of time it, and with these 10 minutes and 1 lap are our finals here this weekend. And this train of what is 6 cars now developing, and it's a bit of a high-speed management game.
Yes. Now, in the previous race, we saw Ultimate R driver Ayres, not Hudson Brown, Elliot Dalton Ayres.
He was with Hunter Motorsport.
Hunter Motorsport, sorry. He timed the start perfectly from the outside of row number 1. Now we have to wait and see, as we have got a new leader. Lewis Sumner has just passed Eric Smith, because that was what I was going to say. I was going to say Smith did the same. Got the jump at the start. Was it very good or too good? We're keeping one eye on the penalty screen here in our commentary box.
Nothing's popped up yet.
So far, so good for Eric Smith, who has lost the lead. But, even if no matter where he is, if he's jumped the start, you get a penalty no matter where you are running at the time. We've got a 6-cart breakaway. Riley Bishop being the 4th of these 6 carts. Smith having a little nibble on the inside of Sumner going through. And I wouldn't count out that number 217 cart, the black and red machine, 5th in the row, in the line, Amy Peacock.
The problem with Spoon is you've got a late apex, and that's what Eric Smith had a look at. The door was wide open, and when he went through it, he was unfortunately, as the leader, Lewis Sumner, turned in, Smith had to put his cart on the curb, and it kind of upset the balance a little bit. He settled back in now. And Lewis Sumner, we saw what Lewis Sumner did in the second superheat. My mind has gone blank for the first superheat. But he was very hard to beat, remember? Yep. And he was very hard to follow, in fact. And now he's got where he wants to be.
Sorry. That was, Riley Bishop up over the back bumper of Braith Murdoch. And that has ripped Murdoch's exhaust off. Sorry, Joy. Just caught it out of, as you came up there. Now, just by there, watch Bishop vaults up over the back of the Cato Motorsport cart, and that puts Murdoch out of it, and it gives Sumner and Smith a large advantage. It puts Riley Bishop under the microscope, as it were. They'll be looking to review that, championship leader.
And remember, if you hit somebody hard with the front of your cart, you get the chances of the nose drop coming as well.
And that could give Amy Peacock a chance. Amy Peacock and Kevin Ivanov, they are doing extremely well. Ivanov especially. Peacock, she's finally just showing the speed in the main event. Luck has not been on her side in the main events so far. But she is there now. Can she get onto the podium?
Well, she's only got to get past one cart. She might not even have to pass that cart if the stewards look at that. I mean, it was more of a trip over one another, wasn't it, than a deliberate act. And, that's sometimes, what happens in racing. They're so close at this point here at Spoon a couple of laps ago. And, you're accelerating out the corner somebody gets delayed ever so slightly, you're going to end up over the back of him, and that's what happened. And I'm pretty sure, and I'm trying to see whether or not the nose on that X-Kart of Riley Bishop is dropped or is flopping about. I mean, they run them pretty low, don't they, Henry?
Yeah.
And it looks all right to me. It looks all right.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. But of course, and that, Joe, I've seen like more contact from an actual overtaking move. That wasn't even an attempted pass.
That's right.
That was just unfortunate, with two drivers trying to take two separate lines, and one cut across the other, and it just sort of clipped them and helped him ride up over the back, and just wiped out the two springs holding the exhaust. And you saw the end result. And
you can't continue without an exhaust on a two-stroke.
No.
The exhaust creates the back pressure that helps with the combustion, and you can go too lean and blow the engine.
I mean, without wanting to stir the pot, as it were, we were talking about Bishop not being quite at the races in terms of how fast he is this weekend compared to how fast he's been the first two weekends. Braith Murdoch was second in the championship.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, he was second in the championship.
Yeah, and he's got a DNF now, 2 fourths.
Yeah.
2 fourths in the finals at round 1 and 2. So Braith Murdoch is going to. This will end up his drop score, won't it?
I'm sure it will.
I'm sure it will.
Who's third in the championship? Marcel Poppercourt.
Who's not here,
which is a strange one. Is third in the points standing.
Marcel is a Cato driver, isn't he?
Yes.
Cato Motorsport here in strength as ever. So we've got 3.5 minutes and 1 lap remaining. We've got Lewis Sumner off and away. Eric Smith is still in second place. Pulled a bit of a gap to Riley Bishop. The number 238 is Lewis Sumner. There's the number 219, Eric Smith. And then a little bit behind these two, that's the white X-Kart of Riley Bishop, who's pulled away a little bit from Kevin Ivanov, who's just got ahead of Amy Peacock. So Amy's plan to get on the podium is gone a little bit awry, and she's going to have to get past that kart there with the blue helmet, Kevin Ivanov.
And let's not take anything away from Ivanov, because you could see the back end of that cosmic kart starting to wander about ever so slightly. And that's because Ivanov, well, this time last year, he was in Honda. In fact, Ivanov was still in Honda in October last year, when I commentated at
Honda Cadet
at Three Sisters. And so, to go from that to this in the space of 6 months, 7, 8 months, it's a long time, you get lots of laps. But,
completely different karts, aren't they?
Yes. And of course,
power, grip, everything.
If you're, as these youngsters grow, Kevin mentally might be able to do 100 laps in one of these, but his body
for a long time
might not want to.
Well, for a long time, Henry, before we had before Micromax hasn't been out that long, and neither has Intermax. Before those two, that was the transition. You went from Honda Cadets into rotax.
Yes.
Or an IAMI, of course.
And spent the first 6 months of the year
with your neck flopping around.
With your neck flopping about, and with a lot of expensive repair bills when you got beaten about in the car and some cracked ribs.
So it's no surprise. I mean, everything. It will have taken Kevin, a few laps to get used to the different speed, but more importantly, the amount of grip.
And
the amount of grip. These karts will corner through a corner like this one here, and you can see the bodies flopping around and leaning to the left. It basically it's trying to throw you out the kart, the centrifugal force. They grip amazingly well.
And of course, if you look at Ivanov in the kart itself, he's using a lot more steering. He's driving that kart a lot harder than Peacock. So you can see a great view there. I mean, Peacock, a little bit of oversteer there, coming out of the carousel. But Ivanov, he's all arms. He is fighting and hanging on, because now we're into this. It's only an extra 2 minutes. That is a long time when your body has decided that it wants to have a rest.
Yeah,
and you can't until the checkered flag comes out.
Yeah.
But there's no resting for this driver. Up front, Lewis Sumner. Now, Alf Lambert has had a 5-second penalty.
He's down the order, isn't he?
So, do you know what? For the second race in succession, the driver on the outside of the front row has got the jump on the pole sitter, but has timed their jump perfectly.
Yeah, and you need to be looking at that, don't you? If you're going to come here and race, you've got to be looking at that, and it's the momentum you can carry around the outside. It's a tighter line, obviously, through turn one. As we get Lewis Sumner, we'll see that ever-welcome last lap board. He's on his final lap. He's been certainly the driver to beat this weekend in Junior Rotax. He's had a lot of challenges, hasn't he? Eric Smith, Riley Bishop, they've come and they've gone, and he is now on that X card, so it'll be the TB card. And just remind me to remind everybody about the raffle when we get this checkered flag, because we've got Lewis Sumner, who gets towards the final stages of his weekend, not just his race, not just this Junior Rotax final, but of round 3 of the Junior Rotax Kart Championship. And here we go, 2 more corners, this corner, and it's X Kart and TB karts that take the win, with Lewis Sumner, the driver, aboard. Eric Smith takes second, Riley Bishop takes third, Kevin Ivanoff, Amy Peacock, George Cole, Adam Juditis, Oliver Fabricius, Isabella Stansmore Wilson with a top 10, Henry Cameron with a top 10, and JJ Plowman for ST Racing just outside that top 10 in 11th.
I was going to say, he may only be 9th in the championship point standings coming into this weekend. You can cross off that 32nd place finish from the opening final at Warden Law. That will be a dropped score for Lewis Sumner. He is in this title fight. Now, if you are watching at home or are watching this back in the championship, and you think to yourself, my word, that go-kart that Lewis Sumner was on was very, very good. Joe Bradley will now explain to you how you could possibly win one.
Yeah, you can win one by buying a £10 raffle ticket. If you're here on site, which you won't be by the time if you actually are on site, come along to the Kart Championship awning just inside the paddock there behind the time and scoring office. And it's £10 a lottery ticket. It's being drawn at the next round at PF. It's basically, you win a brand new chassis, a TB chassis, which is worth quite a chunk of money actually. I think about nearly £6,000. And it's an opportunity to win that. If you can't make it here, if you're not listening on site, if you can't hear it here, or make it here, then you can buy, when you enter for PF, there is a process during that entry process on Alpha Live. The way that you enter PF, you can buy a raffle ticket online. So £10 a hit, well worth a chance. I know I've got my 2. Might have to take up karting. Nick might need a new commentator. If I do, I'll be out there for 5 laps, 3 or 5 laps, and then I'll be pulling in and seeing there was something wrong with the car, when there was clearly something wrong with me. We have got a full grid of Junior Rotax Primo. Junior Rotax Primo, what do I mean by that? Well, they're exactly the same karts as we've just seen racing in the Junior Rotax class. However, Junior Rotax Primo is for a class for slightly younger drivers. These are 12 to 14-year-old drivers, and it gives the karters, all right, you've got a lot of karts that come up through cadets, and they've been racing like 5-6 years, sometimes 10 years before they get anywhere near a Rotax Max. But this gives a driver that maybe is new to karting. They've maybe just gotten their Rotax kart. That's the age group that Junior Rotax caters for, 12 to 16. Well, the 12 to 14-year-olds now have an opportunity in the Kart Championship to race in the Junior Primo class. Find their feet. They're not in with the fast drivers in the Junior Rotax class. They get a chance to have their own race and basically learn all about karting and learn all about how to race before you transition at 14 into the Junior Rotax class. So it's a great idea, it's a genius idea I call it, from the Kart Championship organisers. Don't know whose idea it was, whether it was Darren's, Matty's or Joe's. Whoever's taken the credit, well done, pat on the back, because this really works. We've just seen our current champion, the 2024 Junior Primo champion, out in Junior Rotax, Daniel Hartley. Not had a great weekend, but they're a massive advocate of this Junior Primo class. And if you want to hear all about it, if you go back to the last round at Warden Law, in fact it was the Winter Series round at Warden Law, I have an interesting conversation with Daniel's dad about this thing and why this was right for his son Daniel. And if you are thinking about, going into junior rotax karting and you haven't got any experience, this is really where you need to be. Absolutely is.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a perfect ground, to get yourself up to speed around drivers who are at the same part of their, oh dear, I'm going to sound so American now.
Development.
Development. You saved me from saying the J word.
J word?
Journey. On their karting journey. And then I was going to go outside and beat myself over the head for even saying it, but you saved me from saying development.
Don't stop believing.
Don't stop believing. Who knows?
Don't stop believing. That was my journey.
Oh yeah. No, and then mine was the end scene in The Sopranos.
Oh right, yeah.
Yeah, and then it fades to black, and there was a gun shop. You don't know. Did Tony Soprano buy it?
Let's have a look at the grid. I'm going to have to be quick.
Go karting.
Yeah,
yes.
I'll have to be quick. Elijah Hazelwood, glorious pole position. Score 5 points. That's an almost perfect score for him. Lewis Gilbert, the second. He's on the front row with him. Zach Jennings and Isaac Jameson are next up. Then we've got Alfie Forrester, Ronnie Legg on row 3. Aston Brown and Elijah Hartley. Cooper Campbell-Lee's current championship leader on 9th. Noah Clark 10th. Ethan Bath, Samuel Yeadon, Oscar Pitt, Oscar Shevich, Archie Ray Watson, Pierce Whitehead, Thomas Ambler, Josh Whittaker, Luke Wells, Thomas Butcher, Miles Cleworth, Harry Ward, Zach Mackay, Lily Shaw is 24th. Then we've got Noah Jones, George Ralston, Lucas Olofsson, Charlie Thompson and Jasper Oakes. 29 karts. I've qualified 29 karts of what we got out there.
Excellent. Good work from them all. Now, Lewis Gilbert has been fast, but is, as a lot of these drivers are, prone to a moment or two of inconsistency. They come to the line.
Looks a good start, Henry.
A good start. Gilbert there gets X-carted out of the way. And there's a false start.
It's a false start.
Oh, and one of the TB karts has at the moment, that's the number 95 of Archie Ray Watson. But don't panic, that's not the one that you can win the raffle. That's a
I don't really know what happened there.
That was him easing off because of the false start, and the driver behind not seeing the false start and possibly giving himself a nose cone penalty before the start.
Yeah, that's true. True enough. Archie Ray Watson will be able to resume his position. He's correct.
If he can catch them.
If he can catch them, yes.
Which he hasn't as of yet.
Yeah, he will be. He's got to be careful because we get towards a yellow flag zone, don't we?
And in fact, if you have a look, there's a TB kart right in the back.
Making his way through.
Not making his way through. And right. Somebody else with their hand in the air. A mechanical issue, possibly. And are we going to see one driver peeling into the pits? Sadly, we do.
Here we go, Henry. Elijah Hazelwood. Will he get jumped again? It's Lewis Gilbert alongside, and he slides wide as Gilbert, but he's in second as he follows Hazelwood up the hill towards Spoon. It's Hazelwood and Gilbert and everybody else slotting in behind them.
Okay, game on. Lewis Gilbert, the false start. I think it was the number 19 kart of Isaac Jameson, who just sort of eased Gilbert wide through the first corner, through Clubhouse Corner, and that cost Gilbert a couple of places. This time, there was a slight brush of nose cone to bumper, but Gilbert was able to knock back out of the gas and stay on track and in second position. So that's game on.
That's Oscar Pitt who's just recovering.
I
think he's pulling that back on the track. I think Oscar's going to... Yeah, all right, he's out of contention. He's just going to enjoy the drive.
Yes. I mean, I did wonder if he was any relation to Ethan Pitt, which would make him Pitt the younger. I did use that joke with Nick Dana, so I thought I'd refresh it just for you.
He's here all week.
Yes.
Yeah, great stuff. There's the lead. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They just keep coming. This train of junior primos with Elijah Hazelwood now leading towards the final stages of the second lap here. He's got Lewis Gilbert with that easy to see bright white nose, the kind of virgin livery there, not having a sticker kit applied as they go through turn 1 and on up the Dragon Straight towards Spoon. There's no change at all, apart from Samuel Yeadon moving ahead of Elijah Hartley and into 9th. That's demoted Hartley down to the top, being the last kart in the top 10.
And we didn't find out which, if any, team Lewis Gilbert the second, is in.
No.
Because if you're watching some of our online viewers, if you know which team that Gilbert is in, or maybe he's running as a private team.
Yeah, it might just be,
I mean, it looks like Evolution Racing.
It's a yellow and blue graphic, isn't it?
Evolution Racing graphics kit. But regardless, this has been extremely impressive, because Lewis has not led a lap, but he has been the sole non-X-Kart runner at the sharp end, with you know, guest appearances by Ronnie Legg and Alfie Forrester.
Yes.
But Gilbert has been a constant threat, and this is not being critical of him, even though it's a criticism. He's still prone to moments of inconsistency. He had a spin in the first race. He had a moment where, you know, he still, as many of these drivers are just ironing out those final few minutes. They can all do one fast lap, but in Junior Primo is where you still get drivers working on the ability to do 12 fast laps back to back.
And that, you know what, we take for granted the human element, don't we? We expect these drivers, these kids, to just get their, you know, hit their braking points correctly and hit their apexes, and perhaps the Junior Primo class reminds you and I that they're only, you know, the relative inexperience, and it just shows the consistency at the top level of karting. The top level of this sport is very, very consistent. You've got to be absolutely inch perfect for the whole of the race.
Yeah, you try and get into a go-kart that travels at over 70 miles an hour with a sort of a solid rear axle sort of braking system that every time you brake, the kart doesn't want to turn in. Yeah. And then you put yourself with 28 other equally as testosterone-fueled, hungry other drivers, all trying to back you tooth and nail, and then you try and hit every apex every single lap and see how you get on. You know,
it's not as easy as these kids make it look.
It is absolutely not. Now Aston Brown. No, there's not. It's Jaguars. I was going to say Aston Brown's Lane. No, it doesn't work because it's World Car Company.
No, I actually don't know where you go with that.
No, I don't either. It was.
All right.
I started off down the path and realised it was a dead end.
Did you handbrake turn?
I did. It was a dead end. Yes.
You mentioned Lewis Gilbert spoiling the X-Kart party. I just want to explain to the viewers who might be new to this championship. Those two karts there, the black and white livery, as the leader goes through, the black and white livery karts, they're from the X-Kart team, and they're on the TB chassis, which you can win in a raffle.
Yes.
That you can go online on when you enter for round 4.
Yes.
You can enter the raffle, £10 a ticket. Got it in again. That's twice.
Yeah, that's twice. Well done. Well done.
Matty's getting his money's worth. So that kart there, the blue and white one, that's Lewis Gilbert, and he's not part of that same team.
No, and he's on an X-Spree chassis because it's bright orange, which is an OTK product. The TB kart you can win is in the same livery as the number 57, Aston Brown, who is currently in 5th position, because that is the factory TB kart livery.
Can we drop back to that one, Nick? The green kart there, just coming through there, who is being challenged by Alfie Forrester.
Yes,
that's the kart. That's what you can win.
Yeah, the mean green machine.
And it comes with that livery, with the side pods and the fairings and the NASA panel. And you could be the owner of that kart for just a £10 entry fee to a raffle. I bought 20 quid's worth, so I've got 2 chances.
And those chances are magnified every time you mention it. Darren, a massive chance.
Yeah, well, I'm shooting myself.
No, we shouldn't say that.
I'm shooting myself in the foot, because the more people I encourage to buy a raffle ticket, the less chance I have.
Yeah. The kart behind the TV kart is, I believe, one of the new Pantano chassis, that mustard yellow livery machine. So, the Giorgio Pantano chassis, that has made its debut in Europe and the US last year. Now it's on making its debut here in the UK. That is a bespoke chassis. When I talk about an X-Spree or a Lando Norris or a Cosmic, that are all multicoloured.
I know who Giorgio Pantano is.
Yes.
But you might want to.
Giorgio
Formula
Pantano.
3000 he got to, didn't he?
Giorgio
On the
Pantano.
fringes of Formula 1.
Yes, he did get the Formula 1 with Jordan team for several
Did he?
races. Yep. Got Formula 3000 World Karting Champion, and for many years was the staple American journalists' April Fool's joke, because for many years, April Fool, there would be a team owner who was not a shady character. He would announce that Giorgio Pantano, sponsored by Sunoco Fuels, is entered in the Champ Car World Series, as it was then. And only one journalist that I'm aware of fell for it.
Is that right?
Me.
Oh, really?
I also fell for the classic Kia to enter the Champ Car World Series. It was a long time ago. But yeah,
maybe the Chump Car World Series.
Yeah, but Giorgio Pantano, a fantastic talent.
He didn't. We didn't really see what he was capable of in his full career, did we?
No.
He was cut short by lack of funding.
Yes, yeah.
But you could say that about me.
I mean, I did beat Tony Oliuzzi, former world karting champion,
did you really?
in a kart race. Yeah.
Did chain come off, did it?
yeah. He broke down the first lap. No, he didn't finish second behind me. Now, here we go. Back to the action.
It's the 2-minute bell.
Oh, here we go.
It's the 2-minute bell, but it's nicely spaced out.
What have we got?
Yeah,
what have we got?
Nicely spaced out. It's
Lewis?
not changed.
No, now it's time to go, Lewis. This is, if you've been saving anything, this is your time to go. Can Elijah Hazelwood take 2 wins? Now, Hazelwood came out of his kart at another event at Ward Law, got straight back in, tried to get started again. That's after, turning Senna 1 on his head.
I remember. I remember.
And he's a tough cookie. He's bounced back. Chris Harvey looking after him, mechanicking for him. But Gilbert is looking quick on this lap. Last time around, the top 3 drivers all did their personal best laps. Zach Jennings in 3rd place, a 43.11, fastest lap of the race. Gilbert was a smidge quicker than race leader Hazelwood that time around, but to be fair, it's Jennings who is the driver on the rise in terms of lap times.
Here we go then, because Lewis Gilbert is going to be challenged. The driver Zach Jennings there on that black and white X-Kart, he wants to make it an X-Kart 1-2. Lewis Gilbert says, no, I'm going to stand in between you on the podium, and time is running out. So 30 seconds or so on the clock as they cross the line. So it'll be 2 more laps to go. So it'll be the last lap board next time. And look at this, it's coming. Yeah. Zach Jennings closing on Lewis Gilbert. He's going to have to wait for the opening, and Gilbert, if he's not careful, is going to have to watch the door being left open, and that door is left wide open at Spoon as they go down the hill to the carousel. And it's this late apex that catches Lewis Gilbert napping, and great drive there from Zach Jennings, who was waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, and I've got to say that Gilbert, he might complain, saying, oh, he pushed me out of the way. No, you left the door open, Lewis. Yeah, there may have been a little bit of side pod to side pod touching, but that was because Jennings was already there. You cannot leave a gap like that 2 laps before the end of the main event at this level. Valuable lesson, but now Gilbert, on the last lap, has a chance to return the favour.
Yeah,
can't get it done there, though.
Opportunities running low, as I'm afraid we are running out of time for this one. We're on the last lap now at the carousel for the last time, heading towards turns 5 and 6. Time running out. Gilbert just latching onto the rear bumper of Jennings in that 2nd place. Meanwhile, Elijah Hazelwood, he's the leader, getting into the compression through the Devil's Elbow and onto the final turn for the checkered flag flying. An X-Kart 1 and 2 with Elijah Hazelwood and Zach Jennings taking the win and 2nd place. Lewis Gilbert, he'll be disappointed, I think, Henry, with 3rd. However, it's a strong finish. Isaac Jameson 4th, Aston Brown 5th, Alfie Forrester 6th, Samuel Yeadon, Zach Mackay, Luke Wells. I think that's Hunter Motorsport 8th and 9th there, right there, Zach Mackay and Luke Wells. George Railston. Now, I think I saw George Railston.
He started last.
No, it wasn't that. It was George Railston has got a 5-second penalty.
Ah.
So George finishes 10th. However, that will put him down to only 12th.
And Noah Jones gets a mechanical flag on the last lap, which is unfortunate. Lily Shaw going out, championship leader. Hadn't mentioned him all race. Why? Because Cooper Campbell Lees, with a very little fanfare, retired from a mid-teen position on the last lap. Championship in junior primo blown wide open.
Absolutely. Well, not so much, because Elijah Hazelwood took maximum points. He's lying third with maximum points at Cheney. Elijah Hazelwood is going to go to the top of the table, I think. Lewis Gilbert's not going to be that far off as well with that third place. It's Micromax next, Henry. And Nick is going to pour me a coffee while I nip into the pits for a new set of tyres.
Okay, and I shall take you through the starting lineup as and when the mechanics, the various mechanics have finished fettling and working on the karts. The S plate, Lewis Cacol, you can see him just visualising the track, getting himself psyched up in the kart. Each driver will have their own individual pre-race ritual at this very young age. Looking back, you can see the white and black origin motorsport livery of Ethan McClelland there. That's the team set up by the Elliot Surtees' family to run both in the UK and the UAE. Richardson Chassis Engineering with the number 66 Ethan Lloyd there on the outside of row number 1. Arthur Bowers, that sort of white and gold NASA panel, the rest of the kart intimidatingly all in black. And then the number 27 of Zach Andrew on the Carlos Sainz 55 chassis, the outside of row number 2, that very distinctive blue, white and yellow, luminous yellow. That's the ST racing kart of Freddie Blackshaw. And then the Kiddix kart livery, number 12, Henry Algar. We've seen the Kiddix Kart Republic team destroy the opposition with Lucas Blanford in seniors. There is one of the Cato Motorsport mechanics walking away from, I believe, the number 78 kart of Henry Stinson. And then you've got that bright green number 27 of Zach Andrew. That is, of Jensen Dahl. That's Jack's Motorsport livery machine there. The Jack's Motorsport, the Project One race group, of course born out of when Gerard Cox, the founder of Project One Racing, sadly passed away. Gerard's widow and the Project One team carried on running, and they still run. But Jack Mitchell, who is the Jacks of Jack Motorsport, Jack Marshall rather, he became the feeder series. So Project One could concentrate on their cadet program, and then drivers as part of the Jacks Motorsport Project One racing group.
Have you mentioned Freddie?
Yes, with
racing. And Nigel Horner's HRS engines, renowned Northeast engine builder. But it was Freddie's birthday.
Oh.
Now, what did Will say this morning? Was it yesterday? He's 9. He's 9. Happy birthday, Freddie. Where's the cake? Yeah, you'll watch this when you get home.
Where's the
and
cake? Yeah.
I'm saying to you, if it's a birthday, then there should be a cake, and the commentators need cake. And the producer, of course, goes without saying. Goes without saying. I don't. By commentators, Nick, we mean you as well, because you're our producer today. So the grid leaving the collecting area for this Micromax final. Henry's gone off to cough and pour himself a coffee. Well done, Henry. Again, we should see perhaps 2 laps being given to these drivers. The Micromax Championship currently being led by that orange kart there in second place on the screen there. That's Ethan Lloyd. It's the kart that is currently leading the field round. Lewis Kirkcaldy, who is second in the championship. Now, Ethan Lloyd was third on the podium at round 1 at Wardenlaw, 7th at Shennington. Lewis Kirkcaldy took a 6th at Wardenlaw and took the win at Shennington. Second place at Shennington was Jensen Darlow, the number 26. Jensen down in 7th on the starting grid. And Freddie Blackshaw, the birthday boy on that yellow and blue cart there, he was on the podium with a fine 3rd place at Shenny. He's looking to emulate that. And so are all of these drivers. Now, that's a bit of a fast start, and I won't be surprised if they are given the full start board. No, we've got an off there. 2 carts on the grass. That's a bit of a bump there, but we've got a cart off to driver's left as we head through turn 1. It looks like we've got the start going here, and I'm just going to try and see who that is. Now, a cart coming together, wheels touch. It's the 27 of Zach Andrew, who just wheels touch. Open wheel racing will do that for you, and they launch over one another, and I'm hoping that Zach is fine. I saw people running to his aid, and it looks like he is indeed okay.
Well, I didn't see the sign was if you saw a group of orange jackets on the outside of the straight of the Dragon Straight, that would tell a story. There wasn't, which means that cart and driver have continued, or cart is in a safe place and driver is walking away kicking the bank in frustration.
Yeah, that was just the 2 carts on the outside of the turn. Yes. Here we go then. Looks like 5 carts sharing the space for that 2nd place, and it's Kirkcaldy who drops to 3rd behind Arthur Bowers. Arthur on the black cart heading down the hill now. He's got the white nose fairing there, the white NASA panel. It's one of the modern wider versions. Oh, and he slides very wide out the carousel, and Kirkcaldy comes back through, and everybody piling in behind him, and that's Blackshaw, who latches on the back of Bowers.
And Mr. Andrew has made it back onto the track and has continued. He's half a minute behind, but still in the race, which is good for him. Now, it looked like Bowers just got his line wrong. He got very squirrely coming out of...
It's that carousel, Henry.
Yes.
It is off camber, isn't it?
Yes.
And if you go just a fraction over, it will drag you to the outside. It's like a magnet, that outside of that turn.
But again, still, Bowers didn't race at Wardenlaw, 14th at Shennington. This is a huge upturn in form. Like we said, he's pulled his socks up. Is he getting ready to take them off?
Freddie Blackshaw was behind Arthur Bowers a moment ago. He's now dropped way back. Freddie Blackshaw was 4th.
Yes.
He's going to come through in about 8th soon.
Yeah,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th. Here they come, across the line. It's going to be Ethan Lloyd, Kirkcaldy, Arthur Bowers, Henry Algar, Harry Stinson, Freddie Blackshaw 6th, Noel Wicklow, Ethan McClellan, Jensen Darlow, Teddy Roberts, and then just coming through now, Lani Eden is next up, Carter Jackson with Zach Andrew.
And there is the Kiddix cart of Henry Algar running wide there. Now, Carter Jackson, I lightly poked fun at Carter Jackson, Carter, because that's what apparently his mum's very upset. So, sorry, Miss Jackson.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Oh dear God. Is she really upset?
No.
Was that a joke?
That was a joke.
That's your attempted humour again, Bordeaux.
I queued it up, and you both went for it.
Yeah, I know.
And sinker.
Yeah, I was thinking of the litigation. You've upset me son. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, but you were telling us that his whole family's now calling him
exactly.
Carter.
I know. I queued it up.
Sorry, Miss Jackson. Here we go. Battle for the lead has come back to us.
Yes,
go-karting. Kirkcaldy's tyres have come in, and now he's not scrabbling for grip and keeping everyone off him. He's now got a cart that he likes. It's balanced, and he's challenging Ethan Lloyd. Leader of the championship. Yep. Our champion, is that what you were going to say? Our championship leader.
Yeah,
he is. Yeah,
on the right track.
Yeah, absolutely. And with these two now being joined by everybody else. Arthur Bowers, Harry Stinson, Henry Algar, Noel Wicklow, Freddie Blackshaw dropping another position to 7th and dropping off the back of them.
Yeah, now
what has happened to him?
He's out of that slipstream.
Yeah.
Here we go. Kirkcaldy to the inside, uphill, flat out towards Spoon Curve. nice, made it look easy.
He did.
For Lewis Cacoldi.
Was that was slipstream? This is slipstream.
And then
he keeps it going. But Ethan Lloyd took an optimum line through the sweep of the right-hander, and he left the door open.
He left the door open, but
and the timing was perfect for Cacoldi,
Yep.
because as he opened the door, the momentum was pulling him through.
Yep, Cacoldi was travelling that much faster and was able. So it was slipstream, then guts and gumption to get up the hill. That was a good combination of the two. So next up is Can, Bowers and Stinson. Arthur Bowers and Harry Stinson still running with their black novice plates.
Are they not? Well, Arthur Bowers and they are novices.
Stinson is still down on my entry list as a novice.
Yeah.
Bowers not so. I'm not quite sure what they're good, but that's so impressive. Again, Stinson there, he had a little bit too much momentum, didn't know what to do with it, and by the time he realised, I'm going a little bit too quick, and it's cost him just a couple of kart lengths, but Bowers is now going to work harder to get back into that slipstream. The worrying thing that he's got is that obviously Harry Stinson is a very, very fast driver. He's a very fast but inexperienced driver. Henry Algar, for example, he was a Bambino contender several years ago, both in this championship and others. Noah Wicklow, the same.
Same thing, front runner in Bambinos.
Stinson, he hasn't got that level of experience, and that can be a dangerous combination. Fast but inexperienced.
Yes.
In a race situation, that's when mistakes happen, because the driver's level of racecraft doesn't equate to his level of speed.
It isn't as developed as the drivers around them, and they are looking for that mistake, though. All those drivers that are queuing up, Noah Wicklow, Henry Algar, they're queuing up and waiting for Harry to make that mistake as the leaders go through turn one, heading up the straight now. The number 99, Arthur Bowers, on the novice plate, remarkably pulls to the inside, but no, that's Ethan Lloyd gone as well. And is Bowers going to go through as well? No, he does not. But a change for the lead again, and that again was all about momentum up the Dragon Straight, and carried that momentum into the braking area for Spoon Curve and getting it done. And Ethan Lloyd now, having learnt what he needs to do next time by, is perhaps be a bit more defensive on that straight.
Arthur Bowers, that was a classic case of confidence lift, because Ethan Lloyd opened the door, Bowers went with him, but then he was approaching that situation. You got that lead battle where he was on the inside, you had Cacoldi on his outside, and then the race leader just in front of him going into a corner in a final, and there was a confidence lift, because again, he's on those black plates, lack of experience.
Yeah, again, that comes in. We've got a 4-kart train that's just dropped the White Kart Republic of, I think that's Algar, just dropping off the tail of these two. Number 78, Harry Stinson, Henry Algar, and then Noah Wicklow. But these four now working together. 2-minute bell warns us of 2 minutes, which means time running out. If we are going to see a move by Cacoldi to regain that first place, it's got to come soon. It's got to come within the next 2 minutes for Lewis. As we got that, he's got the slipstream again.
Yep.
But he's got to get the timing right. And if Ethan leaves the door up, no, this time he goes to the left and then cuts across. And it will be Ethan Lloyd who leads into Spoon. They're absolutely together, aren't they, Henry? Down the hill now. And
I tell you what, Harry Stinson is back into contention. He's got no fear. This is new for Harry Stinson. Hey, I'm new to this. This is a final. I'm not, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to go for it. That can work. It can work one of two ways for Harry Stinson. Bowers, likewise, he hasn't been in this situation before at this level, and he's working really hard. Lloyd and Cacoldi, the top two drivers in the championship, they've got one-eye point speed prizes. Lloyd taking the defensive line, Bowers a little bit offline going through turn number one, Cacoldi trying to go around the outside. Can Bowers and Stinson work together and ease Cacoldi wide up at the Spoon Curve? Not quite.
Have to slot back in behind Ethan Lloyd, who is in the lead through the carousel. They're ganging up behind them, aren't they? Arthur Bowers and Harry Stinson, Henry Algar now joining in as well. And before long, Noah Wicklow's going to join on the back. So we are going to have 6 karts going towards the final stages. It's going to be 2 more laps. Oh! And a spin for the lead. The spin for the lead from Ethan Lloyd. He just lost the kart going into the compression. Here we go through the right-hander. The kart just broke away. Or was he helped? I'm not sure. No, he wasn't. He just turned into the left-hand part of that corner, and the car just snapped away. That's dropped him to 4th. It's not over yet for him though, Henry, because he's going to come back. He lost the lead, but he hasn't lost a massive amount of time, and if anything, he's got the 2 novices in front of him. If anything, he can sneak up. He's already got one. We're 3 wide into the carousel. He's got one back, another one, and he's back on terms with Kokori.
Fantastic racing. Stinson onto the grass. The least experienced driver in this group. He was looking for second place at one point, but these final few laps, they have a habit of, weeding out the least experienced members. He still had a fantastic performance, but it's going to be 6th place unless there is some sort of chaos. What can championship leader Ethan Lloyd do on this, the last lap? He's trying to go high, wide and handsome on Arthur Bowers, and it's going to cost him. Algar up to 3rd. Now then, Arthur Bowers, where are those socks? Are they off? Are you ready now to try and take a podium?
Oh, brilliant. He's got his socks off for sure, mate, because he did wonderful there. Defensive line that absolutely negated any kind of challenge from Ethan Lloyd, who lost out to Henry Algar. And here they are, the last few corners. We've got the compression, then Devil's Elbow, and then the final turn. It will be Lewis Kokori on the S-plate there, who wins this final round 3 for Lewis Kokori to match what he did at Shennington in round 2. It'll be Arthur Bowers who finishes in a fine second, and his first podium of the season for Bowers. Henry Algar, where did that come from? And even more so, where did Noah Wicklow come from to snatch 4th place from Ethan Lloyd? Incredible last lap here. Harry Stinson was 6th, Jensen Darla was 7th, the recovering Freddie Blackshaw 8th, Teddy Roberts was 9th, Carter Jackson was 10th, Zach Andrew 11th, Lenny Eden was in 12th, and Ethan McClelland was our last finisher in 13th.
Yes, I think what happened, Ethan Lloyd was going for a move, trying to regain that position. He passed Harry Stinson, but then Wicklow and Algar were able to pounce, and Lloyd eventually dropped a couple of places at about turn 6 coming into compression corner. Very, very good race.
If you think that was close, stand by, caller.
Yes.
Because we've got the C50 Bambinos out next. Our retro Formula 1 class, as we like to call it now.
Yes, indeed. There is Freddie Purnell, the number 33 kart, on pole position. Then you have Hendrix Falat. You can see the JT livery, the badge on the front.
Peter Ugrotsky.
Yes.
Go Kalman, Simon.
Okay.
Good luck.
Good luck. Well, he's there in 3rd. He's a wave to the camera.
He's on the 2nd spot.
Someone's obviously told Mr. Simon, oh yeah, mate, Peter wants to show you good luck. Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Give him a wave. Then it's the Red Bull of Cole Parrish, and you can see there the Lando Norris. It's not quite McLaren up yet, but that's the design.
Yeah. We like it.
Inspired by.
Yeah, we like it. Not quite a retro Formula 1, but
no, but inspired by.
Inspired by Lando Norris.
Yes.
McLaren, that is.
Yes.
Now, warming tyres, shredded tyres for all weathers on these Bambinos.
Yes.
LeConte treaded tyre.
Yes.
Quite robust.
Yes.
They still need warming up though, don't they?
Whether they do
Whether
they do or they don't is irrelevant. But when you're 6 and 7 years old,
you've seen it,
and you see everyone else doing it, you have to do the same.
Yeah, absolutely.
If those drivers believe their tyres are warm enough to make a move, that's good enough at this age.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
The placebo effect.
6 to 8 years old.
Yes.
Blows my mind.
If the drivers believe it, therefore it must be true. Because, don't worry, I haven't worn my tyres up, so I'm going to be more cautious going in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a standing start, everybody, so we are going to be, building the tension and going through a light sequence. We're going to line up. We've got 3 more finals to come. 2 more after this one that are lining up on the grid. Freddie Purnell and Hendrix Fallat, as we mentioned, they are our front row starters. Calman Simon and Cole Parrish on row 2. Row 3 is Vinnie Wright and Max St-Hilaire. Then Hayden Bailey and Frank Pearson. Hope you enjoyed that little Frank interview. As we get the light, the green flag flies, the lights go on. When they go off, we will go racing. We await the lights going off, and away we go with Freddie Purnell just getting the drag, and it's Hendrix Fallat who gets a little bit of a friendly nudge from his mate Calman Simon through turn 1 and off up the Dragon Straight towards Spoon.
And the Red
Tapping
Bull
of the helmet from the leader.
Yeah.
Don't overtake me, work with me.
Yep, they like they were in both superheats. The Purnell Fallat combo is together. Calman Simon wants to disrupt that as much as possible, and he has done so.
Now remember, we were saying to Calman Simon's team, his dad, that you need to find something for the final because he just seems to not have the pace here at Glanico. He had great pace at Shennington. However, there was just something lacking in those 2 super finals. We're going to get the answer now, Henry.
Yeah.
Whether or not they found what they've been looking for.
Yes. The Red Bull of Cole Purnell was very slow away, and the number 74 cart has continued to drop back.
Cole Parrish was that?
Cole Parrish,
right.
yes.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. There is Cole in the blue race suit going through. But he's already down to 8th position. The only driver behind him, somewhat understandably, is Championship debutant Ayrton Edwards-Jones. But there's the twosome have become a threesome.
Yeah.
And Calman Simon, he will not want Hendrix Fallat to get past him. But you can see that Simon's cart isn't quick enough to push Purnell along.
I was just about to say, and there's Fallat through. He slides a bit wide, and Fallat was just waiting for that. Now, whether or not the pace is there for Calman Simon with that yellow Ayrton Senna replica helmet, chasing down the Mansell replica helmet of Hendrix Fallat. Fallat is back where he wants to be. He's on the rear bumper of Freddie Purnell, and what we saw in the superheats was that these two can pull away from Calman.
And they're already doing it.
They're already doing that, yeah.
They're already doing it. You look... Now, Calman Simon is wheeling that go-kart. He is really working hard. Fallat looks like he's in cruise control. You can see Purnell, a thumbs up. They know they are back. It's like the Blues Brothers. They're trying to put the band back together. They are now in perfect harmony once more. There is nothing Simon can do.
Yeah, and no, not at all, Henry. He's already dropped quite a few karts lengths. He's almost back towards Vinnie Wright and Max St-Hilaire, who are having their own little battle, and they're already onto his bumper.
Yeah, just look at the fantastic slipstream. Now, can Calman, and of course, in their efforts to adjust the kart, to give themselves that bit of extra, there's who's to say they didn't adjust it too far and it's gone the other way?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because Calman, now that he's out of that lead battle, let's have a look. A 61.9 compared to a 60.5. So 1.4 seconds, he's right back into the jaws of the 37 Vinnie Wright and the McLaren of Max St-Hilaire.
Well, he doesn't seem to have the top end speed, does he?
He's defending.
Yeah, he's having to defend at Spoon, and it looked like the Vinnie Wright was just able to tow up behind him and pull away from Max St-Hilaire in the bright orange. That's the McLaren livery, isn't it? That we're calling that.
It's not quite papaya, but
not quite. No,
he's only 6. It'll do.
But Simon is under the yellow helmet there. Of Simon is under pressure. He's absolutely under pressure now from Vinnie Wright.
Yep.
And Vinnie Wright looks like if he got by him, he would pull away.
And again, Wright, this is his seasonal debut. Looking at Vinny Wright, didn't compete in last year, so this is his Kart Championship debut. So he's lacking experience compared to Calman Simon, who finished in this class when he was 5th last year, but he's running the number 12, of course, in deference to Ayrton Senna.
Which was on the JBS Lotus, wasn't it?
Yes,
from 85.
Yes.
And 86.
Indeed it was. So the 85 car, to me, that's the ultimate. That's beautiful. That's beauty personified.
Yes.
The lines.
First Grand Prix one was in that car,
wasn't it? Whether it was the lines or it was the wheels that they used in 85.
Maybe.
Now, obviously, this week is the 75th anniversary of the very first round of the Formula One World Championship. May 13th, 1950, Silverstone. Which, of course, what would the 24 drivers that sat on the grid that day at Silverstone in 1950, what would they have thought of Bambino karting? It's incredible.
It is incredible. I mean, all right. So we're gonna just watch Hayden Bailey now. We're going to give Hayden a bit of time because he's drawn up to Max Saint-Hilaire. And Hayden Bailey, if he's not careful, he's going to overtake Max Saint-Hilaire.
He wants to be careful because he's going to do it.
There he is, of the number 86. Number 75 is Frank Pearson, who we spoke to in the paddock show. Frank on the white and green, with the flashes of green. But right now, Hayden Bailey, just as our cameramen went searching for him, he's then just blasted up to Max Saint-Hilaire, and he's given us a race to watch.
I mean,
which is really good of him.
Another driver, first time out in the championship, Hayden Bailey.
So this is a battle of the newcomers then. This is a great race between
St. Hilaire, he's a regular.
He's a regular. Didn't Max do
Max
Bambinos?
He was 8th and 10th in the two finals this year, was Max St. Hilaire. But Hayden Bailey, I've got no record of him last year or this year.
Well, Hayden Bailey's learning the ropes, and he's a quick learner as he comes up towards the spoon. We've had a change of lead.
Oh, we got a spin.
Oh, that's a spin. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Again, just put off a little bit by the braking area for the spoon, wasn't it? Here he goes, Henry.
He was trying to do a Slim Shady round the outside and dipped a wheel there.
Just dipped a wheel off.
And again, it shows you that obviously the tarmac is higher than the grass because you saw the car settle. Here we are.
Change of lead.
Back at the ranch, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
It's the Williams of Falat leading.
Of course the lead changed when we went down the order. We thought that wasn't going to change, but now we have got a battle for the lead on our hands. So we'll come off the midfield and we'll watch to see if Freddie Purnell on that number 33 can get back ahead of Hendrix Falat. Falat has overtaken, but he hasn't moved away at all. 900ths of a second was the gap between them, and that is the gap you see there. Literally nothing at all. Just the space that is between the transponders on those cars.
Yep, and of course Purnell hasn't stood on the top of the podium. He's had a second and a third this year. Third in these standings last year, hasn't had an official Motorsport UK Championship race final victory.
Whereas Falat leading, he won out. He won in Warden Law, didn't he?
Yes, he has.
And second at Chenning. So not unfamiliar with the podium, these two.
I'm just looking there, and of course, the Might E Bambinos. Purnell has got a pair of 7th places up to today, but can he make it on to the top step of the podium and complete the podium of podiums?
Well, the driver that's going to stop that happening is the driver that he currently follows, and that's Hendrix Falat. Now, these two absolutely tied together. They look like somebody's put a bungee tie between their bumpers, and they're just circulating together through the right-hander at Spoon, over the curb, down the hill towards Carousel. Don't know who Hendrix was looking at there. Somebody on the infield just had a check to see what he was shouting at.
And you know what? It doesn't matter which one of these two has led. They've been equally as effective. Sometimes you get drivers and one is more effective at pushing and the other is more effective at being pushed. because, of course, it takes two different skills. If you're doing the pushing, you've got to brake ever so slightly earlier, and then you've got to get on the take a tighter line off the corner, get on the power earlier to draw back up on the straight. You can't be a pusher if you're out braking yourself.
And you can't. And what happened there was the momentum carried him onto the rear bumper.
Yep.
Now, if he had the gap for the momentum to carry him alongside, he couldn't get alongside because he had nowhere to go. So he's got to follow him.
Yeah,
he's got to follow him for another lap.
Whether it's been Purnell leading and Falat pushing, or Falat leading and Purnell pushing, both these two have worked equally as well together, because they are now 6.5 seconds in front of Vinnie Wright, who is in third place. Vinnie Wright has passed Calman Simon. Everybody else has faded and dropped away. Pearson is 5th, St Hilaire after the spin is 6th, Paris 7th, Hayden Bailey after his spin is 8th, and Ayrton Edwards-Jones, I don't think he's going to get lapped. No, he's not going to get lapped.
No, he's not. He's going to be fine, I think. We've got one more lap of racing, Henry. And if anything, Falat has dropped Purnell off that rear bumper where he's been. Doesn't stop Falat from following that white line on his right. And just look at that slipstream coming into effect as Purnell just draws back up to the bumper. This is an opportunity at the top of the hill. Is he going to take it? They go into the braking area now, and they have to stay line astern because it's defensive driving. He's got the textbook out and he's thumbing through the pages on defensive driving at Glan. And that is basically hold the inside line everywhere. And that's what Falat is doing.
But has someone left a post-it note saying, what about when he tries around the outside of turn number 5? He now covers the line that this is the final descent. This is now Falat's race to lose. Can Purnell forge a gap?
Lovely late entry for Freddie Purnell. He tries to draw up onto the back end of Falat as they go towards the final turn. It's not going to be enough, and Hendrix Falat, who took the win at round 1, was second at round 2, will take another win of the season here at Glan for round 3. And a great drive, a great fight for Freddie Purnell. He has to wait another week or so before he gets a chance of winning. But he's finished second, he's finished third, and now he has another second. It's surely going to be his turn before the season is out.
And on the last lap,
yes, what did we miss?
Calman Simon wrestled third place away from Vinnie Wright. So Simon, and that is an important lesson. On a day where your kart is only third fastest, rather than do something silly whilst trying to outperform your kart for second, make sure you maximise what you've got on the day.
Yes.
If your kart is the third fastest kart out there, finish third.
Finish third, and that's what Calman did, didn't he?
Yep.
And that he's currently second in the championship. He will take a third step at the podium for round 3. However, with only 2 more finals remaining to conclude round 3 of the 2025 Kart Championship, we have to move swiftly on to Intermax, Henry.
Yes, we do. The question remains, number 132, Logan Rolfe. Can anybody figure out how to beat him? He's got his dad, Gary, there next to him. I'm pleased to say that Gary's bald spot is now as prominent as my bald spot, which makes me feel better about life and everything. Alongside that Pantano chassis of number 140, Jensen Sale.
Before we talk about this,
yes.
Hello to Richard Bradley.
Hello.
Who is Zane Sofoglu's driver coach,
manager,
mentor,
organising a lot of his career.
Great Turkish pronunciation, he says.
Oh.
He's tesekula.
Oh,
yes, thank you.
Okay.
And the reason why it wasn't Nick Tandey standing there on the grid for Felix was because he's on the way at the airport. He's testing at Watkins Glen tomorrow. And he's just told us it's Nick Madge. So he's... See, I'd be sitting with me feet up having a cup of tea before I went to the airport, but Nick's here.
He says he's on his way to the airport. His I know for a fact his flight's not till 11 o'clock tonight. He just went, oh, no, kid's doing my head in. Nick, you taking it? No, I'm joking, Nick. I'm joking, Nick. Enjoy.
Yeah, he's certainly, how can you not enjoy driving a Porsche 963 around Watkins Glen?
I can
Well,
see.
Nick won't, because he'd be working on how to make it as quick as anything else.
No, but you go to the Finger Lakes region of Watkins Glen,
It's beautiful, isn't it?
And you walk through the town, which of course is where the original road circuit was. It went through the Watkins Glen town, and then you go and pay your respects to some of those that have been lost on those hallowed pieces of tarmac, and you look at the light blue turquoise Armco, and you can hear just about the howl of a Cosworth DFV.
You're just an old romantic, aren't you?
Intermax, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, Intermax.
Logan Rolfe and Jensen Sale, Lucas Esser and Noah Jebson, and championship leader Larry Price starting fifth.
And Larry Price starting fifth was the winner at rounds 1 and 2. However, I actually can't say, if anybody's been keeping powder dry or cards in the back pocket for this final to beat Logan Rolfe, well, you know what? You're very good at playing poker, because I can't see anybody here beating that Synergy kart of Logan Rolfe. It is a Synergy, isn't it?
It is. It's a Synergy, the Luke Christie Racing Synergy. There's the Pantano kart. Then you've got an Ambition Motorsport machine of Noah Jebson on row number 2. Larry Price there, the number 197 on row number 3, alongside Charlie Quinn.
Here we go.
That looks fast.
Are we going to get them away? Yeah, we're going to wait to see whether I get a green flag here. I haven't got any green flag as yet.
Now, Logan Rolfe, he has the option to choose which side of the grid he wants to start on.
It's a race start. Giving it.
It's a race start because he was first across the line, even though he chose the outside. So, if you have a look there, the pole sitters have predominantly been on the right-hand side of the circuit as you cross the line.
And Logan lined up on the left.
Yes.
Which is his
prerogative
choice.
to choose.
Clever lad.
He's
been watching the racing from all this afternoon and seen just how great a start everybody on that outside line has got.
And they have done the gearing and maybe the jetting and maybe the tyre pressures to capitalise on that. However, Noah Jebson, he has not. It's always been Lucas Esser and Jensen Sale chasing Logan Rolfe, and he's dealt with their threats. Now, Noah Jebson, a new threat. What something different does he bring to the table?
And also Larry Price.
Yep.
They've been hiding, haven't they? They've been hiding, and they're only just coming to the fore when they need to come to the fore. Now, if these two in second and third can work together, they will stop Logan Rolfe disappearing off into the distance.
This is a very good lap from Logan Rolfe. I'll be interested to see the time. Logan Rolfe, 45.9. Noah Jebson, 46.2. Rolfe was 3/10, nearly 4/10 quicker on that lap. The lap started with Jebson in Rolfe's slipstream. It ends with Rolfe in completely clean air. Pressure now back on to Larry Price. Does he push Jebson? At what point does Larry decide, okay, I can push Noah all I want, it's not going to help me, I've got to try and pass him and then back myself to catch a driver that's so far today been unbeatable?
Yeah, he did. Well, it's when you feel that you're being held up, when you feel that you can actually get past and you're being held up, that's when you've got to go for your move, because you know that you're just losing out. Meanwhile, behind, in 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th and 8th, there's about 6 carts that are going to come over the brow. There they are. That is Lucas Esser, Charlie Quinn, James Fabricius, Cameron Tipping. This is a great battle, and it's one of those Pantano carts that are leading that little pack, and that is that the 140 of Jensen Sale? Yeah, it is Jensen Sale. And then Lucas Esser. So Jensen Sale, he's been on the rear bumper of Logan Rolfe for this afternoon, and now he just can't seem to get anywhere near that.
The Pantano cart, both in this size and the 4th size frame, both working very well, competitive in every class. Oliver Barton in the number 165 cart is there in 7th. Charlie Quinn, novice driver, on the black plate in 6th position. That's an impressive performance. There he is on the ST Racing livery machine. Now Price.
That's
I was going to say,
again, open wheel racing. That's what can happen to you. And he's grounded out. He's bottomed out, but there's the move coming into turn 5. He squeezed down the inside, and that was the cart on the outside turning in.
I think Price had the inside. Maybe he just had so much extra
Jepson, wasn't it, who turned in onto him?
That Jepson was running out of track. Certainly, Larry had made the move.
I'd have to see an overhead to see who moved where there.
I mean, it looked like Price in front, but then was on course to slightly miss the apex, but had made the move. Jepson was going to thought about the undercut and doing the crossover move and just mistimed it. And there is Jepson, obviously a little bit upset in his cart. That would be the first chink in the armoury of championship leader Larry Price.
I was about to say, after 2 wins, one in round 1, one in round 2, he's going to score really, really down there. This is going to be his dropped score, of course. He can come back strongly at round 4 at PFI, and then Rowra, and then Wilton Mill, but he's got to finish strongly to maximise his championship. This one he can throw away. He can put this over to another date. But yes, after a very, very strong start to this, I mean, at Chennington, he won everything.
Yeah, I mean, he can throw this away, but then he does have to get through the next 3 race weekends without another issue. That's the problem. You can use this final as your mulligan.
Yes.
Yeah. But then again, you've got to have 3.
This is what I mean. Yeah.
Do you want to,
if you have another one like today, then yes.
Yeah. Do you want to use it this earlier in the season? Because, of course, Price has continued in 18th place, but, things are only going to get more intense, more aggressive, and more nervous as the season progresses. Because, of course, everyone starts thinking about championships. There's a good move, the 157 from Eddie Duncan. Top move there from Eddie. This is his seasonal debut.
That's a very worthy squabble, actually, because that's the 3rd place podium position there, the yellow and blue cart of Charlie Quinn. He's on a novice plate.
Absolutely.
Is Charlie.
Fantastic.
And he's got a good team behind him as John Stewart. He's probably on a Nigel Horner motor as well, so he's got good waft up the hill.
Yes.
And but being a novice plate, you're gleaning all of that experience from John Stewart Senior and Junior.
Yes.
So there's the and that's the inexperience, I think, coming in there, because he took his optimum line, but in so doing, we've talked about this.
Yeah.
That left the door open. In slips Eddie Duncan, and that's 3rd place to Eddie Duncan.
I mean, Quinn started the year 18th at Wardenlaw, improved to 8th at Shannington. So that trajectory is going in the absolute right direction. But of course, this is where your racecraft comes into it. There's Lucas Esser. So Esser and Sale, Sale second, Rolf still leading. Oh, and there's the other element, is knowing on the outside of a fast first corner when to give.
If anything, Henry, it was James Fabricius who hit the curb on the inside. That bounced him towards Charlie, and Charlie had it just kind of ran Charlie off. It was kind of one of those, I mean, in my opinion, that looked a bit like a racing incident, but we'll leave the officials to decide what their thoughts were on that.
I mean, it does mean that Eddie Duncan, Oliver Barton are ahead of Esser, with Price out of it in terms of, and Jepson also out of the race. There's going to be a lot of shuffling in the championship. Okay, Logan Rolfe stands to make significant inroads into Larry Price's championship lead. Jensen Sale, again, 3rd of the championship, but of course, Wardenlaw, that was the first time out for the Pantano chassis. Everyone getting themselves, idea. There's Luke Millward fighting his way forward into P7. Now, we'll make that P6 now for Millward. I think he was just going past Fabricius in the number 191 cart. There is Millward, Fabricius with Buddy Hugo behind him in the number 117 cart. Tipping and Quinn now in 10th place with Smart, Annika Hurd, Mellon, Clare, Jaden Patel, Scott, Jamie Walsh, Rudra McCallnath and Larry Price, the other runners.
Inside of 90 seconds then for the weekend for our Intermax field, as it's still a great race. There's still a lot of racing going on out there, and there's still going to be potentially a lot of place changes down the order. Logan Rolfe's got a gap of 1.1 seconds last time by, and he's gone off into the distance. But it's what have you spotted?
Sale was a tenth and a half quicker last lap, however.
Yes, he was, and so that I expect at this stage though, Henry, that Logan is a clever enough kid to realise how much time is left and maybe not take it out of his tyres so much. Remains to be seen, as the 157 Eddie Duncan, that's the battle for third and final step of the podium, and that one isn't over at all. And I suspect, I didn't quite clock the time when Logan went across the line, but I think it could well be the last lap board. It might be on the cusp, is it?
It's going to be very, very close.
2 more laps, Nick reckons.
On the cusp is correct. On the fringes.
The fringes.
The fringes of a one lap or a
on
2
the
laps
edge.
ago. On the edge.
Yeah, how many more? Can we come up with?
But now, I mean, Eddie Duncan will be thinking, please, is that a techno graphics kit?
I was just looking at that.
It only
7 seconds, 6 seconds on the clock.
6 seconds.
So not even on the cusp there. We're well inside. 2 more laps.
But that is a techno graphics kit on the, and of course is it the Pedrozzani brothers? Behind the techno.
You mean the techno Formula 1 cars from the late 60s, early 70s?
Same family.
Is it?
Same
is it really? Wow.
The same brothers built go-karts, Formula 3 cars, Formula 2 cars, and Formula 1 car.
Yeah, Chris Eamon.
Chris in a techno, yeah. I always wanted there to be 3 of them, so I could say techno.
Yeah, you haven't quite got your wish here. And Eddie Duncan has got a lot to do. They are heading towards the last lap board in the compression for the penultimate time, I should say, and through the final turn. Logan Rolfe's gone through, Jensen Sale's gone through, still a second between the first 2 carts, and here we come. Yes, Logan Rolfe was managing the pace because he's just responded with a personal best, and Eddie Duncan's got to respond to a challenge on the inside at Spoon. Doesn't quite come off. They're going to take this down the hill towards the carousel. They turn in now, and Eddie Duncan seems to be able to keep that cart ahead, because Oliver Barton, Lucas Esser, Oliver Barton on the Kart Republic just can't quite get on terms, as we've got Logan Rolfe coming through the compression for the final time. It's Jensen Sale who will finish on his bumper as ever. He takes the win in great style. It is Jensen Sale, and it is indeed Eddie Duncan who takes the 3rd and final spot of that podium. However, trophies do go down to 5th in the Kart Championship, so that is Oliver Barton, and current Micromax British champion Luke Millward snatches that 5th spot from Lucas Esser right at the very end.
And that will be a very popular win. Logan Rolfe, he's a character, and again, he seems to be very good friends with a lot of drivers. You could normally hear him coming before you see him. But he, enthusiasm by the bucket load, just as lived.
He's a chatty chap, isn't he? He's a lovely kid.
He is not shy one little bit.
No, you have a real, conversation-wise, and he's full of questions. I love that. I love that in kids.
And
what are you putting that wire there for?
What are you doing that for? What are you doing this for? Yeah, again, inquisitive. And that's it. And so that will be a popular win in the paddock.
It will be. And it will be popular because it's considering what happened to Larry Price, when we get to PF International in the middle of June, that is going to close the championship up and really, and again, that's what we expect at half distance, isn't it?
Yes, but there is just one.
Can you believe it? Here we are.
Here we are. Archie Bridge is down there on the outside. We're talking, so they're from West Country, and they've got the same person who owns the travelling fairground in his hometown is responsible for the travelling fairground.
Was that right? Yes. Well, let's have a look at the grid then as they line up. The number 68 there, that's the pole position driver from P1, the Project 1 team, Riley Blakemore, with alongside Archie Loveridge. He's in the blue, the number 73 there, just about to have his engine started on his Honda Cadet. Archie Cannon and Elliot Bourke are on the second row. Third row is Arthur Murfitt and Luke McGall. Dino Rollins and Ronnie Jones start on row 4. Row 5 is Jack Wykes and Ethan Pearson. Theo Hamilton and Oliver Ratton are on row 6. Row 7, Daniel Barton and Ollie Knox, with Shaylin Srikantan and Mason Becker on row 8. Bradley Sutton, Finley Thursfield on row 9. Row 10, Jerry Dufficy and Joshua Doherty. And then we've got Arthur Roberts and Luke Jardine on row 11. Row 12, James Murfitt and Jensen Fathers. Then we've got Reggie Dufficy and Matty Horsepool, Sawyer Henderson and Seth Wright, and then rounding off 15 rows of carts, Maximilian Mikalski and Arthur Bath. That is our Honda Cadet grid. Now remember, when they are released from the collecting area, which you see them in now, they'll make their way around onto the grid. So to end round 3 of the Kart Championship here at Glan, we're going to have a standing start. And I'm a big fan of standing starts.
Yeah, indeed. Of course, it's not possible in every class because the clutches don't necessarily agree with standing starts in every class. What I did notice is that the number 68 kart there, that Project 1, that's got the official Project 1 graphics kit on it. Tim Parrott wearing a Gerard Cox-esque bucket hat on the grid. I'm sure that is no coincidence.
I'd like to think not.
Gerard, he was famous for his bucket hat, and I'm forever going to be indebted to his widow, because I am now the custodian of...
Are you really? Of his hat?
One of his hats.
Oh, wow. Fabulous.
Is a prized possession. Only because, I mean, I always used to make fun of Jared, saying he'd just come back from watching the Stone Roses at Glaston.
Yeah, of course.
And I would do a walk, and he was just tickled pink by it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's class. That is class.
Yes.
So we're rounding off round 3. Round 4 will be reconvening in the middle of June. It's June the 14th and weekend of the 14th and 15th up at PFI International, or PF International I should say. 19th and 20th of July we end up in the northwest, just on the edge of the South Lakes area at Rowra, and then we round off the 2025 season on the 9th and 10th of August, and that's at Wilton Mill with the new chicane, of course. Not so new chicane these days, isn't it?
We tried. Obviously, it's the ankle, because you go through the boot and then just above the
boot.
I
like that. Yes, I like that.
I thought the ankle might be
I do like that. The ankle.
Yeah, the ankle.
I'll put that to Dan up at Wilton Mill.
Well, yeah, you've got to call it something.
I did say. I said, I went in when they first built it. I said, "Have you got a name for this new chicane?"
Yeah.
And they said, "No, I never thought of that." I said, all right, let's go and call it the Nouvelle Chicane then.
Yeah. But again, this is what...
the ankle, I like that.
So many circuits now, it's turn 1, turn 2, turn 3. No, part of a character of any, ribbon of tarmac anywhere in the world are the names of the corners.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can try and give it the formula where you've got 18 corners, turn 1, turn 2. No. No. It's not turn 1, it's the retifolio. Yes. You know this.
Parabolic.
It's the parabolic. It is, exactly. Or is it Alboreto is now? They've renamed parabolic.
No, you can't rename the parabolic.
Exactly. I think it's illegal.
You can't, yeah.
I think that, Mamma Mia.
I knew Michele Alboreto, and God rest his soul, and even he would agree that you cannot rename the parabolic. Exactly. Anyway, back to Glenago.
Go-karting. Sorry.
Yes, back to Glenago. And here we go. Honda Cadets about to get going. Can't see the green flag because the back of the grid is around the corner.
Yep.
But we are going to see things moving soon. So it's a standing start, light control. Green flag is being waved. And we're about to go and get moving. Riley Blakemore on the left-hand side of the screen there. He's on the right-hand side of the track there. Engine revs rise. The brakes are released. And off we go. Oh, and it's that outside line of Archie Loveridge. Chops across at the clubhouse corner and off and up the Dragon Straight towards Spoon. He's in the lead, and pole position driver Riley Blakemore is saying, hang on a minute, that's not in the script, certainly not my script. I'm going to have that back. But what we're going to see here, Henry, is pure cadet, Honda Cadet racing, where we're going to get a train of potentially 30 karts
Yeah.
that are going to follow each other around.
And we've got into third position is Cannon. Then you've got Arthur Murfitt in the number 88 cart in fourth position. Fifth and the last driver in this league group, I think, is the number 14 cart of Elliot Bork, with actually Luke McCall also there as well. Here we go to complete the end of lap number 1.
Loveridge, Blakemore, Cannon, Murfitt, McGall, Bork, Wykes, Theo Hamilton, Daniel Rowlands and Ethan Pearson. They are the top 10. The rest of the scroll of the timing bar on the right hand side of your screen, you'll pick up where your driver is, but right now it's, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it's 1 to 30 actually.
Yeah, all the way back to Maddie Horspool.
Absolutely.
Maddie Horspool actually has made great progress. She is up to 20th, the bright pink livery machine. Now you'll see the chasing group is an awful lot of single file racing, with you wait until about the mid-teens before there's anyone side by side, because all the front dozen drivers know now is not the time to battle. I can race my way out of contention simply by trying to pick up 9th place now.
And the problem is, of course, so in that 5-cart train there, if you're in 4th and you have a go for 3rd, you can end up 7th.
Yes, you're going to be
so
it's hung out to dry like the laundry.
It's incredible that these kids, you've got to be over 8 to race Honda Cadet, 8 to 12, isn't it? And the cleverness, the intelligence, the racecraft that these kids show is just incredible. It's instinctive. It's got to be instinctive. Yes, you can learn it, but I think, your kid will either take to it or they won't. Maybe, you keep at it. If they enjoy it, keep at it, because it will come. And it's amazing how the racecraft is developed.
Yeah, there's the natural instinct and ability. There's 2 different types of drivers.
Yeah.
There's those that it comes naturally to, and those that have to work very hard at it. Every racing driver in any form of discipline has to work hard to do anything. However, I'll take my teammate, he was naturally gifted. He was, over the course of a race, he would be slightly quicker. I could match him occasionally, but I would have to work harder, whereas he didn't.
Yeah.
It can be very frustrating.
Yes.
But again, you have a natural instinct to do this. That one of the best drivers I ever coached, I sat him down and said, "Do you realise how good you are?" And he went, "Oh, what do you mean?"
No.
I said, he goes, "You look at me and I don't get what you're saying. I just get in the car and drive."
Yes.
And that's when you know they're that good, where they don't even understand how good they are, because you sit them in a go-kart and you say, "This is how you get around the corners," and they go and do it.
Yeah.
That is the difference. Where I just don't understand.
And they just do it. And the moment you get them to understand what they're doing, rather than just doing it, that's when they become great. That's when they absolutely become great. And the reason why Henry and I are just having a chat is because this is Honda Cadet.
Yes.
And they are going to follow each other around for at least another, 3, maybe even 4 minutes before they will start making moves. Now that's a little bit spaced out. And I think that's because we're at that point of this Honda Cadet race where everybody's just playing a waiting game. Yeah. I use the term, and I've never used it all day, Henry. High-speed game of chess. Where you just sit and think.
Yeah, because we've got a group of 8. So the 8 contenders have lined themselves up. This is the lull, the calm before the storm. You've frittered a few pretenders out of the way. Dino Rowlands has gone. Ronnie Jones, the O-Plate winner, has been shuffled back. You're left with Loveridge, Blakemore, Cannon, Murfitt, McGall, Bork, Wykes and Hamilton. Those are the 8. Now, in the previous Super Heat, McGall and Bork worked very, very well together, and they are running 5th and 6th. They might be towards the back there, but don't count them out because they know what to do. Hamilton, who did everything right in the closing stages at Shenington, hasn't been able to quite get to the front this weekend.
He's down in 8th.
Yeah, so both him and Jack Wykes, I would say, are the next 2 that potentially could be jettisoned.
And look who's leading. Archie Loveridge is our leader, and Archie a 4th at round 1 at Wardenlaw and an 8th at Shenington. And here he is at half distance in the final.
Had an issue in qualifying. I think he had a problem in qualifying.
So it was a recovery drive for Archie.
And starting last in most of his races. Yes.
Oh wow! So that was a good recovery drive.
Yeah.
Now we start. I mean, we're only a minute inside the second half, so it's still a little bit of time left. But you can kind of see, a little bit of body language in the twisty bits there, where people are just maybe having a look down the inside and just seeing where people are strong. And there's the S plate, Archie Cannon. Archie looking down the inside, just having a look down the inside. Has he got the momentum up the hill to make it down? Because it's not a braking area, that corner, is it? It's you're kind of just easing off and just feathering the brake, really, to get it to turn.
Yeah, you're getting it sort of lined right up. Now, and of course, you can see behind them, Jack Wykes. You saw Jack Wykes in the orange crash helmet. He's there in 7th place. He's still saying push for. He's still pointing forward to Theo Hamilton because they know they're not out of it yet. Hold your line, boys.
Yes.
Don't shoot until you see the whites of their eyes.
Hold the line.
Hold the line. And that's what they're all trying to do. Nobody battled just yet.
And look at that, the top 5, Loveridge, Blakemore, Cannon, Murphy, McCall. They've pulled a little bit of a gap, and let's see what I see a little bit of a gap. It's only just under 7/10, but it makes all the difference.
Yep.
That 7/10 can disappear, and those 3 that are in that gap there, Elliot Bogue, Jack Wykes, and Theo Hamilton, could very quickly be latched onto the top 5, and the top 5 could very quickly become the top 8.
I am looking at the graphic on our timing and scoring screen here, which is a circuit graphic. To show you where all the drivers are relative.
Yeah, the tracker.
And at some point in the next 2.5 minutes, this lead group is going to come upon a lapped cart.
Yeah, the number 24.
Yes. Now, this is no criticism of Arthur Bath. Arthur is doing everything he can. You just saw him. He's a novice. He's learning karting. He's been getting out of the way and obeying the blue flags. However, when you have a group this size bearing down on you, unless you fully turn left onto the grass off the circuit, you've got to go somewhere. At some point...
Yeah, that's right.
At some point...
Can't just disappear, can it?
You can't just vanish, I just hope that the lead group catch Arthur going down the Dragon Straight and all sweep by him and the chasing pack because there's nothing Arthur can do. If they catch Arthur Bath coming down the hill, then that everything that happened is not Arthur's fault. He's going to be climbing over himself to get out of the way, but at some point he has got to take the corners.
Yeah, he can't just disappear, and he will try and keep out of the way. We've seen that earlier.
Yes.
I have a feeling that it could well be on the Dragon Straight next time by.
Yes.
We're coming up to the final minute. That doesn't mean we're anywhere near the last lap, though. And as we go through the sweeps and turns of turn 5, now into the compression, and I was wrong. We've come upon him on the last lap, and Arthur just stepping out of the way there, making room for the leaders to come through. Loveridge is the first to clear the back marker. The next drivers in that 5-cart train will do the same. Then the 3 carts of McGall, Bourke and Wykes. McGall ahead of Bourke, by the way, up the hill towards Spoon. It won't be the last lap board next time by. 2 more laps of racing, but now you can see the body language.
Yep.
We're not just following each other. We are offline, and here come the other 3. Pick a winner, Henry. I would not bet a penny on this.
I want to say well done, Arthur Bath.
Yeah, brilliant.
For getting out of the way. He didn't suddenly slow down, which is unsettling in itself. He maintained his speed, but got out of the way. Good driving, young man. Don't worry. This time next year, Arthur, it'll be you lapping somebody else.
Yeah.
Starting out.
You absolutely will. And here we go. The penultimate lap then, Henry, up the Dragon Straight. Who's going to show their cards first? It's the Scottish champion Archie Cannon that has a look into the braking area for Spoon. They have to all settle in, and there's a move for 4th place as the number 167. Who is that?
It's McGall passing Murfitt for 4th position.
Where'd I get 167 from? It's 15.
It's the number 15 cart of Luke McGall, and the group has closed in. It's 8 strong.
Carts. Yeah, look at that.
Nearly 10 strong. Shaylin Trecanton and Ronnie Jones also. Great work. If Bork, Wykes or Hamilton finish anywhere other than 6th, 7th and 8th, you've got to take your hat off to them, because they played the waiting game, and this is the lap it all boiled down to.
And here comes the 15. The 15. We took McGall last time by, or he took Murphy, I should say. It is Luke McGall in the 15. Yep. McGall just trying to squeeze by, makes the room, took the tin opener to that one and gets into third as he down the hill side by side. The leader Loveridge into the carousel, but we've got that S plate now.
Cannon on the outside
has been run out to dry.
He's fighting for third as he got hold on to it. McGall's up over the back wheels. Somebody's on the grass. That's being dispatched. I couldn't quite see who that was. That was either McCall or Bork. But here we go. Archie Loveridge has held on.
I can hear the squeals from the crowd on the balcony from here, and we're quite a way away in our little booth. Archie Cannon was the cart that went on the grass.
No, he wasn't.
And he came back on in third place.
That was him in third place.
Yes,
I thought it was Luke McGall.
McGall went off as well, I think.
Went off as well. Yes.
Because he went down to 7th. Let's just have a look at this. So, where's the S plate?
The S plate
there he
is
is.
In the green
keep an eye. Keep an eye.
Oh, yes.
Keep an eye.
It was McGall into Cannon.
There's the S plate.
Cannon fired out of McCann. You were right. Yeah, McGall spun in his attempts to wrestle the position away from Cannon. Somewhere now, Arthur Murfitt, Archie Loveridge, Riley Blakemore, Archie Cannon. It
was Shaylin Trecanton who was the driver that ended up off. Shaylin Trecanton down 18 spots to 27th for Shaylin. That's unfortunate. Let's have a quick rundown of the top 10 then to wind things up, because that was phenomenal. We let the officials. These are provisional. This result I'm about to tell you is provisional. Archie Loveridge takes the win. I don't think that's provisional. Riley Blakemore second. Archie Cannon is in third. I've lost my voice.
Elliot Bork finishes in fourth position. Now, what we're saying, if Bork, Wykes and Hamilton finish anywhere other than 6th, 7th and 8th, you've got to take your heart of them. Well, Bork and Wykes 4th and 5th. Arthur Murphy, P6. Luke McGall, 7th. Luke McGall did half spin. Shaylin Trecanton, he is off at the side of the circuit. At the exit of the in between the carousel and maybe the Devil's Elbow. Further back, Dino Rowlands finishes in 9th. Now, we don't talk much about Dino Rowlands. He's getting better and better every round. 16th in the first final, 12th the second final, 9th here. Daniel Barton and Ethan Pearson were next. The O-Plate champion, Ronnie Jones. I think Ronnie Jones and Shaylin Trecanton had an altercation on the last lap, because they were battling over 9th and 10th. One of them comes round in 12th and the other one doesn't. That usually tells a story. Oliver Ratton. Where Oliver started, he was down towards the back of the field. 13th, Arthur Roberts, Ollie Knox, Mason Becker, then Bradley Sutton, Luke Jardine, Joshua Adote, Finley Thursfield, Jensen Fathers, Maddie Horspool, Jerry Duffy, Seth Wright, Reggie Duffy, Maximilian Mikalski. The main thing I want to say is that between 6th position Arthur Murfitt and 16th position Mason Becker, 5 seconds.
Well, my voice just went there at the checkered flag. It lasted all day. Henry, it's been a pleasure as ever. We'll see everybody at round 4 at PFI.
Yes. See you there.
We are back in a couple of weeks on Kart Live TV to bring you the second round of the NKC, but we'll see you back with the Kart Championship in the middle of June. See you then. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. car park.